The $100,000 Dream and How to Make It Come True. Achieve fantastic new wealth with Psycho-Imagery by Norvell. Dedication. To those thousands of people who are on the eternal quest for the $100,000 dream, I joyously dedicate this book in the certainty that you will achieve the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream in the future. How this book will help you achieve your $100,000 dream with effortless ease. I have studied the lives of over 10,000 successful people who have achieved fame and fortune. From this 25-year study, I have evolved a scientific formula which I believe can put you into the big money class. You can achieve your $100,000 dream with effortless ease and without having to wait for years to accomplish it. I have met at least 100 millionaires in my life. Some of them were worth close to $1 billion. Most of these successful persons told me the same thing. The first $100,000 is the most important thing to concentrate on. After that has been attained, you can make $1 million as easily as you made that first $100,000. The money dream that is in every human heart. The $100,000 dream is in every human heart. You have probably thought very often of what you would do if you had $100,000. You could own your home with a modest down payment. You could educate your children and prepare them for future success. You have probably visualized driving your own luxury car, owning a profitable business that would bring you in a good income. You have no doubt daydreamed that with a $100,000 fortune, you could take vacation trips to foreign countries. You could give your family cultural benefits you do not now have. You could have better clothes, fine jewelry, eat in first-class restaurants, and stay in good hotels when you travel. In this book, I am putting into your hands a scientific formula for achieving all such things that you could desire. From my years of studying and guiding people to a better way of life, I have evolved this scientific formula which can lead you to the achievement of your $100,000 dream. I am giving you case histories, living examples of how people like you have used this knowledge to achieve their money dreams. By applying these principles for getting rich, you can come into the magnificent life you desire. Some of the things this book will help you get one. You will learn immediately how to focus your $100,000 dream within your consciousness. This will give you an amazing and immediate understanding of the working principle back of all great fortunes. Step by step, you will be led to the building of the rich consciousness that precedes the accumulation of all riches. You will learn the dynamic master motives that will cause you to attract large sums of money at once. You will be shown how to use the automatic computer within your higher mind that can attract to you any sum of money you desire. This formula for building the rich consciousness is given in Chapter 1. 2. There is a vast universal storehouse of riches which you may learn to tap, and money will begin to flow into your pockets from unexpected sources. Rich people know this priceless secret. You will be given the 6 laws of mental action that start the flow of money and supply to you. You will be shown how to literally make your mind a money magnet that can attract riches and abundance. These secrets are given in Chapter 5. 3. You will discover the amazing power of psycho-imagery to focus from $1,000 to $100,000 in your higher mind, and then you will be shown how to project this mental energy to the outer world of reality. You will learn that your mind is like a motion picture projector. It will project to the outer screen of the world whatever you have focused in. With this mind projector principle, you can release your mind. Images of money, cars, houses, jewels, and other things of value, and they will automatically come into being in the world of matter. This vital information is given in Chapter 4. 4. Back of all successful people is a principle called mind-power dynamics, which accounts for their outstanding success. You can attract your $100,000 dream much quicker when you have this vital information of how to release your inner dream with concentrated mind power dynamics. You will be shown how to use concentration to direct your thoughts to successful pursuits. You will be shown how to avoid the 3 main things that keep most people poor all their lives. You will also learn about the vital laws of involution and evolution to focus this dynamic mind power within your consciousness, and then release it as dynamic action to the outer world. This amazing principle alone can make you successful beyond your wildest dreams. You will be shown how to use this principle in Chapter 10. 5. A little-known vital secret is given to you through which you may speedily achieve your $100,000 dream. Most wealthy people I have met use this principle to align themselves with money and power. This is the power of self-hypnosis. You can imprint your own mind with suggestions that will act out the part of success and riches in your outer world. This magnificent obsession, which you will imprint through self-hypnosis, is back of all great fortunes. There are 5 of these magnificent obsessions that you may adopt and which will help you achieve anything you desire. This vital information is given in Chapter 6 in all its dynamic details. 6. Like the story of Aladdin's lamp in the fairy tale, there is a magic genie within your subconscious mind. You can use this psychological principle to bring you any degree of wealth or success you desire. Your subconscious mind can be programmed like a modern computer. What you put into it, your subconscious must externalize. You can easily know the simple laws for programming your subconscious mind to give you financial security, happiness, and success in your chosen work. You will be shown how to avoid negative programming and imprint only positive suggestions which work for you to bring you riches and abundance. This astounding information is given in Chapter 11. 7. One of the greatest secrets this book reveals for your instant use is how you can build a $1 million consciousness so that you can begin instantly to live like a millionaire. People who have this $1 million consciousness have health, happiness, friends, peace of mind, love fulfillment, as well as material riches and abundance. You will be given the 9 brilliant facets of the universal diamond of success so you can begin immediately to achieve them in your own life. How to use this tremendous power is given in Chapter 7-8. There is a mysterious power that causes some people to reach the pinnacles of success and achieve a fortune, while others go through life poverty-stricken and limited. This power can be learned by you immediately by studying the 7 universal money drives that can bring you unlimited riches. Learn how to create these money drives through your own driving emotions. Discover how the magic key of desire can be used to unlock invisible doors to cosmic riches. When you are motivated by these 7 money drives, you are thrown into orbit to achieve your $100,000 dream quicker than you think. This usage of the 7 universal money drives is picked up in Chapter 12. 9. You will get to know the secret of how you can convert your golden ideas into material riches and abundance. These 10 golden ideas can bring you fame and fortune. They are back of most of the world's greatest fortunes. You can use 1 or more of these 10 golden ideas, depending on how much money you want to attract. There is vital know-how which can show you how to use these 10 golden ideas to go into your own business, to discover creative talents that can make you rich. Chapter 8 can set you up to get immediate results using just 10 golden ideas. 10. Do you wish to have the golden Midas touch? You can know this priceless secret through this book so that you can utilize the golden Midas touch to turn everything you think of into gold. There are 5 golden rules for making money which you can immediately begin to use. You can turn on the golden Midas touch and make as much money as you desire and then turn it off so that it does not become a golden curse. Many people do not know how to stop the erosions of greed and selfishness which turn the golden touch into a golden curse. They may make money, but like the miser, they are miserable creatures. Learn the seed money principle that brings the law of the harvest of riches and abundance into full bloom in your life. Like a money tree, this principle has literally brought fortunes and happiness to those who have used it. This exciting secret is turned over to you in Chapter 13. 11. Did you know your psychic hunches make you rich? You will see how, for example, one man made millions by following his psychic hunch to invest in a certain stock. Back of every great fortune, there have been these psychic hunches. Some people have used this psychic power to invent some object that made a fortune. Others use it to compose songs, write stories, go into their own businesses, and always this psychic force seems to know how to bring success and riches to those using it. This mystic power is yours in Chapter 14. 12. You will be shown how to use the ancient law of cosmic alchemy to bring you fame and fortune. This power of the ancients, which you can use to turn your thoughts into the shimmering gold of life, can be developed by you with only a few moments of concentration daily. You will be shown how to let cosmic alchemy bring you a fortune. This little-known ancient secret is given you in Chapter 16. 13. You will learn how to use the power of the success pendulum. This power works in the stock market, making it go up and down. It works in the growth of all living things. It also works for you to equalize your up and down cycles and bring you success instead of failure. You will be warned about the 12 negative swings of the pendulum that doom most people to failure and poverty. With this knowledge, you may avoid making tragic mistakes, losing money, and being poor. Then you will be given the 12 positive forces that swing the pendulum in the direction of riches and success. You can overcome most of the cycles of misfortune in life and turn them into good luck cycles that bring you riches and contentment. You will find this exciting information in Chapter 17. 14. You will learn how to use the law of magnetism to activate your own brain centers and attract persons and situations that can make you rich. Wealthy people will be irresistibly attracted to you and will want to give you recognition and money. All this you will find in Chapter 9. 15. In the secret doctrines of the Far East, you will learn of a mystical exercise that is so astounding it has only been revealed to a few people. It is the secret power for releasing mental energy and converting it into ideas that have their physical and material equivalents. It could be used to transmute life's experiences into success, riches, and abundance. This power of transcendental meditation shows you how to release mysterious brain waves called alpha, theta, beta, and delta, which can mold and shape your destiny in the direction of money, power, fame, and fortune. See Chapter 15 for these stupendous powers. 16. These 10 secret ingredients can make you rich and successful. You will be shown how to concentrate on certain money principles which can bring you an income from unexpected sources. You will be given the high master motive that is back of all big money people. You will learn how to release this master motive for money in your life and attract everything you desire. Chapter 3 can show you this master secret. 17. There are 6 success motivators that can profoundly help you create an irresistible self-image of riches. You will be shown the magic circle presents that I have given to some of Hollywood's richest stars. You will be shown the success barometer with its 10-time-tested degrees of dynamic money motivation, which have been used by some of the world's richest people. These amazing principles are all yours, given in Chapter 2. First, read the book through once and absorb its general principles. Then make it a book to work for you in which you read and practice all the various methods given for materializing your $100,000 dream. Do not be impatient if your $100,000 dream does not come through immediately. Deliberately absorb these various techniques for getting rich, and you will begin almost immediately to see results. At first, you will notice that you will attract smaller sums of money from unexpected sources. You will receive rewards and material equivalents of money. This shows that the power is beginning to work for you. When you build mental forms of perseverance, diligence, and faith in this power, you will be able to materialize your $100,000 dream much quicker. You will be guided effortlessly, automatically by your own higher mind powers to achieving unfailing success and financial security for the future you want for yourself. Norvell. Chapter 1. How to Focus the $100,000. Dream within your consciousness. It is estimated by financial experts that there are 200,000 millionaires in the United States. Every year, 5,000 more people become millionaires. In Southern California alone, there are nearly 10,000 men and women worth from $1 million to $1 billion. In a recent magazine article, which told of 17 Hollywood stars worth from $10 million to several $100 million, there were 7 of them to whom I gave my famous magic circle principle for becoming successful and rich. I have photographs of these stars, taken when they were still in their early 20s and 30s, showing me with them, giving them the priceless secrets that made them rich beyond their wildest dreams. However, this formula for achieving success and riches is not limited to motion picture stars. I have given it to thousands of people in ordinary walks of life, and they have gone on to fame and fortune in any field of endeavor which they chose. How you can build the rich consciousness. There are many facets to the diamond of success. They can be built easily by anyone who uses certain working principles for obtaining wealth. You can build the rich consciousness that will bring you any degree of success you choose. Be aware that in this world there are more resources than humanity can ever use. There is a veritable storehouse of riches in the soil, the seas, the forests, and in the air about us. Lumber, iron, coal, oil, diamonds, uranium, millions of products from the soil. All these treasures exist in the universe and may be tapped by any person who chooses to become rich. But even more important than the natural material resources of this country are the rich inner resources of your mind and your effective use of them. Some of the greatest fortunes in the world have been built from ideas that people have had. There are inventions, discoveries in science, formulas for new products in industry, chemical, atomic, and electronic miracles which will change the face of the world in the future. Now, science estimates, with the dawning of the space age and the release of atomic power, that there will be literally hundreds of thousands of new discoveries and uses of new materials such as plastics and nylon, which will make the future one of the richest periods mankind has ever known. How a young man with only $500 created his $100,000 dream. A young man who had studied with me was only 28 years of age. He had saved $500, and he decided that he was going to become rich. He used the principles which we shall study in this book, and soon he was using his garage to make a small plastic article that sold for 50 cents. He had only one mold, and he obtained orders from a big chain of department stores to sell his item. With this contract, he was able to obtain a sizable loan from the bank. He rented a large vacant building, set up his first presses, and was soon in a business that produced dozens of plastic household items that sold for a few cents each. With the tremendous volume he had, this young man was soon on his way to achieving his $100,000 dream. Take these 5 steps to focus your $100,000 dream. 1. Know what you want in life. Choose your right work, for your choice determines your entire future. Be sure you have a clear-cut idea of the amount of money you will need for financial security. Write down a list of the things you want from life and study this every day until you begin to materialize them. 2. Expand your thinking to encompass a big dream and a great destiny. Most people think of small sums of money, little jobs, and insignificant destinies, and they achieve no more than they have in consciousness. An example of how unlimited vision creates great destiny. A man who had this type of big dream or vision was Cecil Rhodes, who established the Rhodes Scholarship. At the age of 16, he went to Africa to seek a cure for tuberculosis. He was so impressed by the beauty and the vastness of this new continent that he was infused with a tremendous desire to live and become a part of this vast experience. He dreamed of great wealth so he could help the world. He thought only in terms of quantity and bigness. This famous statement showed how his mind could only encompass vast territories, huge enterprises, enormous sums of money. There is no use in 24 of anything. You should count in hundreds and thousands, not dozens. That is the only way to produce any effect or make any profit. With this unlimited vision, Rhodes went on to accumulate a ranch that eventually totaled 100,000 acres. He gained control of one of the world's biggest and richest diamond fields, with one of the biggest checks ever written up to that time. He made hundreds of millions and gave most of them away in bequeaths and gifts. A country, Rhodesia, was named after him. When he planted trees on his vast ranch, he did not plant a few hundred, but 150,000. He built a dam that held 50 million gallons of water, and his townhouse was surrounded with 1,500 acres that included a magnificent mountain in his private garden. Truly, he first dreamed big dreams and then achieved magnificent results with them. 3. Each day, add to your sum total of knowledge about your work, finances, industry, and the ways people have built vast fortunes. Only by ever expanding your horizons of knowledge can you hope to compete with others who have the same desire to become rich. Read about the lives of great men of industry. Study the great scientific discoveries of history. Read the inspiring stories of scientists, explorers, artists, composers, writers, and industrialists, and see how they have used the power of their minds to achieve great dynasties and make vast fortunes. How a woman achieved her $100,000 dream through this method. A young woman of 24 came to me once for instruction on how she could achieve financial security. She worked in a beauty shop as a hairdresser, but she was not satisfied with just working for a modest salary. I told her to concentrate daily on the secrets in back of the lives of such famous people in her field of cosmetics as Elizabeth Arden, Helena Rubinstein, Max Factor, and Charles Revson of Revlon Beauty Products. She spent 3 months learning all she could from their lives and studying their methods and techniques. She concentrated each day on her dream, and one day, in a flash of inspiration, she got a new idea that she could use in her work. She began to experiment with various shades of makeup that would be mixed individually to order, to fit any woman's complexion. She approached her boss to try this new idea, and soon the small shop was filled with women who wanted this individual beauty service. After making her analysis of the woman's special needs, based on her personal skin problems, she would mix the correct shade of makeup base and powder right there before her client's eyes. Then she would apply it skillfully, using the correct lip rouge and eyeshadow that especially fit the customer's needs. In this way, the woman bought not only the makeup base and powder, but the recommended lipstick and eyeshadow, and many other products styled individually for her. Sometimes women spent as much as $25 to $50 for their own special brands of makeup. Then their names were entered into a book with a special code, like an individual beauty prescription, and this could only be obtained from this special beauty shop. This meant, of course, that the clients would have to return to her shop each time they needed a new supply of makeup. This idea was such a huge success that the owner of the beauty salon made this young woman an equal partner. They had soon outgrown the little shop and rented a large salon in one of the city's biggest hotels, where they now have 5 assistants working for them. In the first year of operation, business was increased to a point where they made $25,000 profit. 4. Have an intense desire to achieve a fortune for some specific purpose. All goal achievement must be tied in with some motive. Do you want to educate your children? Have you a desire to own a beautiful home in which to rear your family? Are you eager to have a fortune for the good you can do for others? Whatever your purpose, know it specifically, and it will act as a spur to the achievement of your goal. 5. Develop the power of your imagination and spend at least half an hour a day for 1 month mentally seeing yourself in your own business or making more money. If you want to increase your earning capacity, you must use the imagination. Someone has said, "The imagination is God's workshop." A son of slaves in Alabama had no education and seemed doomed to poverty all his life. Something stirred within his mind, a desire to improve his lot in life, so he could help his own race achieve better standards of living and education. This man was George Washington Carver, who later became a professor in the Tuskegee Institute of Alabama. One day, while sitting in reverie, he let his imagination rove over the possibilities of what he could do to help his people. He observed the crop of peanuts, which brought very little in the markets, and he decided that he would investigate the possibility of creating new products from the peanut. Before he was finished, this gifted man had devised many products from the lowly peanut. He created varnishes, fodder for cattle, insulating material, asbestos, cooking oils, building and flooring materials, and many other uses for the peanut. This helped change the economy of the South and brought fame and fortune to this great man. You can achieve anything you can conceive. This is a psychological law that works in building a fortune as well as in other activities. Man conceived of flying 400 years ago, and in that moment of conception was born the means which created the jet planes and the rockets that have flown to the moon and back. Will set up. If you tell yourself you cannot achieve a fortune or become famous or go into your own business, the negative reactions in your consciousness that keep you a constant failure. Man conceived of swimming beneath the seas, and he created the submarine. When man wanted to look into an invisible world to discover its fascinating secrets, he was guided by his higher mind to the creation of the electronic microscope. His dream of knowing the mysteries of the heavens led to the creation of the 200-inch telescope at Palomar, which brings the planets close to Earth and gives scientists valuable information about the universe in which we live. Men dreamed of communicating with each other through space and the marvels of the telephone, phonograph, wireless, radio, television, and now the marvel of Telestar, which brings instant communication with all parts of the world in a second. Always man's creation of these miracles follows his conception first. The building of your $100,000 dream follows this same cosmic law. You can only make that dream come true if you believe in it implicitly, and never waver from your determination to achieve that dream of financial security and independence. Step-by-step regime to focus your $100,000. Dream 1. Each day, mentally program your higher mind centers with your $100,000 dream. Tell yourself over and over the things you want in life. Mentally imagine that you already have them. See yourself in your new job, getting the salary you desire. Visualize yourself in the dream home with your family, entertaining your friends. See yourself in your mind riding in the car you want. Visualize the make, model, and color of the car. Go on a mental shopping spree in which you write a check, made out to yourself, for $100,000. Sign the check God, the universal banker, and then feel that you can draw against that imaginary check any amount you wish. This will give you the feeling of riches and abundance, and psychologically prepares you for the advent of the real fortune you desire. How a woman obtained a mink coat through her imagination. A woman in my lecture group in Carnegie Hall wanted a mink coat. She learned these laws for materializing dreams, and she began to look at mink coats in department store windows, selecting the one she thought she would like. The only problem was that the coat cost $5,000, and at that time she had less than $500 in the bank. However, she did not let that deter her. She daily affirmed to herself, "I will have that mink coat. It is mine. There are plenty of furs in the world, and I now stake my claim on that beautiful mink coat." After only 2 weeks of this type of positive mental projection, a lady came to our classes and sat directly behind this woman who had been projecting a mink coat. She noted the thin, threadbare coat this woman wore, and as it was winter and bitter cold, she felt sorry for her. The next time she came to class, she carried a large box, and she presented it to this woman, telling her it was a gift for her. When she opened it, there was a magnificent mink coat, which originally cost $5,000. The other woman explained later that her husband had bought her a new expensive mink coat, and she no longer needed the other one, so she gave it to someone in need. Here was a remarkable example of how mental projection and imagery worked a true miracle. 2. Make out your blueprint of destiny so that you can focus your $100,000 dream in your subconscious mind, where it will gather momentum to materialize in the outer world. You can use the following model for your blueprint, putting down the things you wish. My blueprint of destiny. I have faith that the following dreams and desires can and will materialize for me. I wish the following things. A. The sum of $100,000 as an overall goal with which I can have financial security for my family and myself. B. I desire the sum of $500 within 2 months' time from unexpected sources for my vacation trip. Or it can be to remodel a room, buy something you wish, or as a down payment on some product you want to buy. C. I want a business of my own, in which I can be independent and be my own boss. Here, write the type of business you want to go into. Is it a restaurant, a beauty parlor, a garage, or an interior decorating shop? You must be specific about this. If you do not yet know what you want, write, I wish to be guided to the right line of work. How a woman owned her own restaurant in 3 months. A woman in my New York lecture work wrote out her blueprint of destiny and put down that she wanted to own her own restaurant. She worked as a waitress in a rather run-down small cafe, and she was tired of working for a small salary. She was positive she would find the means to buy herself a small restaurant soon. She read her blueprint every day for 3 weeks. She had put down that she wanted money to educate her 15-year-old son. She was alone in the world, her husband having deserted her 3 years before. She did not know where her money would come from, but she kept reading her blueprint every morning and night, and one day the owner of the building came to her and told her the lease for the restaurant was up in 3 more months. He did not intend to renew the lease with the present owner, and he asked this waitress if she would care to take over the lease and run the place. This was her dream come true. Within 3 months' time, she owned the restaurant on terms which she could meet. She cleaned up the place, repainted it, and changed the menu, and soon she was doing turn-away business. She is now on the way to fulfilling her $100,000 dream in every respect. D. I wish to own my dream home in the near future. I want a 5-room house with a small garden, located in the suburbs, easily accessible to schools and shops. Put cutout pictures of your dream home in a scrapbook of destiny, and also photographs of furnishings you can obtain from any home magazine. E. I desire a car, a Chevrolet or other make, sedan, blue color, and 4 doors. Here it is important that you describe your future car fully, for there is a mental hazard in just saying car. You must know what you want explicitly, for you are invoking the aid of your subconscious mind in this mental exercise. One of the laws of the subconscious mind is to be definite in your desires. F. I wish to develop talent for creative work as an artist, or a singer, writer, composer, inventor, designer. Whatever creative talent you desire, write it down. A young man of 25 put down in his blueprint that he wanted to compose songs. He did not even read music, but in 2 months he had an idea that he pounded out on the piano with one finger and recorded on a tape recorder. It came through with the tune and words, full-blown from his subconscious mind. Since that time, he has had 5 gold records. He now has a townhouse, a beautiful car, and is aiming his sights now at the $1 million dream. G. I wish to have a charming and magnetic personality so I can attract friends who are influential, interesting, and successful. H. I desire fulfillment in love and marriage. I would like to attract my soulmate with the following qualities. Here write down a description of the ideal mate with all the qualities you want in your future marriage partner. A girl of 18 did this and attracted a man who was in the exact work she wanted, a designer, and who proved to be a wonderful sweetheart and husband. She now has 3 children, and she told me she had even written down in her original blueprint that she wanted 3 children. 3. What you most habitually think, you will become. This is a psychological law that works in relation to becoming rich also. To program your subconscious mind with the idea of success and riches, think as often as possible of your $100,000 dream. Every time you see a limousine going by, visualize yourself riding in it. Every time you see a beautiful home, imagine that it is yours and see yourself living in it. When you look through magazines and see beautiful scenes in foreign countries, visualize yourself spending your vacation there. When you pass store windows filled with expensive items, see yourself wearing the jewelry or clothes. Visualize the furnishings in your own home. See yourself listening to the hi-fi set or looking at the color television. As you fill your consciousness with these various images of riches, you will gradually be given ideas from your subconscious mind for materializing the money to buy them. A young man in my lecture work wanted a tape recorder so he could play stereo tapes. He loved classical music, and his dream was to become a musician or a composer. He projected this idea in his blueprint for 3 weeks, looking at the most beautiful sets in stores, listening to them, and imagining that he owned one. One day he mentioned how he planned to get a stereo recorder to another lecture member. This man told him, I am selling my big 4-track stereo to buy a small portable recorder. His set had cost him more than $400. He let this young man have it for $50. 4. To build further the idea of riches in your consciousness, go to an expensive restaurant once in a while and absorb the atmosphere of luxury. Sit in hotel lobbies where rich people congregate and visualize yourself being one of them, associating with rich people and having friends among them. 5. If you had a fortune, what would you do with it? You could own fine volumes, possibly first editions and leather-bound. You would buy magnificent paintings for your home. You would surround yourself with treasures from all over the world. Duplicate this process mentally. Go to art galleries and study the magnificent art treasures from all over the world. This helps build a rich consciousness. If your city does not have an art gallery, you can obtain a volume that has large, colored reproductions of the world's greatest art treasures. Study these and then get books telling about the lives of the artists and the periods in which they painted their masterpieces. Go to your library and absorb the great wisdom from geniuses of the past. Visit museums and see the historic parade of past ages with its ever-evolving knowledge and progress, and let these treasures seep into your consciousness. How a woman achieved her $100,000 dream through this method. A young woman worked as a secretary at the UN building. She wanted to improve her situation in life. She studied these principles in my classes, and she began to use the above method for enriching her consciousness and focusing her $100,000 dream. She visited the public library on her days off and at lunchtime. She got out books on travel to foreign countries, for it was her dream to one day work in some foreign country. She studied the lives of great men and women and absorbed their ideas for achieving riches. After only 3 months of this type of concentration on her goal, one of the heads of the UN wanted a secretary to travel with him on an important mission to a foreign country. He had lunch with this young woman and found her so well versed in that particular field that he hired her to accompany him. Now, several years later, this woman is an advisor to foreign heads of states and is constantly going on foreign missions with her very important boss. She is already on the way to fulfilling her $100,000 dream, and in the meantime, she is doing work she loves, and that brings her great satisfaction. Review of Chapter 1. 1. There are more than 200,000 millionaires in the United States. Your $100,000 dream is possible in a country that has such vast resources. 2. How you may tap the rich inner resources of your mind and your imagination and build your consciousness in the image of riches and success. 3. A young man became successful when he focused his $100,000 dream in his mind and began to visualize himself in his own business. 4. The 5 steps you can take to focus your $100 dream in your consciousness. 5. Think big and create a great destiny. How Cecil Rhodes used this formula for getting rich and built one of the greatest fortunes in history. 6. A woman achieved her $100,000 fortune through studying the lives of great men and women in her field of cosmetology. 7. You can apply your imagination to creating a fortune if you sit daily and imagine yourself in your own business or being a success in your own line of work. 8. How George Washington Carver, a son of slave parents, built a vast empire in the South through the imagination. 9. How to use mental programming to put into the computer of your higher mind the $100,000 dream. 10. A woman obtained a mink coat that cost $5,000 through using this technique of mental programming. 11. How you can use this magical blueprint of destiny to focus your $100,000 dream and make it come true in every detail. 12. A woman used this system to elevate herself from being a waitress to owning her own restaurant. 13. How to focus creative power in your higher mind to compose songs, invent, write, design, or go into your own business. 14. A young man focused his $100,000 dream with a desire to become a composer. He now owns a townhouse and has had 5 gold records. 15. The psychological law that works miracles, and how to put yourself into the picture of success and riches by visualizing yourself owning the dream home, riding in the luxurious car, and traveling to the countries of your choice. 16. How you can absorb wealth through stimulating your higher mind centers by being in rich hotels and visiting art galleries, museums, and libraries until you siphon off the knowledge that can make you successful. 17. A secretary used this mental siphon system to elevate herself to a position with the United Nations where she became a traveling advisor to important people in foreign countries. Chapter 2. How to build your new self-image of a rich and successful person. Do you project the self-image of success and riches to the outer world, or do you reflect in your personality, speech, and actions failure, poverty, and defeat? Successful people have learned the art of building the self-image of success and riches. They project confidence, poise, and power. They instinctively realize that people will judge them by the aura they build around themselves. Success and riches generally come to you through other people. They will react to you according to how you feel about yourself. If you go through life with a feeling that you are worth little, others sense this in your atmosphere that you build around yourself, and they will value your talents and your work accordingly. On the other hand, if you have built the self-image of riches and success, others will react in a positive manner and reward you with better jobs, promotion, and other things of value. How a woman lost her job through negative self-image. A woman came into our lecture work and told me she had just lost her job. She had, in fact, lost several jobs that year, and always it was the same story. The boss had kept others in the office, but had told her they just did not have enough work to keep her on. shelf-drac of a rich and successful person. This young woman was a walking, talking picture of failure. She was extremely negative about her life. She feared failure, she knew that she would be fired, and she was prepared for disaster. It usually came out exactly the way she felt it would. She wound up her dismal story by saying, "I believe I'm actually psychic. I could predict every time that I was going to lose my job, and I did." I hastened to point out to her that she was indeed psychic, for she had created the self-image of failure, and there was no possibility for her to achieve success. She merely fulfilled the negative potentials of the self-image she had created. And then she did the things that caused her boss to fire her. I helped her change her self-image to one of confidence, poise, a sense of value, and a desire to achieve success. And this young woman obtained a new job in a large office where she had competition from many other skilled employees. She worked there 6 months and reported to me that she had now won out over the old, negative self she had been, and she believed she could hold this job as long as she wanted to. How to build your new self-image of riches and success. 1. Each day, invoke the 6 success motivators that are in back of all successful people. These are 6 verbs of action which you can use to strengthen your self-image. I am, I do, I have, I will, I want. Stand before your mirror to create your new self-image of success. Stand straight, hold your spine stiff, your chin up, and look at yourself for a long moment, taking stock of the way you really are. Then say the following positive success motivators aloud, with feeling and conviction. I am aware of my success potentials. I am confident I shall succeed. I am now a success and people will recognize that. I have something of value to give to the world. I am creating a success magnet and my personality reflects poise, power, and perfection. A salesman used this particular success motivator to help increase his sales, and within 2 months, he was outselling 3 salesmen in his store. Within 6 months, he was made head of his department, with a sizable increase in salary. A young actress who came to Hollywood was frightened before the cameras. She was pretty, but lacked authority. The studios were ready to let her go when she learned how to use these success motivators. She began immediately to be a commanding presence before the cameras and went on to become one of our most talented stars. When you have implanted the I am success motivators in your consciousness, do the same thing with the I can motivators. Stand before the mirror and say aloud several times, I can achieve success. I can win promotion in my work. I can have my $100,000 dream. I can influence others with my commanding presence. I can have anything I desire. I can overcome problems and win out in my dream of success and riches. You can change these motivators to fit your own needs. The main thing is to repeat them over and over, at least 5 or 10 times each day, until they are so much a part of your consciousness that they automatically build your new self-image in the mental and physical prototype of what you have stated. A young conductor of a Philharmonic orchestra in the Midwest told me that he never goes out to face his audience without first standing before his mirror and giving himself a set of mental conditioners. His are tailored to fit his needs and run as follows. I am going to do a great job tonight. I can be perfect in my interpretation of the score. I will control myself and my orchestra. I have a commanding presence, and the audience will feel my magnetism and power. When he goes out onto the platform, his personality is electric, and he commands the respect and admiration of not only his orchestra, but the entire audience. They recently gave him a 5-minute standing ovation for his great performance. On your 3rd day of building your new self-image, do the same exercise before your mirror using the I will motivators. I will win my high goals in life. I will succeed and achieve my $100,000 dream. I will create a personality that is dynamic and charming. I will impress others with my sense of value. I will win fame and fortune through my creative gifts. I will be rewarded for my efforts. When you have once set your success motivators for the day, try to use them all day long. Recall them every time you have a chance. When you are dealing with customers, hold one of the motivators in your mind, and this will get you into the mental habit of habitually creating the self-image of riches and success all day long. Mental action leads to physical action, for the law of action and reaction is set into motion with these success motivators. You will note that all 6 of these success motivators are positive in nature. There is nothing weak or negative about them, and you will build a self-image that is positive and strong. The fourth day, use the I do success motivators. I do the things that make me successful. I do project the image of riches and success. I do feel worthy of having a fortune. I do perfect my gifts and talents to be worthy of success. I do have faith in myself and my great destiny. The fifth day, use the I have success motivators. I have a dynamic new personality. I have mental projection and magnetism. I have a sense of my true value to the world. I have a desire to create my $100,000 dream. I have the mental potentials of success, and I project these in my personality. If you have built the consciousness of the I have not, you especially need these success motivators to build your new self-image. All your life you have heard people say, "The rich have all the money. It's impossible to get it away from them. I have never had anything, and I never will." Such people build a self-image of poverty and lack. Their subconscious minds are so conditioned to the idea of remaining poor all their lives that they can never get sufficient momentum to push them in the direction of wealth. This man believed he was born to lose. A man of 35 sought me out in desperation. He had gone from one job to another and was always being fired. His wife had taken his 2 sons and left his home. He had taken to gambling and drinking excessively. And when he unfolded his life story, he told me that he had been brought up in a home where this same pattern of failure had asserted itself early in his life. When he was 16, he had tattooed on his right forearm these prophetic words, "Born to lose." He had been going downhill ever since. I changed the self-image that this man had built from the negative, have not, to I have, I can, I will, I do, and I want. It was difficult to break the habit patterns of a lifetime, but this man was sincerely tired of failure and being a social outcast. He desired building a new life, and the first step was to build his new self-image. He faithfully practiced the 6 success motivators for a few weeks and became so changed that he told me his wife was once more interested in returning to him and giving him another chance to make good. On the 6th day, practice the I want success motivator. To want something implies a desire. An intense desire creates sufficient motivation and drive in the direction of your $100,000 dream. I want to be a great success. I want money so I can help my family. I want an education so I can be successful in life. I want peace of mind, happiness, and financial security. I want to become creative and achieve my great destiny. I want complete fulfillment of my $100,000 dream. Do not be lukewarm in your desires. Emotional intensity gives your mental mechanism a push in the direction of success. Want money so you can do good for others. Desire a fine home, a beautiful car, stylish clothes, jewelry, luxury. This success motivator helps create the right self-image of success and gives you the necessary drive in the direction of your goal for financial security. 2. When you build your new self-image through this daily regime, spend a few moments before your mirror concentrating on the self-image of the person you wish to become. Look at yourself critically. Do you give the impression of poise and confidence? Do you have a facial expression that shows a pleasant personality? Do you smile more often than you frown? Do you look people in the eyes and feel they're equal? Practice before your mirror just as an actor does to present his most charming side to an audience. You are on the stage of life. Everything you say and do, the way you wear your clothes, your personal grooming, or lack of it all, these things reveal to the world the self-image that you have built. The magic circle presence that brings success. In my early years in Hollywood, I gave my famous magic circle presence to many of the beginning young stars. I would stand them on a circular platform and shine a golden spotlight on them. "This is your kingdom," I would tell them. "You rule over this empire like a king. Everything you think, say, or do will show the mark of your nobility and high character. Act as if you own the world and reflect in your magic circle the qualities of dignity, beauty, generosity, value, kindness, and love. Believe that you will conquer the world with this new self-image." Plain-looking girls became imperial princesses or queens and actually gave an illusion of beauty. Men seemed to become inches taller, and their expressions changed from ordinary characters to nobility and dignity. These young players went on to become Hollywood's brightest stars and commanded salaries into the millions. 3. In building your new self-image of riches and success, utilize the law of the harvest. This is a psychological principle in which you daily plant mental seed in your mind through autosuggestion. This law of the harvest states that whatever seed you sow will produce a crop in keeping with the nature of the seed. The Bible gives this ancient law, "As ye sow, so shall ye reap." Give your subconscious mind the following autosuggestions, and like seeds, they will lodge in the soil of your mind, producing their crop of riches and abundance. I now project my new self-image of poise and confidence. I think rich and successful thoughts all day today. I magnetize my personality and aura with charm, joy, and radiance. Others are attracted into the orbit of my magic circle. I wear an expression of friendliness, and I attract friends. I build an atmosphere of peace and calm, and others are attracted into my environment. I love people, and they love me. My good comes from others, and I now accept my good on all planes of consciousness. 4. To build your self-image of success and radiate this value to the world, use a mystical principle that comes from the Far East. It is called the cosmic rainbow of golden treasures. For years you have heard the saying that there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. To build this mental image of a golden rainbow, sit in quiet meditation for 15 minutes a day and visualize the bright R of the rainbow spanning the heavens. Everywhere in creation there are treasures and riches. God has provided for all his creatures, and under the protective rainbow of his love, you are being provided for. Now visualize the pot of gold at the end of your own personal rainbow. See it filled to overflowing with priceless treasures. There are treasures other than material possessions and money. There is the gold of friendship. There are the riches of beauty in all of nature's vast domain which enrich your consciousness. There are beauteous flowers, verdant forests, rivers, lakes and oceans filled with life and treasures. The air you breathe gives you the priceless treasure of life and health. The food you eat is the nourishing treasure bestowed upon you by a lavish creator who uses the sun, rain, and soil to bring you the priceless treasures of fruits, vegetables, and other nourishing elements. See the beauty of sunrise and sunset. Stand in awe at the ocean's edge and look at the golden skies, the silvery moon at night, with myriad stars studding the purple veil of night, with unbelievable beauty. These golden treasures were created for you to use, to absorb, to enjoy. You will never again be poor when you once attune your mind and soul to the unbelievable opulence and riches that God has created just for you. 5. Remove from your mind all the negative barriers that have been planted there about money. You have heard these since childhood, and they have conditioned your mind to the wrong mental images about success. Money is evil. Many people quote this from the Bible, whereas the Bible really says, "Love of money is the root of all evil." It is harder for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven than for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. The needle referred to in the Bible was a small gate in the larger gate of Jerusalem, before which the camel had to kneel, and all the goods on his back were removed before he could get into Jerusalem after sundown. No one can become a millionaire today unless he's a crook. There are more than 200,000 millionaires in the U.S., and thousands more become millionaires every year. Surely not all these people were crooks. This statement of misinformation represents the misunderstanding that clouds the minds of those who make excuses for their failures in life. Save for a rainy day. Why not save for a sunny day? Wall Street is crooked, and they take millions from widows and children. The truth of the matter is that Wall Street does not have to be crooked to take investors' money. It has been proven that most people who know nothing about the stock market lose their money due to wrong decisions. Bernard Baruch built a fortune of $1 million through the stock market when he had a hunch to sell a stock short. He happened to be right, but he could just as easily have been wrong. Jesse Livermore had a psychic hunch that Southern Pacific stock was going down, so he bought thousands of shares. He sold short, which means he felt it would go down, not up. At that time, the San Francisco earthquake hit the West Coast. Southern Pacific plummeted, and Jesse Livermore made millions. To say he was dishonest would be to imply that he arranged for San Francisco to be hit by a devastating earthquake. 6. Create a success barometer which you can keep constantly before you, hanging on a wall where you can daily check your progress in striving to achieve your $100,000 dream. There are 10 elements that should be utilized in your efforts to be rich and successful. These 10 elements I have discovered in the lives of all wealthy persons. By making these visual and applying them daily to your life, you will incorporate them in your consciousness, and soon these 10 elements will become habit patterns that you will invoke daily. Draw a picture of a barometer on a sheet of paper approximately 8 by 10 inches. Put 10 marks on that barometer, with these words written alongside the marks. At the very bottom of the barometer near the red bulge, write the word desire. Now add the following words as you go up the barometer to the top: perseverance, vision, faith, accurate knowledge, organizational ability, determination, optimism, courage, enthusiasm, imagination. Each day, when you begin your day's activities, check your barometer and decide what qualities you will incorporate in that day's activities. The more of these qualities you use, the quicker will you rise to the top of the ladder of success. Keep a daily chart on which you note the qualities you used for each day on the barometer of success. How a school teacher profited. A school teacher I knew did this for 1 year. He wanted to be advanced in his work to a position as a supervisor, and he kept careful note of the qualities he invoked daily on his success barometer. He worked specially to build vision, desire, accurate knowledge, and organizational ability. He kept inculcating all these 10 principles in his success barometer, and at the end of the year, before he went on his summer vacation, he was notified that he had been promoted to a supervisory position in the New York City educational system. How a used car salesman profited. A salesman in a used car department used the success barometer and especially noted each day the qualities of perseverance, optimism, determination, and imagination. He approached each customer with these qualities firmly fixed in his mind. He never gave up in his presentation of his sales points. He was optimistic, exercising his imagination by telling the future customers how it would increase their status to be seen riding in a fine car. He improved his sales 100% in the first 3 months using this system. How can you doubt that you can similarly profit after reading this chapter? Review of Chapter 2. 1. To become rich and successful, it is vitally important to build a completely new self-image in which you create an aura of success around yourself. 2. A woman lost her job frequently when she created a negative aura of failure and loss, and succeeded when she changed this to a positive success image. 3. The 6 success motivators used by all rich and successful people. I am, I can, I will, I do, I have, I want, and how they help motivate forces for you toward your $100,000 dream. 4. How a salesman used the I have motivators to sell goods, and within 6 months he was made head of his department. 5. A conductor of a Philharmonic orchestra used the I can motivators to become one of the country's outstanding conductors. 6. Mental action leads to physical action. When you use the 6 success motivators, you will become positive and build a self-image that is positive and strong. 7. A man believed he was born to lose, and his entire life reflected this negative motivation until he changed it to a positive success consciousness. 8. How to build the mirror image of riches and mentally become the rich, successful person you project in the mirror. 9. How the magic circle presence built the self-image of stars in Hollywood, and how you may use this same principle for creating your own success image. 10. How to plant mental seed in your consciousness of riches, success, and abundance, and reap your $100,000 crop through the law of the harvest. 11. Give your subconscious mind auto-suggestions for poise, confidence, magnetism, and charm, and then project these in your new self-image to attract success and riches. 12. How you can create the cosmic rainbow of golden treasures and mentally claim all the natural riches that exist in the universe. 13. How you can remove the negative barriers planted in your mind that money is evil, that rich men are crooks, and that no one can succeed in the stock market. 14. How you can create the success barometer on which you will graphically register the 10 elements that have been used by every millionaire and genius throughout history. Chapter 3. The 10 Hidden Ingredients Used by the World's Richest Men. Do rich people possess some special magic that causes them to accumulate more of this world's treasures than others? In a study of 10,000 men and women who have become rich and successful, I discovered that in almost every case where a person accumulates a fortune, they make use of 10 secret hidden ingredients which make them become rich. In this chapter, I shall give you those 10 ingredients for success. If you apply them to your own life, you should be able to duplicate the success of the world's richest men and achieve money, power, fame, and glory. The regime for using the 10 hidden ingredients used by the world's richest men. 1. Vision. The Bible tells us, without vision, the people perish. Without visualizing, it is almost impossible for you to build a vast fortune and achieve success. Ford had vision to see a growing and expanding America that would need vehicles of transportation. This dream caused him to create the assembly line method that put America on wheels at a price the ordinary man could afford. The Wright brothers, McCormick, Burbank, Edison, and Pasteur, all used this secret hidden ingredient of vision in evolving their creative ideas into success patterns that gave America priceless benefits and which made them rich. For you to cultivate vision, it is necessary that you look around you at the world in which you live. How can you change it for the better? How can you improve your work? How can you give something new to the world that will benefit it? This can be a new product, some special services, or some new ideas that others can execute. A man I once knew used vision to achieve his $100,000 dream. He worked in a factory manufacturing household items. He saw tremendous waste all around him, and he got the idea to make shortcuts in some of the operations being used. He gave this idea to his boss and was given a bonus of $5,000 for his brilliant idea. But his progress did not stop there. He later was so inspired with that success that he began a service in which he trained 3 men to go into large industrial organizations and lecture to employees on methods for improving their products and saving millions of dollars. This young man built a business that was soon making him as much as $50,000 a year. 2. Resourcefulness. To be resourceful means to be able to create opportunities and find means of achieving success when none seem to exist. Most successful people create their own opportunities. They do not sit back and wait for someone to bring them a fortune, but they use their minds to analyze a situation and then act in a positive manner to create success wherever they are. To use this secret ingredient for riches and success, follow this regime. Each day, see how you might improve your own business in some way. Perhaps you could write letters to customers, telling them of special services or products you will feature. You might feature some item that brings customers into your shop or business and then present them with a fuller schedule when they come in to make inquiries. A man in Los Angeles used resourcefulness to get motorists to come into his gas station. He featured sets of dishes which could be obtained, one at a time, with every 10 gallons of gas purchased. Another man in San Diego featured a set of 6 steak knives, one for every 10 gallons, until one had the full set. Still others began to use the same idea with trading stamps, cooking utensils, glasses, and other products. Business increased 25% over those gas stations that featured nothing. Check your talents and see how you might be able to improve yourself so you will be better than your competitors in business. Improve your personality by smiling more often. Improve your voice so you can talk to people more effectively and influence them to buy your services or products. Resourcefulness helped win the war in the South Pacific. During the Second World War, the government needed thousands of ships quickly. Every big industrialist said it would be impossible to turn them out quickly enough to help win the war. Henry J. Kaiser agreed to take on the job. He devised the assembly line methods used to build cars, and in 30 days the Liberty ships were rolling off the lines and helped win the war. I once visited Mr. Kaiser's home in Hawaii, and he showed me a dictionary in which he had cut out the word impossible. His resourcefulness built a vast financial empire and brought him great personal success. He would never take no for an answer. He found a way around obstacles through this quality of resourcefulness. 3. Faith. In back of every great man and woman who ever created anything enduring, there is the secret ingredient of faith. Always, this secret ingredient is in back of every great fortune. Have faith in yourself first. Know you can succeed. Believe you can win your $100,000 dream and then go on from there to make millions if you so wish. A man who was in a small business complained to me once that he did not believe he could ever have financial security. He hated his business and the lack of opportunity for making big money. I told him that if he had no faith in that business, he should get out of it and get into something he believed in. I asked him what he really liked. He replied, "I would like to be in work that helps people become healthy and overcome disease." I told him to concentrate each day on what particular field of health he wanted to be in. To be a doctor or a chiropractor would take too long, as he was already in his early 40s. After a few days, he told me he had hit on the thing he thought he would like to do: to open a health food store in Los Angeles. Now he was really fired with his idea, for he had faith in health food products, having lived according to that philosophy for many years. He and his wife found a vacant store, and for a few $1,000s went into the new business. He made such a tremendous success that in 2 years he had opened another store and is now in work that he has faith in and which will make him rich. 4. Imagination. Everything you see in the visible world was created through the power of imagination. All great fortunes have been built through someone's imagination. All art, music, architecture, science, industry, literature, and poetry were first conceived as ideas in someone's imagination. A professor in a philosophy class once asked his students, "What is the most important part of an ox cart?" Some replied, "The wheels." Others said, "The yoke." Still others, "The tongue of the cart." The philosopher replied, "No, you are all wrong. The most important part of the ox cart is the concept in back of it, the blueprint which caused it to be created. This blueprint is the imaginative concept that is in back of all created things. What concept do you hold of your future? You cannot create a fortune until you first dream it into existence through the power of your imagination. The salary you are making today is the result of your concept of your worth. If you were truly worth more, you would have a different concept of your value, and you would create the opportunity for advancing yourself in business. To develop the power of your imagination, sit in daily sessions for an hour or so and run through your mind all the prospects for future growth and evolvement. Imagine yourself in work you like to do. Visualize yourself being rich and successful, and then consider all the possibilities you have for achieving this dream. In your mind's eye, see yourself speaking before large groups of people, if it is your desire to be a successful speaker or teacher. Visualize yourself visiting foreign countries, if you have a desire to travel. Do not worry about how it will come about. If you build a strong imaginative concept of the future you desire, your subconscious mind will find the means to bring it about. How a singer worked her way around the world. A singer came to my lectures in New York City and told me she was tired of nightclub work and longed to work in some foreign country. I gave her this concept for changing her work, and she began to imagine herself visiting foreign lands and being paid to do her singing. One night, she was introduced to a man who booked talent for round-the-world trips, and she was hired to go on a cruise aboard a ship that was filled with very wealthy people. She visited many foreign ports and enjoyed her work. But the most amazing thing happened that changed her entire future life. One day, while sitting around the ship's pool, she talked to a dignified man in his early 40s. He had just lost his wife and had taken this cruise to lessen his grief. They struck up a friendship that led to romance, and now, a year later, this young lady is engaged to marry this man. Exercise your imagination daily to make it more powerful. See yourself running your own business. Imagine yourself making more money, banking it and spending it. Project yourself in your imagination to your future. See yourself married to the right soulmate, living in your own home and rearing a beautiful family. As you exercise your imagination, it will become stronger and project from the inner subjective world to the outer objective realm the dreams that you have built within. 5. Concentration. The concentrated power of a lightning bolt will split a giant oak in a second. The rays of the sun concentrated through a magnifying glass will burn a hole in paper or wood. So too, the concentrated power of your mind, when directed to a single point, will burn away problems and remove obstacles that stand in your pathway to riches and success. This secret hidden ingredient is in back of all successful lives. Concentration focuses your mind power on the one goal you are trying to achieve. It eliminates all extraneous and unimportant details and causes you to fix your mind on only that which is significant and which pertains to what you wish to accomplish in life. To build the power of concentration, learn how to go into meditation. Sit quietly by yourself and tell your mind to be still. Then direct your concentration on one thing at a time. If it is a financial problem, focus your mind, not on the fact you do not have money, but on how you can get the money to overcome your problem. Concentrate on studying the success secrets of rich and successful people. Read their biographies or autobiographies and learn how they accomplished great things. Then concentrate on emulating their thoughts and deeds until they become a part of your own total awareness. A young man came to me with a problem. He could not concentrate on anything. His mind jumped from subject to subject in his classes in college. He was afraid there was something wrong with his mind. I told him it was natural for everyone's mind to jump from one thought to another until a person learned the art of concentration. I then asked him what particular subject he was interested in. He told me science. I told him to go to the library and get books on the lives of great scientists and study them, concentrating his full powers of mind on their accomplishments. He did this for a month or so, and then returned to report great progress. I told him that he could now concentrate his mind on other subjects, for he had learned to focus his mind power on a subject of vital interest to him. 6. Intense desire. This hidden ingredient of rich and successful people is one of the most important tools for wresting from life an enormous fortune and personal success. Everyone desires $1 million, but only the person who desires it with intensity actually achieves it. I have never met a person who made $1 million fortune without finding that he had desired success with intensity. This emotional intensity helped direct the electric and magnetic currents of the brain to his nerves and muscles and drove him to seek out fame and fortune. Intense desire is in back of all great inventions, scientific discoveries, and industrial achievements. The desire for faster transportation drove man from ox carts to steamboats to motor vehicles. The desire to reach the moon caused man to find the means to achieve this impossible goal. A desire to become rich will give you the motive power to achieve first your $100,000 dream, and then as big a fortune as you choose to make. 7. High master motive. Great fortunes are not built by desire alone. There must be a motivating force in back of your desire to make money. A high master motive helps shape your actions in the direction of achieving a big fortune. The bigger your master motive, the greater will be the fortune you make. Ask yourself, what do I want $100,000 for? If you desire money just to eat and drink more, to go to nightclubs and dissipate, to gamble and throw your money away, the chances are you will probably never become rich. However, if you have a master motive to educate your children, to buy a better home for your family, to help your community, to bring peace to the world, you will be able to marshal all your forces of mind and body to create a fortune. One of the most powerful master motives is the emotion of love. Most of the world's great art, music, literature, poetry, and scientific discoveries were inspired by this powerful emotion of love. I recently attended a Horatio Alger Club meeting at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. Each year, this club honors 10 or 12 men who have gone from rags to riches quickly. This particular year, there were 10 men there who had built fortunes of $1 million or more. Each man was presented to the large audience gathered there, and in a short speech, he told of the master motive that inspired him to build a fortune. Most of them, in telling their success stories, related how a wife, mother, or sweetheart had been influential in inspiring them to great achievement. Love was the big master motive in most of their lives, and this emotion inspired them to accomplish the amazing things they did. Others were motivated by a desire to help humanity and give something of value to the world. Not one man in that successful group was inspired merely by a desire to make money for the sake of money. 8. An unselfish desire to do good for others. Edison had a desire to give the world great benefits when he harnessed the power of electricity. He invented several hundred objects, and in back of most of these was this desire to help humanity. When you have this unselfish purpose in back of your $100,000 dream, you will find it becomes easier to make money. You will have a drive that gives you tremendous energy, and ideas will float to the surface of consciousness with effortless ease. 9. The creative urge to give beauty to the world. Many great fortunes have been built because of this urge to give beauty to the world. The great cosmetic business was built by people like Elizabeth Arden, Max Factor, Helena Rubinstein, and Charles Revson because of this inspiration to make women more beautiful. Interior decorators, fashion designers, artists, and architects are all motivated by this hidden ingredient to riches. Look around you and see how you can use your talents to bring beauty into the world. Strive to absorb beauty from whatever environment you are in. Each day, try to create something beautiful. You will gradually train your mind so you become a channel for creating beautiful things, and the world will give you rich rewards. A man I know had a desire to create beauty. He went into the study of art and finally settled on ceramics as his particular creative branch of art. He created some beautiful designs and learned how to bake his wares in a small kiln, not knowing where this work would take him. A very wealthy person heard of this man's creative genius and arranged an interview with him. He looked at this artist's beautiful work and decided to create a factory worth $500,000 for this artist's original work. The factory prospered on the West Coast, and later the artist went into another creative branch of work, designing jewelry for wealthy people, doing only one of a kind. He has made a fortune through this desire to create beauty for others. 10. The desire to bring health and long life to others. One of the greatest secret ingredients that have brought success and riches to thousands of people is the desire to bring health and long life to others. Doctors, surgeons, nurses, chiropractors, dentists, and others in the healing sciences have benefited humanity through this hidden ingredient. The tremendous drug industry has thrived because of this hidden ingredient. Many fortunes have been built by men and women who have catered to this urge for better health. Restaurants that give good food and service soon build a clientele that makes the owners rich. Enormous factories that turn out food products have brought fortunes to thousands of people. If you can find some product that will make people better nourished and give them good health and long life, you will soon be on your way to fame and fortune. Writers of books like Gaylord Hauser that cater to diet and health often become tremendously successful. Julia Child, the French cook on television, has won millions of followers with her interesting instructions on the culinary art. Peg Bracken of the I Hate to Cook book has made a fortune through her writings and her commercials on television. Review of Chapter 3.1. The 10 hidden ingredients that are used by the world's richest men to build a fortune and how these release a special magic that can make you rich. 2. How to use vision to build the blueprint of the rich future you desire and how it has created everything we have in our modern world of miracles. 3. A man achieved his $100,000 dream when he brought into the factory where he worked, an idea that later made him rich. 4. The hidden ingredient of resourcefulness and how it has been used by the world's richest men to create vast fortunes. 5. How Henry J. Kaiser used this secret ingredient to help win the war in the South Pacific, when all other industrialists said it could not be done. 6. The miracle power of faith and how this hidden ingredient has created fortunes for thousands of Americans. 7. How one man used this hidden ingredient to open a health food store in Los Angeles and became wealthy. 8. The hidden ingredient of imagination and how it has created great art, music, science, industry, and literature. This hidden ingredient can bring you your $100,000 dream. 9. How you can use this hidden ingredient to achieve results in building a great fortune and becoming anything you want to be. 10. How a young woman worked her way around the world as a singer by using this quality of imagination. She found true love and marriage at the end of her romantic voyage. 11. The hidden ingredient of concentration and how it helps focus your mind power on the goal of riches you are trying to achieve. 12. How a college student overcame his problem of lack of concentration and was able to focus his mind power on any subject he chose. 13. The hidden ingredient of intense desire and how it can help you build the motive power that brings you your $100,000 dream. 14. How to build a high master motive, the hidden ingredient that gives you a reason for living and wanting to become rich. 15. the hidden ingredient of unselfishness for the good of others and how it has helped build great fortunes. 16. How the creative urge to give beauty to the world has brought forth some of the greatest fortunes through elevating the creating instinct in man for the good of others. 17. How the desire to bring health and long life to others has been the secret ingredient in back of some of the world's greatest fortunes. Chapter 4. How to use psycho-imagery to attract money. Very rich and successful person I have ever met uses the power of psycho-imagery to attract money. At times, you have probably used this power without being aware of it. Do you recall times when you have wished for something with intense desire and later, in some mysterious manner, you attracted what you wanted? Psycho-imagery can be used consciously to align your mind with the natural cosmic mind forces that know how to materialize anything you desire. How this force works in nature. See how this cosmic force of psycho-imagery works in the realm of nature. When you plant an acorn, you do not expect to get pumpkins or corn. You know that the image or picture of an oak tree is within that acorn. The cosmic intelligence that flows through all nature imprints a certain identity on every element of creation. Within the egg is the invisible pattern of the future chick that will hatch within 21 days. This is the pattern that all chickens and all eggs follow. That pattern has been implanted by a cosmic mind or intelligence that man calls God. Psycho derives from the Greek and means mind or spirit. Imagery pertains to the pattern or blueprint that is inherent in all living things. When your mind forms the image or pattern of the things you want to attract in your life, and you wait for a period of germination and growth, you will be able to use psycho-imagery to project to the outer world the image of riches and success. How to build the subjective creative image within. To build the subjective creative image of riches within your mind, you must have a definite idea of what you want to create in the future. Money in itself is not a creative image. What money can buy or do for you is a definite creative image. Money represents the frozen assets of creative mind. Throughout the ages, the image of money has changed. At one time, beaver skins, tin, polished pebbles, tea, and bits of iron with holes in them were called money. To build the subjective creative image of money within your consciousness, sit in daily periods of imagination and visualize the things you desire that money can buy. If you want to have money to open your own business, do not think of the sum of $5,000, but rather visualize the business you desire. If you want a car, do not sit and meditate on the $2,000 or $3,000 it will cost, but project the image of the type of car you desire. A woman wanted a refrigerator. She was very poor and did not have the money with which to buy one. She learned in our classes about psycho-imagery, and each day for 15 minutes, she projected the subjective idea of a refrigerator into the objective realm. She saw where it would be in her kitchen. She imagined the refrigerator filled with food with which to nourish her family. She mentally projected that the refrigerator was already in existence in the world, and she magnetized the idea that it would come to her somehow. After only 2 weeks of such projection using psycho-imagery, a friend telephoned her and told her they had a beautiful big refrigerator they wanted to give away, as they were getting a bigger one. She paid only for the cost of hauling it, and it was in her kitchen, exactly where she had prepared a place for it. Had she spent time and energy in just visualizing the money with which to buy a refrigerator, she might never have obtained it. That is why, in projecting your $100,000 dream, do not think of the money alone, but project the psycho-images of the things you want to do with the money. The cosmic mind that created all things knows where you can obtain anything you desire. The lumber to build your future dream home is already in existence in some forest or lumber yard. The materials to create your car already exist in a factory or in the earth. The colleges where your children will obtain their future education are already prepared to fulfill that duty. Project the psycho-images of the objective things you desire. How to use the cosmic mind projector to attract riches. The cosmic mind projector that exists in the invisible universe already has inscribed on it the spiritual prototypes of everything that will ever be created. Each time God wants to create an orchid or an elephant, he does not have to draw up a different cosmic blueprint. It already exists in the cosmic memory bank. In a similar manner, when you wish to project an image of the things you want to buy with money, These prototypes are already in existence in the fourth-dimensional realm of invisible spirit. In the same way are all the potentials for each child to be born, written in the genetic record of the mother's and father's genes. The color of skin, hair, and eyes is there. The height, weight, and rate of growth are all incorporated in this invisible cosmic memory bank. Like a tape recorder that records sounds on its surface, so too this cosmic mind records on its invisible protoplasm the psycho-images of all things that will ever be created for all time. Your mind is like a motion picture projector. Visualize your mind being like a motion picture projector. In that projector is a film, represented by your thoughts. If your thoughts are clear-cut and you know what you want in life, the images on that film will be clear and definite. If, however, you vacillate and do not know what you want, or you keep changing your mind every day or two, then the pictures on your film will be vague and indefinite. Now think of the light of cosmic intelligence shining through that projector of your mind. Whatever is inscribed on the film of your thoughts will be reflected in all details on the outer objective screen of the world. You can inscribe on this film of the subjective mind images and concepts. You can select events you want to transpire in your life. You can choose sums of money you want, if at the same time you project the images of what you want the money for. Just wanting money for its sake alone may produce money, as in the case of a miser, but it usually creates spiritual congestion, and the money becomes useless. I once checked on the lives of 12 men and women who had won the Irish sweepstakes and had prizes of $100,000. These people had projected the subjective idea that they wanted money. They got the money. But in every instance but 3, these people lost their fortunes within 2 to 3 years. They invested in fraudulent oil or gold schemes. Their greed caused them to take chances with their money, and they lost it. Only 3 people out of the 12 held on to their money and invested it wisely, and each of these was past 65 years of age. How to make psycho-imagery work to attract money. 1. Deeply imprint on your consciousness the things you want to attract in your life. Hold the mental picture of the things you want to buy. See yourself going on trips you will enjoy. Live in your dream home and drive the car of your choice. See your $100,000 dream fulfilled, giving you security, cultural benefits, comfort, and luxury. As you pass through the film of your mind, these various pictures of things you wish to do with money, feel a deep sense of desire and invoke the law of expectation. 2. Mentally repeat to yourself the following statement of fact regarding money and what it can buy for you. I desire from cosmic mind an outpouring of riches and abundance. I fully expect my daily good in physical and material benefits that will be purchased from my $100,000 dream. I know that the universe is filled with treasures. My dream home exists in the forests that are already full-grown. The car I want is already being created in some factory. The clothes, jewels, furs, and other objects I desire are already in the cosmic blueprint and waiting for my recognition. I now claim my universal treasures and give thanks for my good. 3. Each day begin to think, talk, and act as a successful person would. Wear your best clothes when you go out with friends or for interviews in business. Attend the best restaurants you can afford, and try occasionally to go to theaters, concerts, exhibitions of art, and other events where rich people congregate. As you absorb the atmosphere of wealth, your pesco-neurocenters will respond with the subtle impulses to emulate the ideas that have made them rich. How a priest became a bishop through psycho-imagery. I once knew a priest who used psycho-imagery to project the idea that he would one day become a bishop. He began to think, talk, and act as a bishop would. He carried himself with dignity. He absorbed more and more knowledge in his spare time. When other priests were spending their spare time relaxing, this man would spend hours learning the church laws pertaining to administration and church history. The other priests all resented him for putting on airs, as they called it. In a few years, when it came time to choose a man to replace a bishop who had died, this man who had practiced psycho-imagery was selected. 4. Daily invoke the assistance of the cosmic intelligence to guide you to the fulfillment of the $100,000 dream. Invoke this aid by going into meditation and dedicating your life to doing good for others when you become rich. Say or read the following meditation each day until it becomes a part of your mental habit patterns. I now dedicate my mind, my gifts and talents, and my riches to doing good for others. I am a channel for cosmic spirit to work through for the good of the world. I ask for money and its equivalent so I may improve the world, help educate people to higher standards, work to bring peace and brotherhood to mankind for the greater glory of God. 5. Invoke the spiritual law of the tenfold return. This law is given in the Bible and is called tithing. When you have been blessed with something good, give a small portion of it, or something equivalent to it, to charity or some worthy person. If money comes to you unexpectedly, send a small check to the Lighthouse for the Blind, an orphans hospital, a veterans organization, or some other worthy charity, like the Heart or Cancer Fund. All good is multiplied for you when you share it with others. 6. Mentally take an inventory of the world's treasures so you will never again feel impoverished. See how gloriously God has provided for His creation. In one basin of the Amazon alone, there are 20,000 different varieties of trees. There is enough coal, iron, uranium, oil, and gold to last for hundreds of years. In one forest in Russia alone that is 3,000 miles long, there is sufficient lumber and materials to build a home the size and beauty of the White House in Washington, D.C., for every family in the entire world. There is no lack in the universe. Lack and limitation are only in man's mind. Be aware of it in your mind. 7. Walk through the department stores and other shops where valuable goods are displayed and claim your own inheritance of treasures. Choose the clothes, jewels, house furnishings, carpets, linens, silver, and kitchen equipment. Visualize all these treasures in your own home, being used by you and your family. Then cut pictures of the things you want out of newspaper ads and magazines and paste them in a scrapbook of Des Tiny. Look through this scrapbook each day and fix the images of the things you want in your mind until they become so real that you will feel they are already your own personal treasures. A woman who had 3 children, whose husband had deserted the family, came into our work and learned about the laws of psycho-imagery for materializing supply and abundance. She needed clothing for herself and her children. She needed money for food. She was at a very low ebb and there were no relatives to help her. She hesitated going to welfare, feeling that there must be some other way to solve her problem. Each day, she projected these mental pictures of supply and abundance. She made out her blueprint with pictures of a beautiful home filled with furnishings. She mentally saw her refrigerator filled with food. She visualized her children having good clothes and being provided for. After 3 weeks of this type of mental projection, a knock came at her door. She went to the door and found an elderly lady standing there. She had been sent by a friend who knew of the family's need. She told her, "My husband died 6 months ago, and I live in a big house by myself. I have no children, and I would like you and your family to come and live with me." This woman and her 3 children moved into this rich woman's house in the country. They had everything they needed. They provided the rich woman with companionship. The mother and her 2 daughters cleaned the house, took care of the shopping, prepared the food, and served it. The needs of both the old rich woman and the poor family were perfectly met. Review of Chapter 4. 1. You can use the laws of psycho-imagery to align your mind with the natural cosmic mind forces that can materialize riches for you. 2. How this force of psycho-imagery works in nature to produce from the seed exactly the image that is within the seed. 3. The subjective dream of riches and how you can build it and then project it to the outer screen of the world, which is objective reality. 4. How a woman projected the subjective idea of a refrigerator and soon obtained the object without 1 penny. 5. The cosmic mind projector that you can use to project houses, lands, cars, jewels, and other treasures. 6. 12 men and women who won their $100,000 dream in the Irish sweepstakes, and 9 of whom lost all their money in 2 years, with only 3 holding on to their fortunes. 7. How to deeply imprint on your consciousness the mental images of the things you want to attract in your life. 8. The magical statement to repeat every day to manifest money, physical and material things, and treasures that you want in your future life. 9. How to think, talk, act, and be like a successful and rich person, releasing the atmosphere of riches that can actually make you rich. 10. How a priest used these laws of psycho-imagery and began to think, talk, and act like a bishop. He was chosen a bishop in a few years. 11. How to use cosmic dedication to release the mental images of the things you want through meditation and concentration. 12. How to invoke the spiritual law of the tenfold return and increase your good through giving something away when you have been blessed with supply and abundance. 13. Rich people who have made millions have donated art galleries, libraries, research centers, and other things of value for the good of humanity. 14. How a woman with 3 children, whose husband had deserted her, used psycho-imagery to project the mental picture of a beautiful home and security for her family. She obtained her $100,000 dream in just a few weeks. Chapter 5. How to tap the universal storehouse of riches and become successful. All rich and successful people have one thing in common: the determination to rich. That there is an inexhaustible supply of riches in the world, and they search for the key that will open the hidden doors to the storehouse of universal riches. In this chapter, we shall study the dynamic laws that can help you tap this universal storehouse of riches. You will gain more confidence in your $100,000 dream when you once realize that what others have done, you may also do. To give you the confidence that there is a vast cosmic cornucopia, the horn of plenty, filled with treasures that you may tap. Look about you and see what infinite treasures God has provided to sustain mankind. For centuries there was coal and oil in the earth, but man did not know how to utilize these treasures. He dwelt in cold and darkness until he learned how to harness electricity and channel it into an electric light bulb. The soil, the seas, the very atmosphere were filled with vast treasures if man had developed the vision to realize this. The Iron Age dawned and man invented motors, which freed him from slavery of labor and gave him time to develop intellectual gifts. Until man became aware of the infinite treasures in the earth, he knew insecurity, hunger, and danger. The produce of earth, from where all treasures come, gave mankind a boost in his upward climb to civilization. Everything you need to make you a great success and give you infinite riches is here in the universe. You may tap this universal storehouse of riches with your mind by first being aware that the world teems with abundance, and then by using the 6 dynamic laws we shall now use to help you open the doors to the universal storehouse of riches. Law #1. The law of mental action. The first law of the universe is the law of action. Every atom and cell of the visible and invisible universe is alive, stirring with life energy and creative action continually moving in its orbit. Your mind is the tool which you must use to direct the creative forces of the universe into creative action for you. You can only become rich when you have intense desire. This emotion of desire vibrates the atoms of your nerves and muscles into intense action and impels you in the direction of wealth. To create a constant flow of creative action from your mind, get in the habit of keeping a success diary. Each day, list 1 or more ideas for making money. Jot down a daily schedule you will follow. Put down reminders to write letters, to interview potential sources of income, possible sales that you might make that day, etc. When you once begin the flow of creative ideas from your subconscious mind centers, you will be amazed at how you will soon receive information from seemingly mystic sources that can be converted into cash. A man built a fortune through this law of mental action. A shoe salesman seemed to never be able to make more than his weekly salary until he began to write down ideas he might use to increase his income. He took an evening course in commercial art, knowing that somehow he would one day be able to use the creative ideas he absorbed. He finally had enough money to lease a small store in the downtown district of a big city. He began to use the creative ideas he had jotted down in his diary of success. He was convinced that by writing unusual ads, he could capture the attention of shoe buyers. He ran small ads telling women the benefits to be derived from buying shoes at his store. His chatty, homey style of writing soon caught on, and women were flocking into his store. Soon he had outgrown that store and opened a larger one. His business grew from that point to where he soon had 5 stores, using the same techniques in each. He soon was grossing $500,000 a year and stands to make millions in the future through this same technique. Start your flow of action in the direction of riches in whatever field you are in. Do not wait for better times or more capital. Begin with what you have and release your creative ideas every day, and soon you will be given the momentum to achieve riches and abundance. Law Hash 2. The Law of Integrity. Integrity is back of most great fortunes. Unless one has this quality, he seldom succeeds. Very few rich and successful people achieved fortunes through dishonesty. A dishonest person who sells inferior merchandise is soon found out. Integrity must begin with character. If you practice honesty with yourself and learn to be truthful and honest with others, you will achieve success in your chosen field. A man who had opened a shop selling home merchandise complained to me that his business was failing. I asked him his method of operation. He told me that he was a very shrewd operator and that he never gave people something for nothing. He said, "After all, the suckers expect to be taken, so why disappoint them?" I instantly saw the reason for this man's imminent failure. I then told him that most big fortunes had been built on principles of integrity and honesty. I urged him to change his tactics and to give away a little free gift on special days to everyone who came into his shop. It might only be a small plastic item that cost a few cents, but it would give his customers a feeling of getting something free. He advertised this idea, and the first day his shop was filled. The reputation he soon earned grew, and his business prospered. Such a little difference between failure and success. There are 4 simple rules for building integrity. A. Apply the golden rule of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you, and you will build character. B. Be honest with yourself and others. Do not lie, cheat, or misrepresent, for this builds a dishonest character. C. Do not steal a person's time, for time is money. When you give your word, mean it, and be on time for all appointments. D. Each day build on a solid foundation of honesty, and you will never need to worry about failing in life. Your future is made up of thousands of little daily actions. If the causes in back of your life are honest, then the effects stemming from those causes must be right. A woman I once knew was always telling little white lies to her friends. She saw no harm in this. Then she would forget what lies she had told to whom, and soon her reputation among her friends was that she was dishonest. She found a man who wanted to marry her, but she began little deceptions with him, such as telling him she was 5 years younger than she was, that her father had once been a Supreme Court judge in the state, that they had a fortune, but lost it in Wall Street. This man, who was of a very honest nature, gradually found out all the lies his fiancée had told him and broke their engagement. The woman bewails the fact that men are treacherous and fickle. Law Hash 3. The Law of Reciprocity. This law is back of the lives of most people who have made a fortune. Reciprocity means to give and take. Most people are geared to taking, but not giving. Some people have the attitude that life owes them a living, and that they must receive friendship, love, gifts, and rewards, but that they must give nothing in return. The greatest fortunes have been built by people who had a sincere desire to give something of value to the world. Each day ask yourself, what can I give to others today? For example, give smiles in your daily contacts and gain friendship. Give service in your work, even if you do not like it, and thereby gain promotion, rewards, and advancement to something better in life. Give kindness and consideration in marriage, and gain the loyalty, cooperation, and admiration of your family. Give happiness to others and share your joyous experiences with the world, and gain satisfaction, peace of mind, and companionship. Give your creative ideas to the world, and you will receive in turn fame, fortune, and recognition. How a man won promotion. Through the law of reciprocity. A man who came into our lecture work was miserable. He told me of repeated failures until now, at the age of 40, there seemed to be only a bleak future ahead of him. I learned something of his philosophy of life. He was a stern-appearing man, seldom smiled, and spoke in a harsh, monotonous voice. He told me he had been brought up in a very strict family where levity was discouraged, and he had been told to be suspicious of people, that they might be trying to get something from him. This had given him a recessive and unfriendly personality. I had to first break down this unnatural reserve, for he was giving nothing to people, and in turn, he was receiving nothing. His life was a barren wasteland in which there was unhappiness and failure. I made out a schedule for this man to follow in which he was to give something each day of the week to others. His schedule ran as follows. Monday. Today I shall concentrate on giving smiles and friendship. I shall greet my co-workers pleasantly in the morning. All day today I shall be aware of other people and think of doing something to please them. Tuesday. Today I shall give consideration and kindness to people I work with. I shall find occasion to praise someone. I shall notice some woman's new dress or special hairdo and comment on it. I shall find someone I can help in my office or on the street. Wednesday. I shall strive today to give an extra measure of service in my work. I shall accept orders in a friendly manner and respond quickly when an order is given. I shall not shirk my duties nor resent my work today, but give thanks that I am profitably engaged. Thursday. Today I shall express love to everyone I meet. This will be in the form of a sincere smile and handshake, a warm greeting, a personal feeling of warmth when I see people I know. I shall carry this aura of love all day today, responding with friendship to everyone I meet. Friday. This day I dedicate to my family by showing extra consideration to my wife and children. I shall bring home a gift for my wife, give her praise for a wonderful dinner, and in other ways show affection and appreciation for the loyalty and love of my family. Saturday. Today I shall be aware of the law of reciprocity in conversation with others. I shall let other people express themselves fully while I listen attentively. I shall respond with a friendly answer to their questions and realize that conversation is a two-way street in which two people must meet each other halfway, not hogging the conversation and not freezing while others speak. Sunday. This day I shall dedicate to doing good for others, to giving thanks to God for the gifts of life and health and peace of mind. I shall be aware all day today of the mystical design in back of my life, and I shall enter into the expanded consciousness that admits of spiritual values as well as physical and material ones. This man applied this daily schedule for only 3 months when he reported an amazing thing. His superiors in his office had never so much as noticed him before. Now he was called into the head office and told that, owing to his seniority and excellent work in recent months, he was being promoted to manager of a branch office in Rochester, New York, at a tremendous increase in salary. Law 4, the law of creative imagination. Back of most of the world's great fortunes, the law of creative imagination has been invoked. Many people use imagination, but generally it is used negatively. People imagine the failures, disasters, and accidents that will occur to them. Creative imagination is a positive force for good, which takes the elements of your life and arranges them in a constructive manner, creating happiness, good fortune, and riches. To attain your $100,000 dream, sit in daily sessions of at least 1 hour or more and pass through your imagination all the good things you want to happen to you in life. Look at some object and imagine it's being improved. The men who invented the buttonhole, the collar button, the needle, made millions. The simple act of seeing how something can be changed and improved releases the power of imagination. How a woman used imagination to build a fortune. A woman who lived in California needed money but seemingly had no way to make a fortune. She began to look around her and used her imagination under my guidance to try and find out something that she could make that would make her a fortune. She read somewhere that women were spending approximately $3 million a year on artificial flowers. This woman was only 28 and had 3 children to take care of. She asked herself how she could get into this highly profitable field that would require little capital and could be done at home in her spare time, while looking after her family. She began to investigate the materials used for making artificial flowers and found that the main part is a fiber from which the petals of the flowers are made. This fiber grows in Formosa, and the Chinese have been experts in using it for centuries to make realistic flowers. With a capital of only $40, she bought enough fiber to make approximately 2,000 flowers. She easily sold these to various stores. Soon she had more capital from such sales, and she began teaching her techniques to 140 women a week. Soon she was supplying 80 outlets for her products, and after only a few years, she was grossing $75,000 a month. How to build creative imagination. A. Sit daily and conjure up visions of things you want to do. Run these pictures through your mind and try to visualize them in vivid detail. B. Look at some household object, like a toaster, a percolator, or a potato peeler, and try to imagine how it could be changed or improved. A man was sitting at a lecture on success when the speaker said, "Your fortune lies right in front of you, if you but have the imagination to see it." This man applied this to his life literally. Right before him at the moment was a woman with a large brimmed hat. He began to imagine ways in which his fortune might lie in that woman's hat. In a few moments, this man thought of inventing a special type of hat pin, which would be easy and safe to apply, and before he left the lecture, he had perfected his idea, which later made him a fortune. One of the great inventions of recent times was the ballpoint pen. This was evolved in 1946 by a man who was then 54 years of age. He imagined what it would be like to have a pen that would write for days without being filled. However, somewhat later, in 1952, another man began to imagine how he could improve that ballpoint pen by using ink that was indelible and yet would easily be removed by washing from clothing. His improved pen, selling for a reasonable price of only $1.69, swept the market and soon was earning his company over $100,000 a month. C. As you sit in daily sessions to improve your imagination, try to think of something you might invent or create that will improve the lives of people. Articles for the home, the kitchen, the bathroom, new ways of using known materials to create some new product. How to improve the health and welfare of others through new foods or items that cater to the well-being of people. The man who thought of putting baby foods into glass jars made millions. A man started thinking of how he could create greater safety for infants. He imagined a new type of high chair that would give perfect safety to babies in the home. He had read the statistics of the National Safety Council that listed high chairs in the average home as being potentially dangerous to children. He developed a safety chair and table with telescopic legs to be adjusted to any height the mother wishes. He put wheels on the table, which could be raised or lowered at will, and he created other safety items for babies' welfare that soon had 2,000 salesmen and 75 distributors working to bring him a tremendous fortune. Law hash. 5. The law of the subconscious. Your ability to attract your $100,000 dream depends a great deal on the law of the subconscious mind. You have been given 3 minds: the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the superconscious mind. The conscious mind is what you use when you make up your mind you want to become rich and successful. The subconscious mind receives this message when it is given with emotion and faith, and then marshals the aid of your superconscious mind, the intuitive self, which releases methods for achieving your goal of riches. Each day, invoke the aid of your subconscious mind by doing the following. Tell your subconscious mind each day, at least 10 to 20 times, that you want riches and success. This repetition of the idea sinks deeply into the consciousness until it reaches the automatic level of mental action. Then you will be impelled to do the things that bring success. The subconscious mind acts when you give it auto-suggestions, such as repeating over and over these statements. I desire $100,000 to fulfill my goal financially. I have faith that I can become successful. I ask to be guided to my right work or business where I can achieve success and riches. I want a home of my own. I desire a car. I want to earn at least the sum of $250 a week in work I enjoy. I want to travel to foreign countries and meet successful people. The best time to give your subconscious mind auto-suggestions is at night, just before going to sleep. Have a rosary or a knotted string with 20 knots on it, and as you say each auto-suggestion, finger it on the rosary so you will know how many times you have repeated it. Then go to sleep quietly, confident that your subconscious mind will set to work to reveal methods for achieving your $100,000 dream. A businessman hit a period of stagnation in his life where nothing seemed to work for him. He asked my advice for increasing his income and solving his problems. I asked him if he had tried auto-suggestion recently, and he told me he had never talked to his subconscious mind. I gave him a schedule of 5 business-getting suggestions he was to repeat every night, 20 times each for 1 month, then tell me the results. This was the schedule of suggestions he was to use. I now attune my subconscious mind to money and ideas. I desire an expansion of my business and an increase in income immediately. I now create a vortex of creative action within my mind and magnetize riches and abundance. I see my bank account growing bigger and bigger, and my pockets bulging with money. My mind is now a money-making machine, giving me creative ideas that will manifest in greater success. This method worked for this man. He telephoned me in 4 weeks and told me jubilantly, "I don't know what magic you unlocked, but money is just pouring in from my business. It seems that everyone who comes into my store buys big orders, and I have had to add 2 sales clerks to my staff." The only magic this man used was to create subconscious action. As he changed the polarity of his thinking from failure to success and stagnation to creative action, he created an aura of success around himself, and people enjoyed giving him money. Success attracts success. People want to help those who have an aura of success. This law works for you in your own life if you apply it daily. Law #6, the law of magnetic attraction. The magnet has mysterious properties. It attracts to itself metal that vibrates to the same invisible pattern as itself. How to make your mind a money magnet. To become a money magnet, do the following things. Fill your consciousness with the desire to attract money. Dwell on the things you will do with the money when you get it. See your bank account growing bigger and bigger. Mentally go on a shopping spree, buying all the things you desire. Carry a check made out to yourself for $100,000. Signed, God, the Universal Banker. Every time you see this check in your pocketbook, you will be magnetized to the idea of big money. Go to places where wealthy people go, visit the stock market, and absorb the atmosphere of big money. Read Fortune magazine, Forbes, the Wall Street Journal, until your consciousness absorbs the methods used by rich people to build their fortunes. Create a treasure chest in which you put a stack of papers, on which you have written $10,000 in each of the 4 corners. If you want to build your consciousness for your $100,000 dream, have 10 of these pieces of paper with the $10,000 written in the 4 corners. If you want to build the consciousness of $1 million, have 100 of them. Count these over daily and tell yourself that you will have wealth. Put into your treasure chest pieces of paper on which you write, "Deed for my dream home." Other papers are facsimiles of deeds to property, stocks and bonds, and other items of value. Into your treasure chest also put a small piece of silver and gold. If you have none, simulated silver or gold will do. Put a simulated pearl, ruby, diamond, emerald, and sapphire in that box, and every time you see these items, you will affirm that they will attract to you, through the law of magnetic attraction, real jewels and gold or their equivalent. For very little money, you can get these simulated bits of jewelry at the 5 and 10 cent store. Other suggestions for tapping the universal storehouse of riches. 1. Have some reason why you want money. Do not vaguely say, "I want to be rich." Say to yourself, "I want money so I can." Then add whatever purpose you have in mind. This helps focus your desire in definite patterns of thinking. 2. If you have been brought up to think negatively about money and hate the rich, or think having a fortune is sinful, change that consciousness from a negative one to a positive one. See money as a useful commodity which can buy food, shelter, clothing, and give a person time for culture and spiritual growth. See the things that have been created with money and realize it means hospitals for the sick, schools for educating the young, art galleries, museums and libraries for man's intellectual growth, and transportation systems to make life more pleasant for the masses. 3. Do not limit your concept of money to money as such. See the equivalence of riches and realize that you may have had the blessings of riches even though you have not had $100,000 in the bank. Every time you use a public park, visualize it as your personal estate. It is cared for by workmen you do not have to pay. The public may enjoy trees, bushes, and flowers free. You have an estate without the burden of taxes to keep it up. Whenever you go to a public library, absorb the wisdom in the thousands of volumes and realize this represents the accumulated wisdom of the ages. No amount of money could ever buy those books, yet they are yours free. Use your public libraries and be aware that they are yours, just as though you owned them. Every time you ride in a taxi, train, or bus for a few cents, realize that you have a chauffeur-driven limousine you could never afford to own. It is yours, and you are driven in safety wherever you want to go. Claim this transportation system as yours. It cost hundreds of millions of dollars to perfect. When you turn on your television set or radio, you may sit back and enjoy $1 million program as though you were a potentate from the Far East. With the flip of a switch, you may tune in not one, but as many as 10 programs that might have cost from $100,000 to $1,000,000 each. Yet these rich forms of entertainment are yours free. 4. To attract more money and to win the aid of wealthy persons, realize that your money must come to you from people. Win friends who might help you strive to attain the commanding presence. Do not be arrogant or conceited, but have the mental attitude that you are equal to others and that you have something of value to give to the world, and you expect to be rewarded for your talents. How an author used this key to riches. A young writer I once knew used this key to riches. He went to a cocktail party where there were many famous people. There was an old man present who was a little deaf, and the other guests avoided him. But this young man was kind to him and spent half an hour chatting amiably about writing. When he got ready to go, the older man asked him for his telephone number and said he would like to have him to his home for lunch one day. The young writer called him later and found out the deaf man was a very famous author. Through that contact, he was introduced to an influential publishing executive and had his first novel published. 5. Every time you handle money, do so with respect for what it represents, and keep your money in a neat and orderly manner in your pocketbook. Always have bills facing up when you count them. Put the big bills in back and the smaller ones in front. Arrange to jot down money spent each day for expenses, for an orderly and methodical mind seems to attract more money than one that is disorderly. 6. Daily count your blessings and do not lament the fact you were not born rich or that you do not have a college education. Be grateful for what you already have and know that you will attract more of this earth's treasures by showing gratitude for the things you have. Count other riches besides money that God has bestowed upon you. Be thankful for your good health and vitality. If you are young, thank God daily for the years ahead of you in which you will grow and evolve. If you are middle-aged or old, thank God for having lived a rich, full life and for the years still ahead of you. How blessing your good multiplies it. Money responds to blessings just as living, growing plants and flowers do. A minister and his congregation prayed over wheat they planted. It grew and multiplied, yielding a crop that was triple the yield from other wheat. Then they tried cursing the tiny growing plants, and the seedlings shriveled and died. This proved that blessings and curses are real. Money responds to this same law. Every time you give out a bill over $5, write in the margin, "I bless this." You will begin to see a return of money from unexpected sources, for you are following the spiritual law of blessing your good. 7. Utilize the riches you now possess wisely, and do not waste God's substance. The old proverb, "Waste not, want not," is based on universal law. When mankind wastes the universal supply and abundance on war and destruction, he knows lack and limitation. When you conserve the earth's substance and treasure, you will be invoking the law of preservation, and your good will increase and multiply. Review of Chapter 5, 1. The earth possesses rich resources in the soil, air, and sea. Realize that these universal treasures may be tapped by you and utilized for your own personal good. 2. How to use the law of mental action to stir desire and create a fortune. Adopt a success diary in which you jot down each day your ideas for making money. 3. A shoe salesman used this success diary method to build a successful business. In a few years, he had 5 stores and was grossing $500,000 a year. 4. The law of integrity that is in back of big fortunes and how you can create a fortune by being honest and giving good service and merchandise to the public. 5. How the wrong attitude in business caused a man to fail, and how he reversed his methods and adopted this regime to become a tremendous success. 6. The 4 simple rules for building integrity and becoming rich. The golden rule, honesty, punctuality, and integrity form the basic foundation for all success. 7. How you can use the law of reciprocity to increase your riches, the regime of giving that pays rich dividends. 8. The day-by-day schedule to follow each week to increase your riches and make you an outgoing personality. 9. The law of creative imagination that can make your $100,000 dream come into perfect focus. Each day exercise this power of the imagination and see how quickly it will start the flow of ideas that can you make rich. 10. This woman built a fortune that grossed her $75 a month when she stirred her imagination into creative action. 11. How you can use the law of the subconscious to externalize the auto-suggestions you give it each night for ideas to become rich. 12. How a businessman used this method to increase his business and change his entire life from failure to success. 13. The law of magnetic attraction and how to build a magnetic field around you of riches and success that will prove an irresistible magnet to attract riches. 14. How to create a money magnet within your mind. How to use the treasure chest principle to magnetize and attract houses, lands, jewels, cars, and material treasures. 15. The 6-point regime you can use for tapping the universal storehouse of riches and for achieving all the success and money you desire. Chapter 6. How to use self-hypnosis to align yourself with the power of money. There is a surefire technique which rich and successful people have used for centuries to acquire wealth, power, and position. The psychological principle that thousands of people use unconsciously for aligning their minds with the power of money is self-hypnosis. With this powerful tool, they are able to tap the higher power of their minds and actually attain a fortune. When an idea is constantly repeated through self-hypnosis, it becomes the magnificent obsession in back of your life and impels you to build a fortune. In this chapter, you will be shown how to find your own magnificent obsession and use self-hypnosis to align yourself with the power of money so you may more easily achieve your $100,000 dream. What is your magnificent obsession? Is there a magnificent obsession in back of your life? I do not mean merely the desire to make a fortune and have luxury and comfort. To work its miracles for you, the power of self-hypnosis must be directed and channeled in a definite way towards a definite goal. Let us see how some of the great men of history used the power of self-hypnosis to direct their mental energies towards the achievement of their magnificent obsessions. Columbus not only used this power of self-hypnosis to convince himself that there were worlds beyond the limited flat world of his time, but his magnificent obsession was so strong that he was able to hypnotize Queen Isabella of Spain and make her believe that his dream was feasible. Robert Fulton was obsessed for years with the idea that steam could be harnessed in motors and cause boats to navigate. This hypnotic idea laid such forcible hold on his consciousness that he thought of nothing for weeks and months but this idea. When he perfected a steam torpedo that could go underwater and sink a ship, he approached Napoleon and offered it to him to use against the British fleet. If Napoleon had believed in the steam torpedo, he could have conquered the world. However, Napoleon did not have faith in it, so Fulton took his steam engine to America, where he created the first ship ever to swim upstream against the current. His obsession won him fame, fortune, and immortality. Lincoln had a magnificent obsession that the country would one day be united and that slaves would be freed. He used this power of self-hypnosis unconsciously, and his mind gained strength of purpose and greater determination because of his magnificent obsession. Nothing could dissuade Burbank from striving to perfect plants, fruits, and vegetables. His one-track mind was definitely brought about through self-hypnosis by aligning himself perpetually with the idea that he could improve on nature. Mozart and Beethoven were obsessed by great music. Michelangelo and Da Vinci were under the inspiration of the magnificent obsession in art that caused them to create canvases and sculptures such as the world had never seen before. Always this magnificent dream that artists, poets, composers, inventors, scientists, and authors have had has been a compulsive one for greater and greater perfection. This quality marks the difference between ordinary and extraordinary individuals. The secret back of the perfection of the Rolls-Royce motor was this same magnificent obsession. Frederick Henry Royce created his first motor in 1904, impelled by a dream that he wanted to make a perfect motor. He was a perfectionist with a magnificent obsession. He loved machinery and spent all his waking hours working to perfect his ideal of a mechanically perfect engine. After he built his first car, a young man with the same magnificent obsession for motors, by the name of Charles S. Rolls, drove the car and found, to his delight, it was everything he had ever dreamed of in a motor. As he was enormously wealthy, he offered to go into partnership with Royce to build cars. In 1907, they produced their first Rolls-Royce, and ever since they have embodied the magnificent obsession of two men who had a dream of perfection. The Rolls-Royce engine, adapted to airplanes, helped win the war for England. Queen Elizabeth has 4 Rolls-Royce. The Nizam of Hyderabad owns 50. Priced at from $15,000 to $32,000, the Rolls-Royce has always been the car of the nobility and the rich. How to create your magnificent obsession through self-hypnotism. 1. To use the power of self-hypnotism to align yourself with the power of money, there should be some definite goal you are striving to achieve. This should become the magnificent obsession of your life. Sit in the stillness and meditate on what you want to have a fortune to achieve. Money for itself alone is not a magnificent obsession. Here are some of the magnificent obsessions that have inspired some of the world's greatest ideas and built some of the greatest fortunes. A. The dream to heal sick humanity. This magnificent obsession inspired Florence Nightingale to go out onto the battlefield to help wounded soldiers, and elevated B. The desire to give education to the world and elevate humanity to greater pinnacles of achievement. Millions of dollars have been given by wealthy men and women to this high goal. Thousands of educators, authors, administrators, and dedicated teachers have had this magnificent obsession, and it has inspired them to accumulate money. C. To inspire, uplift, and comfort humanity. This has been the driving force back of some of the greatest minds in history, and has produced dedicated men and women in religious work, missionaries, philosophers, poets, artists, and musicians. A great actress like Sarah Bernhardt had this magnificent obsession, as did Enrico Caruso and Nellie Melba. D. The desire to wrest from the forces of nature elements which can be used to alleviate the suffering of humanity, free man from being a beast of burden, and to give mankind the leisure for intellectual and creative activities. This magnificent obsession has led to the discovery of gold, silver, and uranium. It has led men to search deep in the sea for its priceless treasures of oil, chemicals, and pearls. It has caused people like Marco Polo, Parry, Livingston, and De Soto to set forth on perilous voyages from the forbidding cold of the Antarctic to the steaming jungles of Africa and Brazil. This magnificent obsession has led to some of the world's great inventions, chemical discoveries, and treasures that have been deposited in the earth. It was this urge that dreamed our space age into existence and caused men to walk on the moon. This eternal quest to expand the frontiers of man's universe and discover the universal treasures that God has planted in his creation for the good of mankind. E. The noble and uplifting emotion of love has been one of the most persistent and powerful of all the magnificent obsessions which have worked their magic for humanity. This emotion, when expressed on all planes, releases a self-hypnotic power which gives superhuman strength, intuitive powers of the mind, and courage to the human heart that no other emotion is capable of doing. Through this noble emotion of love, when elevated to its highest pinnacle, man has created his bridges and skyscrapers. He has built his art galleries and museums to house the treasures of art and historical significance under the impetus of love. All his magnificent symphonies, art treasures, poems, dramas, and designs for palaces and churches stem from the many-faceted emotion of love, a magnificent obsession in itself. How to put your magnificent obsession to work for you too. To put your magnificent obsession into the automatic realm of creative action, induce the self-hypnotic state by doing the following. When you desire inspiration for anything you want to achieve, sit quietly in meditation and still your mind by saying to yourself over and over, I am now in a state of perfect stillness. My mind is peaceful and calm. I am now receptive to the great thoughts that issue from my higher mind. 3. Now pick some bright object which you will have a few feet from your eyes, at eye level, and look at it intently. Try not to blink for a few moments, and as you look at the object, feel that your conscious mind is being lulled into a little sleep. Then think or say the following words to bring your mind into a self-induced hypnotic state. My conscious mind is now being lulled into a state of repose and rest. I will myself to become a perfect channel for great thoughts. I have the magnificent obsession to create beauty for the world. I ask now for creative ideas that I may shape into things of beauty for the good of humanity. 4. Out of the 5 magnificent obsessions given above, as you sit in meditation, Pick the one or more that fit your individual needs. It is possible to combine as many as 2 or 3, or even to hold all 5 in your mind. Infuse these magnificent obsessions with the creative life force by dwelling on the things you want to do, the talents you want to develop, the people you want to help. To align your mind with the power of money, give yourself this self-hypnotic treatment of autosuggestion. I desire money, power, and fame, so I may elevate the standards of the world and help people obtain a better education. I desire a fortune, so I may endow a foundation to assist orphans obtain a musical education. I want money, so I may help the world reach a higher level of brotherhood and world peace. I wish to invent an object that will alleviate suffering and help humanity achieve better standards of living. I desire the development of my creative gift as an artist, so I may create beauty and bring the world high ideals and inspiration. I wish to develop the creative gift of music so I may enchant the world with my compositions and my playing. I wish to educate my children, help my family, and live in a better home, so they will have health, happiness, and future security, and become better citizens. I desire money and power so I may assist people who are blind, so I may aid veterans who are in need to institute prison reforms, to banish ghettos and prisons, to help heal people who are mentally and physically sick. I have the magnificent obsession to serve God and humanity and bring higher standards of civilization to a war-torn, sick world. 5. As you sit in meditation each day for half an hour or so, dwell on the particular magnificent obsessions you wish to enthrone. Realize that you are using the art of self-hypnosis whenever you keep repeating an idea and when you accept that idea as being true for you. As many times a day as possible, bring your mind back to your particular desire. Remember, it is completely all right for you to desire money if you can honestly state what you want the money for. Ideas will flow from your superconscious mind to your conscious mind for building a fortune when you are truly obsessed with your dream for the good of others. Review of Chapter 6. 1. The technique of self-hypnosis, which rich people use unconsciously to align themselves with the power of money. 2. Find your magnificent obsession in life, and you will have the key to the unlocking of vast reserves of mental power, which can lead you to the creation of a vast fortune. 3. Great geniuses throughout history have used this power of self-hypnosis, and each was finally led to fame, riches, and power through his magnificent obsession. 4. The 5 greatest of all magnificent obsessions which you may use to induce self-hypnotism so you may create a fortune and achieve glory. 5. How to elevate your levels of inspiration and create a great destiny through the noble emotion of love, the greatest of all magnificent obsessions for creating good for the world. 6. How you can induce self-hypnotism through staring at a bright object and giving your mind auto-suggestions that bring into focus your own personal magnificent obsession. 7. How to combine the 5 magnificent obsessions and use them to attain a fortune, to invent, to compose music, to create great art or literature through the art of self-hypnotism. 8. How to go into daily meditation and use the art of self-hypnotism to enthrone the greatest of all magnificent obsessions, a desire to serve humanity and God. Chapter 7. How to build the million-dollar consciousness that can bring you genuine riches. You have the power to build the million-dollar consciousness that precedes wealth. Even now, when you may not have money in the bank, you may still begin to live like a millionaire. Soon after you have built this consciousness of riches, you will begin to attract money, material objects, and abundance. The million-dollar consciousness gives you the ability to live with greater emotional intensity and to attract life experiences that enrich your life and give you joy. I have known people who had this million-dollar consciousness, and yet they were not rich. They had health, happiness, peace of mind, friends, love, fulfillment, and contentment. These people would not have changed places with a millionaire. Conversely, I have known people who had $1 million in material goods who were worried, fearful, sick, lacking in love and happiness, and these were the most miserable creatures in the world. A woman worth $25 million was miserable. A woman had an estate near my home in Bel Air, California once. Her husband had died and left her a fortune estimated at $25 million. She built an enormous home that cost her $2,500,000. She had 3 chauffeur-driven Cadillacs to take her everywhere. She went to fabulous parties, nightclubs, and theaters, wore beautiful clothes, and had one of the greatest collections of jewels in the world. However, this woman was miserable. She drank excessively, gambled her money away, and finally, in a drunken moment of carelessness, she married her chauffeur. He helped her throw away her fortune, and in a few years' time, this woman was broke and committed suicide. Doesn't the Bible say, "What shall it profit a man if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul?" The $1,000,000 consciousness can give you the true riches of life when you once build the $1,000,000 consciousness, as you will learn to do in this chapter. You will have the true riches of life, but you will also attract all the money, material goods, security, and comfort that you need on your journey through life. There are 9 facets to the universal diamond of true riches and success. When you have all these facets in your own life, you will have built the $1,000,000 consciousness. You can then feel a sense of cosmic fulfillment, and you will not be miserable because you do not have $1,000,000. You will probably attract more than your $100,000 dream, for if you reach the age of 60 and spend $5,000 a year minimum for only 40 of those years, you have lived up the sum of $200,000. You will have had the benefit of riches without even being aware of it. How a poverty-stricken family achieved riches. A man and his wife came to my lectures once in Los Angeles and told me they suffered from great poverty. The man was a carpenter and could hardly get enough work to feed his family. They begged me for an interview but told me they could not afford to pay for it. I made an appointment and saw them. Together they told me their story of lack and limitation. They lived in a rented house that was miserable, with inadequate facilities for their big family. They were now going on welfare and did not know what to do in the future. I found out after talking to this couple for nearly an hour that they both suffered from a poverty-stricken consciousness. Every word told of misery, poverty, problems, fear of the future, and uncertainty as to how they were going to get along. After they had finished talking, I told them, "Since seeing you last week at our meeting, I have talked to a very wealthy couple in Beverly Hills, worth millions. They have no children, and they told me to tell you they will be happy to adopt one of your children legally. Would you consent to it? It might help ease your burden." Both parents jumped as if they had been shot. Their faces were masks of indignation, rage, and hurt pride. The man stammered, "Why, no, of course not. We wouldn't consent to give up one of our children for $1,000,000. "Oh, then you value your children at $1,000,000 each," I exclaimed in pretended surprise. The wife spoke up and said, "Why, there isn't enough money in the whole world to buy one of our children." I then smiled and told them there was no millionaire who had offered to adopt their children. "But," I added, "now I know something very important. Your 5 children mean more to you than millions of dollars. You are already rich beyond your wildest dreams. Now, if your children mean that much to you, you must become so inspired with a desire to give them the best things in life that you will be a creative channel for great ideas to become successful." Then I mapped out a schedule for them to follow, in which they were to build the $1,000,000 consciousness for the sake of their children's futures, and then wait and see what happened. Within 1 month's time, this man was gainfully employed, helping renovate old homes. He paid a down payment on a small truck and had painted on its sides, "Instant Home Repairs," with his name and telephone number. He had cards printed and left them in mailboxes of rundown homes. Soon his phone was ringing all day long, and his wife was answering taking orders for building shelves, renovating kitchen, adding playrooms to homes, and doing other work that soon made it necessary to hire 3 assistants. From this beginning, this man went on to 3 trucks within a year, and now, several years later, he has his own home in the valley with a swimming pool, and his family has security for the future. The 9 elements making up a successful life. There are 9 elements in every successful life. When you have all these elements in your life, you will have the $1,000,000 consciousness, and you will never again feel poor or limited. These 9 facets to the universal diamond of success are: 1. Your right work. 2. Good health. 3. Money or other adequate rewards for your work. 4. The expression of creative gifts. 5. Friends and a suitable social life. 6. Love, happiness, marriage and your own family. 7. Peace of mind, happiness and contentment. 8. Intellectual growth and knowledge. 9. Spiritual fulfillment and faith in God or Supreme Being. Step-by-step regime for building the million-dollar consciousness. 1. Your right work. 1/3 of your entire life will be spent in doing useful work. The work you choose determines the habits you build and the type of destiny you shall have. It is vitally important that you make a wise selection in this department of your life. If you are in work you dislike and cannot change, make it a point to have an avocation or hobbies which engage your free time and which give you pleasure. Work you hate will make your life one of drudgery and limit your enjoyment of life. Take these 3 steps for finding your right work. A. Be sure it is something you will always enjoy doing. B. Choose work that has opportunities for growth and progress. C. Study the lives of those who have succeeded in the type of work you think you'd like and see the possibilities for the future. Then check on the liabilities. If there are more things against that work than in favor of it, choose another occupation or profession. A doctor who would rather be an artist. A physician I once knew chose the medical profession because his father and grandfather had been physicians. After he graduated and became an intern and saw the interminable hours of hard work and study that were required, he soon tired of his work and longed to get out of it. But he owed his father a debt, and he did not want to disappoint him. He went on with his career, but his heart was never in his work, and no matter how rich he ever becomes, this man will be miserable. He had wanted to be an artist, and his father had laughed at the idea. "You'd starve to death in a garret," he said. "Is that the type of life you'd like to live?" Many artists, it is true, remain poor most of their lives in the sense of not having money or worldly goods. But if they have the million-dollar consciousness and see in their work an opportunity to create beauty for the world, they will not only be happy and have peace of mind, but they will be inspired to create better work that can win them recognition. The postman who hated his work. A postman I once knew hated his work. As a youngster, he had thought it would be a romantic life, delivering mail, talking to interesting people, and being out in the fresh air all day. After 10 years, he grew to detest his work and asked me if he should change and try to find some other work. He had a family of 3 children and was paying off the mortgage on his home. He would have retirement benefits and security in his old age. Would it be wise to even consider changing his work at this late stage? I asked him what work he would prefer. He told me he always loved animals and would like to raise and train dogs for showing. I told him to make the change to that business. Fortunately, his home was out in the country, where he could easily get a license for a kennel. He had saved enough money to invest in some good show breeding stock. He gave up his job and future security to go into work he loved. This man was so happy in his new work that he brought his finest energies to it, and his creative talents grew. He had an instinct for choosing the best dogs for breeding, and he had read every book he could find on raising dogs. Within 1 year, he was making more money than he had ever dreamed possible. Soon, he had won prizes for his dogs at big shows, and his fees for breeding were fantastic. Now, 5 years later, this man is recognized as one of the finest in his field and will make more money in his new work than was ever possible in the limited field he gave up. He had the million-dollar consciousness and stands to make a fortune in his lifetime. 2. Good health. Did you ever stop to put a value on your good health, your ability to enjoy food, and your zest for living? No amount of money can buy good health, and yet, if you possess this priceless ingredient of the million-dollar consciousness, you are already as rich as Croesus. I once knew a woman who was worth approximately $10 million. Would you have changed places with her? You would undoubtedly quickly answer yes, until you learn that this woman, with all her wealth, had to live in a tiny, padded cell and was hopelessly insane. You have the equivalent of $1 million if you can enjoy your food. If you have eyes that can see the beauty of the world about you, you would not give them up for $1 billion. If your heart is strong and gives you joy of life, vitality, and energy, you are rich beyond counting, and you would not change places with many millionaires whose hearts are worn out and diseased. Did you ever put a price on your hearing? A person who is deaf and has millions would give a great deal to be able to hear a magnificent symphony, to listen to an entertaining radio or television program, to hear the voices of his friends and loved ones, bird song, and the laughter of happy children. You've heard the saying, "A man complained because he had no shoes until he saw a man without feet." You have sound limbs, a healthy body, the zest for life. Count these blessings as priceless and be aware of them every day in building your million-dollar consciousness. You will then realize that you are already rich in the ways that really count and are important. 3. Money or other adequate rewards for your work. In building your million-dollar consciousness, be aware that money is important. Do not minimize it, but do not ignore other rewards that may come to you from your work and which can never be compensated for with money. A composer friend of mine has made no millions on his songwriting, but he is one of the happiest men I know. He is constantly creating beautiful sounds and has had one success, which gave him a small income. But he finds the greatest pleasure in writing his music and dreaming of making the one big hit that will bring him fame and fortune. Build your million-dollar consciousness first, love your work, and then ask life for adequate compensation for that work. However, if fame and fortune do not come early, do not become discouraged. Most great men had to wait for years before they won recognition in their work. Victor Herbert, who wrote The Chocolate Soldier and many other operettas, waited 43 years for his great success. Madame Curie and her husband worked 20 years shoveling through thousands of tons of pitchblende to isolate a single gram of radium. They had the million-dollar consciousness all those years in joyous dedication to their work through a love of humanity and love for each other. This meant more than fame and fortune, which came later in their lives. To achieve adequate rewards, including money from your work, follow these 3 laws of nature. Ingestion. The seed must first be planted in the ground. Then it begins to draw to itself the elements it needs to complete its life cycle. Put the seeds or ideas in your consciousness first of the career you want to build, the money you want to have. Then patiently wait for them to germinate and produce a crop. Absorption. This process is necessary to convert the seeds into the elements needed for growth. Absorption means you should be busy taking in adequate knowledge, rich ideas, creative thoughts, and applying them to your career. Projection. When the seeds or ideas have matured, you are then ready to project them to the outer world of reality. Then take the creative steps needed to bring your dream from the subjective world to the outer world of the objective. 4. The expression of creative gifts and talents. Life's richest rewards often come from the satisfaction a person gets in doing something creative. This can be something artistic, such as painting, writing, acting, singing, playing an instrument, inventing, designing, hairstyling, or making artificial flowers. Or it can be the joy that comes from intellectual accomplishments, such as those achieved by scientists, mathematicians, composers, or dramatists. To achieve success and happiness, find some creative outlet where you feel you are giving some great creative gift to the world. You may not be in such work, and you cannot give up your job because of pension benefits or the fact that you will soon retire, but you can give a few hours a week to doing something that is creative as a hobby or avocation. A woman overcame boredom with a hobby. A woman had been in work for 15 years that she did not like, but it made her a living, and she would soon be eligible for a pension, so she did not want to change jobs. When she complained of boredom, I told her to take up a hobby, such as stamp or coin collecting. She chose the first, and in going through an old file of letters from her brother, who lived in Germany, she found a stamp that later turned out to be worth $500. A woman complained to me one day after a lecture that she was just an ordinary housewife, and there was no chance for her to do anything creative that would change the monotony of her life. I asked her if she had any children, and she said, "Yes, 2 boys and a little girl, but they take up all my extra time. How can I ever do anything creative?" I then explained to her that she was not an ordinary housewife. She must think of herself as a home executive, and she had the most creative job in the world, the rearing of a family, molding their young minds, caring for them and her husband, feeding them nourishing food to make healthy bodies. I told her further, Michelangelo sculptured beautiful bodies in marble. You are sculpturing the most magnificent creation in living clay. From this creative fountain of life may come a great scientist, a political leader who brings the world peace, a towering genius who gives the world a literary masterpiece, a heroic poem, or a majestic symphony. This woman changed her attitude from that moment on, and she had the million-dollar consciousness that made her life an unending song of joy and triumph. 5. Friends and a suitable social life. A miser with $10 million, counting his money alone, without friends or loved ones to share his good, is the poorest and most miserable of all creatures. Every living person wants to be loved and to love. Friends and social reciprocity are essentials in the building of your million-dollar consciousness. A man I once knew who lived in Beverly Hills, California, gave a party to which he invited 50 people. They enjoyed his hospitality, admired his fine home and priceless possessions, ate his food, drank his liquor, and he was sure that he had 50 wonderful friends. Before that week was out, 10 of those 50 people called him up and wanted to borrow sums of money ranging from $5,000 to $50,000. On the other hand, I know a woman who is married to a man who makes a modest salary. They have their own home and 2 children. This woman has a host of friends who adore her. What is the secret in back of her popularity? She is not beautiful, she is not young, she is overweight, and does not wear fashionable clothes. But she has learned the priceless secret of making people happy. She visits her friends when they are indisposed and takes them a pie or cake or some token gift. She never forgets friends' birth dates and anniversaries. She writes thank you notes the moment she gets home from a social event or dinner party. When she takes trips, she sends back cards to her many friends or brings home little souvenirs for them. She is busy in church work, faithfully attends PTA meetings, volunteers for committees at her local lodge, and in 1,000 other ways makes her friendship a living, vital force for the good of other people. This woman has the million-dollar consciousness and will never be lonely or alone in life. 6. Love, happiness, marriage, and your own family. Love and fulfillment in marriage with the ideal mate is undoubtedly one of the greatest treasures man may achieve. The desire to share love and to rear a family together brings untold joys if a couple is truly mated. This vital emotion has been the inspiration in back of great literature, poetry, music, art, and industry, more than any other single emotion. A young man in his early 20s came to me once to ask how he could become rich and successful in the quickest way possible. He wound up his story by saying, "I want to have money so I can enjoy the good things of life while I'm young. Whenever I go to nightclubs, expensive restaurants, hotels, or theaters, I see more old people than young." I gave him a simple formula for becoming successful while young. "Get married right away," I told him. "Find some young lady you can really love, marry, and have a baby as soon as you can. Not only will you find the golden treasure of love the most satisfying thing in the world, but you will be so inspired with a desire to give your family comforts and security for the future that it will be the greatest drive to make you rich and successful." This young man followed my advice and married. He and his wife came to my lectures often, and I saw the radiance and joy on their faces as they shared the ecstasy of youthful love. When they knew a child was on the way, they were joyous. The young man was a salesman of insurance. He was so inspired by love that he outsold all the other young salesmen in his company. He won the company's prize for selling more insurance that year than any other salesman, and is now on his way to making his $100,000 dream come true. Take these 3 steps for finding love happiness. A. Be sure you are both interested in the same things, that you have a similar educational background and are of the same religious faith. If you like the same type of people and enjoy sharing the same sports, entertainment, and music, you will have a better chance of remaining together in marriage. B. If a physical attraction is at the basis of your love, be sure that this is not the only thing you have in common. A judge in domestic relations court once told me that 90% of divorces were due to the fact that the physical and sexual interest wore off on the part of one or both partners in marriage. Test your love for each other. Consider the mental and intellectual side. Can you stand being together for hours without being bored? Are you friends as well as lovers? Ask yourself, if something happened to mar the physical perfection of my loved one, would I still love him? If your love is on a mental and spiritual basis as well as physical, then you are lucky indeed and can safely risk marriage. C. Do not marry for financial reasons. Many women marry what they think will be a good meal ticket. Later, they regret their actions. A woman I knew once gave up a young man she loved to marry a man with a better income. She had children by this man but never got over the love she had for her first lover. Her discontent emotionally gave her asthma and other physical ailments, as well as years of mental torture. Marry someone you really love, regardless of his or her financial background. Under the inspiration of love, you will find means for achieving your $100,000 dream together. 7. One of the most priceless treasures in life, one you cannot set a money value on, is peace of mind, peace of soul, happiness, and contentment. When you possess a clear conscience and a good heart, you will have a clear, unclouded mind, and you will more easily be led to the finding of the million-dollar consciousness. I was once having my hair cut in a barber shop near Carnegie Hall, where I lectured for many years. Next to me sat a heavy-set, coarse-looking man with a diamond horseshoe stickpin, a big diamond ring on his finger, and obvious evidences of wealth. The manicurist was giving him great attention. The shoeshine boy was briskly polishing his shoes. The barber was lavishing attention on him. When they were finished, the man rose to go and generously gave out $5 tips to the smiling attendants. After he had left, the barber said to me, "Do you know who that man is? He is an underworld character. He owns enormous holdings in beer trucks. He has a finger in gambling, numbers rackets, and all kinds of shady dealings. He's enormously rich, but he's one of the most miserably unhappy men I know." Then he continued, "And do you know why he's miserable? He's been married 3 times. Recently, his younger wife ran off with another man. He has ulcers, high blood pressure, and has already had 2 heart attacks. His son, only 6 years of age, was run over by a truck can. You guess what kind of truck? A beer truck. This man can buy anything in the world, with his money materially, but he cannot buy health, happiness, love, peace of mind, or heaven." This was the best appraisal I ever heard of how karma pays one back for his misdeeds. Follow these hints for peace of mind and happiness. Do not barter your peace of mind for a fortune. Do not let dishonesty tempt you to get rich quick, for when we break the moral or spiritual laws with dishonesty, we must pay a terrific toll in sickness, mental unrest, and misery. Be satisfied with your lot in life until you can change it by persistent effort, determination, and high ideals to a better one. 8. Intellectual growth and knowledge. To have your mind actively engaged in pleasurable tasks is one of life's great joys. Intellectual growth, the accumulation of wisdom and knowledge from books and the study of the lives of great men, gives you the million-dollar consciousness quicker than any other known method. Someone has said, "To be Voltaire, think as Voltaire does." Each day, strive to absorb knowledge about some special subject that interests you. Learn a new word and use it. Study some branch of science that deals with the mysterious universe in which we live. Know a little about astronomy, psychology, philosophy, comparative religions, exploration, geography, politics, space science, business and industry, finances, and the stock market. A mind that dwells in rich ideas is comparable to a palace that is furnished with the costliest of objects. You can wander through the spacious areas of a rich mind and derive constant joy and enrichment from the materials stored there. A research scientist I once knew was the happiest man in the world. He was doing research and finding out how frogs create sodium with their body chemistry, even when sodium is removed from their food and water. He finally discovered this secret and won enduring fame and fortune. But he was already a successful man because he had built the million-dollar consciousness. I know a horticulturist who works day and night to improve plants, fruits, and vegetables. His mind is so occupied with the work he loves that he is never lonely or unhappy. Yet anyone seeing him in his isolation would think he was miserable. He told me one day, "When I create a new specimen of flower or perfect a new plant or fruit, I feel like God must have felt when he created the universe and all therein. I know a transcendental joy that is way beyond any other emotion I have ever known." 9. Spiritual fulfillment and faith in God. When we have achieved mental and material riches and have found fulfillment on every plane of consciousness, where do we go from there? I know many rich and successful people who have achieved everything in a material sense, and the world admires them and longs to emulate their success patterns. However, many of these seemingly successful people have never found the most priceless treasure of all, spiritual fulfillment and a faith in God. Count Tolstoy, who wrote War and Peace, was of the Russian nobility before the revolution. Born to wealth, he became jaded and bored by the rich court life he lived. He did not believe in God, and his life was wasted and dissolute. Finally, in a fit of despondency, he decided to kill himself. He wandered through a country lane, where he saw peasants at work in the hot sun. He marveled that they sang joyously at their work. He stopped one of the men and asked him, "How can you be so happy when your life is so miserable and poverty-stricken?" The workman looked up with a radiant smile, and there was a look of rapture in his clear blue eyes as he replied, "I am happy and I sing because I have the greatest treasure of all. I have found God." Tolstoy was deeply troubled as he continued on his way. He walked through a silent forest and saw the golden sun slanting through the treetops, heard the bird song and the sighing of the wind in the trees, and suddenly he felt a great sense of calm and peace within his heart and soul. He felt as though he were in a majestic cathedral. He said later in his memoirs, "It was in that moment that I found God." From that time on, Tolstoy devoted his life to helping the serfs throw off the yoke of imperialism that had enslaved them for centuries. He wrote his great books and gave his insight and inspiration to the world. He decided to live, to love God, and serve humanity. This was the most priceless possession that mankind could have. For true spiritual fulfillment, follow these steps. Believe in God and know that He has a plan and purpose in back of your life, even though it may not be revealed to you at this moment. Pray to God daily, asking for guidance and wisdom to follow His divine laws. Practice your religion, whatever it may be, for all revealed religions possess the basic spiritual laws which lead to God and heaven. Be tolerant of others and be patient when they make mistakes. Follow the spiritual law of love, for this is the greatest force for achieving cosmic fulfillment. Review of Chapter 7.1. You can live like a millionaire and have the joys and beautiful experiences of life when you do not have $1 million in the bank by building the $1 million consciousness. 2. A woman worth $25 million was miserable and gambled away all her fortune, then committed suicide. She had millions, but she did not have the $1 million consciousness of love, peace, joy, and friendship. 3. A man and his wife were poor, but had 5 beautiful children. When they built the $1 million consciousness, they not only enjoyed life more, but became successful and rich. 4. The importance of the 9 facets of the universal diamond of success and how they help you build the $1 million consciousness. 5. Your right work and how it can bring you joy, as well as lead to financial success. 6. The $1 million secret of vibrant good health, youth, and energy, and how important it is to living a sane, happy, and prosperous life. 7. The vital necessity for asking for money or other adequate rewards for your work, and how they can add to the joy, comfort, and security of life. 8. How many creative persons achieve the $1 million consciousness through their art, music, poetry, literary efforts, and other creative ideas, and then later come into their $100,000 dream. 9. How to express your creative gifts and talents to bring you great rewards, riches, and appreciation from the world. 10. An ordinary housewife became a home executive after she learned the secret for building the $1 million consciousness. She found greater joy in serving her husband and 3 children through this method. 11. The necessity for the treasures of good friends and a social life of reciprocity. A multimillionaire had many friends, but they were not sincere ones, whereas a poor woman had a host of friends because she discovered the secret of the $1 million consciousness. 12. The priceless treasures that are to be found in love, happiness, marriage, and the formation of your own family. This is the $1 million secret in back of the lives of thousands of happy, loving couples. 13. The 3 steps you can take for finding the golden treasure of love happiness and how to build your marriage on a permanent basis. 14. How you may achieve the $1 million consciousness of peace of mind, peace of soul, and contentment and happiness, and be forever free of the discontent and misery that plagues millions of people today. 15. The $1 million consciousness can be built through the achievement of intellectual growth and the absorption of wisdom and knowledge. This gives a richness to life that nothing else can equal. 16. The golden treasure to be found through spiritual fulfillment and faith in God. How Count Tolstoy discovered the secret in back of life that gave him back his health and sanity when he found God. 17. The 5 golden rules to follow for finding true spiritual contentment and knowing God. Chapter 8. One golden idea can bring you $1 million. Most great fortunes are not made through labor and effort, but are created in the workshop of the mind through creative ideas. In studying the lives of thousands of rich people, I have found that most of them dreamed of riches and success and then set about projecting that dream to the outer world, creating a product, giving a service, or inventing an object that made them rich. A man built a fortune of $500,000 a year from an idea. A man was working on an iron spring one day when it moved, making a strange, slithering movement. He got the idea of creating a toy for children that undulated and made lifelike motions up and down a pair of stairs and did other fascinating things that held children spellbound. From this golden idea, this man invented the slithering slinky, which made him rich beyond his wildest dreams. He put them on sale at Gimbel's in Philadelphia, and in the first 90 minutes he sold nearly 500 at $1 each. From this simple beginning of his golden idea, within another 3 weeks he sold 21,000 slinkies, and less than 2 months more he sold over 50,000 of the toys, grossing $30,000. Half of that amount was profit. You never know where your ideas will take you. To create your $100,000 dream will take a little time and effort, but mostly it will take one big golden idea. Let us, in this chapter, investigate the 10 golden ideas that can bring you the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream quickly. Out of the thousands of ideas that people have used to become rich, I have reduced them to 10 outstanding ones, which have produced some of the world's biggest fortunes. In choosing your own particular golden idea for building a fortune, you might select one under the various classifications given, or you might combine one or more ideas. The 10 golden ideas that have made people rich. 1. The invention and manufacturing of articles needed by the masses in the home and in business. 2. Real estate and land development. 3. Speculation in stocks and bonds, gold, silver, oil, coal, uranium, and other natural resources. 4. The sale and servicing of products for the home and office, such as refrigerators, washing machines, vacuum cleaners and air conditioners, television and radio sets. 5. The healing arts and sciences. 6. Educational and inspirational ideas through schools, books, lectures, and mail-order services. 7. Agriculture and the culinary arts, the raising, preparing, and distribution of food products. 8. Communications and entertainment, the theater, motion pictures, television, telephone, and recordings. 9. Transportation and mechanical systems, airplanes, railroads, automobiles, and products relating to them. 10. The creative and artistic fields, music, art, literature, interior decorating, cosmetology, and architecture. How can you choose, out of this imposing list of golden ideas, the one that can bring you the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream? Let us now consider the possibilities of each of these 10 golden ideas that could make you rich. When you consider the pros and cons in the particular field of endeavor you have selected, you will be ready to acquire the specialized knowledge you will need to carry you on to success and fortune. The analysis of the 10 golden ideas that can make you rich. 1. The invention and manufacturing of articles needed by the masses in the home and in business. This field is wide open to any person who has a desire to get into the manufacturing and distribution end of some product that he creates. For very little capital, you can begin creating any object at home or in your garage, and then, through proper distribution, you can increase your productivity as sales increase. In 1947, a man started concocting a floor wax which had in it a chemical that would repel insects. He began his experiments in his own kitchen, and soon he had hand-filled 20,000 cans, which he and his brother distributed to stores in his city at 98 cents each. From this lowly beginning, and after making many mistakes, they sold stock in their company for $145,000 and were soon producing 7,000 cans of their product daily. They now had distributors selling in 7 southern states and by mail order. Soon they were spending $15,000 a month in advertising for their product, and they had the edge on the market before the big companies began putting insecticide into their wax products. If you can be first in anything, you can corner the market with your product and make a fortune. The man who first created the hula hoop made $1 million from his idea. When World War II ended, a man began making plastic beads to supply the apparel industry, for the supply had been cut off from Japanese and Czech sources. Within 2 years' time, from that simple beginning, he had 85 employees and a business that grossed $1,200,000 a year. He netted $160,000 after taxes had been paid. Take these 5 steps to succeed in this field. A. Choose a product that will have the widest possible appeal to the largest number of people. B. Try to select a product that has not been presented before, for if you are first in your field, you will stand a better chance of making a fortune quicker. C. Get all the information you can about your product, its weaknesses, and its strengths. Test it on a small number of people to see its sales potential before you go into greater production. Get all the bugs out of it, and then be confident that you have a good product and go all out in its sales. D. To invent something that is useful to large numbers of people, look about you at ordinary products in use in the home or office. See how you might improve such a product and increase its usefulness. Many times, an old invention like a can opener will present possibilities for improvement that can make you rich. E. Start small but have a big dream about the future of your product. You may begin manufacturing in your home or your garage, but remember, to make really big money, you must have capital for expansion, to train sales staffs, and to obtain proper distribution. 2. How to get rich through real estate and land development. More great fortunes have been made through real estate and land development than through any other single source of investment. There are 2 types of investments in real estate: vacant land to be held for future development, and houses, factories, and other buildings to be renovated and resold at a substantial profit. Any suburb in any modern growing city in America is a good investment prospect for future expansion and growth. A few years ago, a man I knew chose Albuquerque, New Mexico, for future expansion. He bought vacant lots on the outskirts of what he thought would be a rapidly expanding city. Time bore out his good judgment. The city kept growing, and the man sold all his corner lots for tremendous prices and his other lots for homes and stores. He is now a millionaire. Any person who can afford to buy up vacant lots on the outskirts of a city or two for a small down payment is almost certain to become rich if he holds the lots for 5 years or more. A member in my New York lecture group had a vacation in the Grand Bahamas. She bought 2 lots with a view of the ocean for future growth and development and kept up the monthly payments. Now, several years later, she has made enough money on which to retire from this investment. The Grand Bahamas have become a big resort area, and her lots were in demand for homes and businesses. This same woman did the same thing with Phoenix, Arizona. She bought 2 lots on the outskirts of town, and today these lots are worth 3 times what she paid for them. Take these steps to succeed in real estate. A. If you are young, under 40 years of age, choose land in outlying districts, near a big city, and hold it patiently for some years. You will almost certainly double your money, and in some cases you will become rich. B. One of the greatest fortunes ever built in America was through option buying. Take options on land near some city, and then get a sales crew to sell lots to individuals for future home sites. When your option comes due, you will generally have made sufficient money to pay a substantial down payment on the land tract you will develop in the future. C. Look for rundown properties in your city or town, which you buy for a small down payment. Go in with painters, plumbers, carpenters, and plasterers, and do a quick renovating job. Then put the house on the market again at a substantial profit. A man I knew in Hollywood did this for 2 years, and at the end of that time, he had made $100,000. With that money, he branched out in bigger holdings, such as apartment houses and business properties. He is well off today because of his quick turnovers. D. Form an investment pool with your friends or relatives and buy land for development near some big growing city. With this larger sum of money, you can make more down payments on lots and soon have a tremendous growth of your capital. A man came from New York to Los Angeles, California, for a vacation. He was impressed by the growth of a section known as the San Fernando Valley. He hurried back to New York and got many of his friends and relatives to invest their money in this unseen land, on his word only. This man bought up corner lots and residential lots all over the valley. Today, this man and his trusting investors are all millionaires. 3. How to use speculation in stocks, gold, oil, and other resources to get rich. The stock market, bond market, and commodities market, as well as speculations in oil, gold, silver, uranium, coal, and other natural resources, are decidedly speculative. However, so are most other business investments. Yet some of the world's greatest fortunes have been created through this form of speculation. Among these were fortunes built by J.P. Morgan, Bernard Baruch, Jesse Livermore, Paul Getty, James Pappas, Charles Schwab, and Vanderbilt. One of the cardinal rules in stock market investment is buy low, sell high. Investors who follow this advice look for stocks, mostly on the American Stock Exchange, that sell for $10 a share or less. They put these shares away and forget about them for 2 or more years. In most instances, such stocks, bought at the lowest possible figure, will double or triple in a year or two. I knew a woman who had been left $20,000 in her husband's estate. She followed a broker's advice and bought up 20 stocks, 1,000 shares of each, that sold for $10 or less. They fluctuated over a period of 3 years. When she sold her holdings, she had $60,000 from her original investment of $20,000. I know of 2 instances where gold stocks were bought and put away into trunks and forgotten. After the death of her husband, one woman was going to throw away the certificates she found in a trunk. But something told her to check with the stockbroker. She found that the certificates had been worthless for years, but now they were suddenly valuable, as a gold strike had been made by that company, and this woman made several $1,000s. In the other instance, a man needed money suddenly, and he thought of some gold stocks he had bought 10 years before. He took them out and checked on them. He found they were now worth $10,000. He had bought them for something like $1,000. Consider investments in products that are used by the ever-expanding population, like lumber, cement, steel, plumbing and electrical supplies, motors, and airplanes. These generally represent substantial fields for investment and growth. Foods and drugs represent another field to bear watching, for people have to eat, and people do get sick and need medicines. These products all have growth potentials. 4. Your $100,000 dream could come through the sale and servicing of home products. Every young couple who marries and starts housekeeping is going to need a refrigerator, stove, beds, vacuum cleaners, bedroom sets, and living room and dining room suites. Many thousands of people have made fortunes catering to such products. If you consider this type of business, be sure that you know it thoroughly and locate in a district where your store is easily accessible by bus and other forms of transportation. Just consider one example of how a special product designed for the home can make one a millionaire. A man once worked for a big window sash concern in the South and learned the business thoroughly. He decided to branch out for himself and raised $5,000 capital. He worked out a design for a louver-type sash that could be made of wood or aluminum. The slat sections locked automatically at the corners, creating a window that was weatherproof and could not be opened by prowlers. He applied for patents for his product, and after exhibiting his windows at a special housewares exhibit, he had so many orders from builders that he could hardly fill them. That first year, this man grossed $1 million on his windows. One man I knew found such an item at a home fair. It was a new type of ironing board cover. He trained a group of men and women to sell it and traveled throughout the country, making tremendous money through this one item alone. 5. Riches can be made in the healing arts and sciences. Many great fortunes have been built by dedicated men and women who have gone into the healing arts and sciences. This includes the medical profession in all its aspects: optometrists and opticians, chiropractors, chiropodists, dentists, and orthopedic specialties. Also, this list includes private rest homes, special nursing homes and sanitariums, and privately operated hospitals. Most of those who enter the healing arts have to make provision for special education. A university education is necessary for this specialized field. But there are many allied branches of the healing arts that can be entered with a minimum amount of formal schooling. Dental assistants, radiologists, masseurs, physical therapists, and laboratory technicians are but a few. If you feel you are qualified for this special field, and you love to help sick people, do not hesitate to enter this branch of service. He solved this problem by finding a huge ranch in the desert near Los Angeles. Here, with 2 doctors in attendance, he opened his health spa. It was soon crowded with patients who received his special diet and treatment by the attending physicians. The fresh desert air, the rest, and the diet undoubtedly helped many patients recover, and these patients sang his praises to the sky. His ranch has been going for many years and is filling a definite need in the health field. 6. How to make a fortune through educational ideas, books, lectures, and mail-order services. Many great fortunes have been built through educational systems such as universities, special schools, mail-order courses, books, and public lectures. Some of the greatest fortunes are held by universities, which are endowed by rich people. Many of these schools were founded by religious orders and have become prosperous. If you have an idea for instructing people in any subject from yoga to flower arranging, you will be able to find followers who are willing to pay for special instruction. In most cases, to open such schools, all you need is an instructor's license or a business permit. Advertisements in your local papers will tell the public about your special branch of instruction, and, if you have good, solid experience to back you up in your work, you will make a success. One woman I knew in New York City, who was an artist, found that her art did not sell too well. She opened a small class of instruction in her own apartment in photo coloring, in which students were shown how to paint large portraits with oil colors that sold for $25 to $50 each. She circularized all the leading photographers in the city, offering her hand-tinted portraits. She was flooded with orders, which she gave to her graduate and advanced students. Another woman opened a school for teaching women how to make artificial flowers, furnishing all the materials. She then instructed her graduate students how to obtain orders for their products from stores, restaurants, and business establishments. She had one service where she furnished a new bouquet of her beautiful flowers to restaurants and hotels for a certain sum each week. Her business expanded and grew quickly, and she is now making in the neighborhood of $50,000 a year. One woman had a charm course for women that made her a great deal of money. Another woman had a small booklet which she published, The 10 Ways to Win and Hold a Man, which had a good sale. Still another woman had a mail-order course on how to have a happy sex life even though married, and the money poured in through the mail. 7. Fortunes made through raising, preparing, and distribution of food products. Many of the world's greatest fortunes have been made by companies that have prepared and distributed food products. However, it is difficult, if not impossible, to go into direct competition with these large organizations. There are many other branches in the culinary arts which you may successfully undertake. If you are skilled in any special forms of baking, cooking, or serving food products, there are many opportunities offered for your specialties. Try to furnish a unique environment or have something different about your products. An Italian woman in New York City opened a little restaurant offering special home-cooked meals. Soon she had to expand her business. In a few years, she had grown so big that she had a flock of chefs, waiters, bartenders, and busboys waiting on thousands of customers. Just recently, this woman sold her successful Italian restaurant for over $1.5 million. One man in Coney Island offers not just an ordinary hot dog, but one that is a foot long. He has made a fortune. Another great success was made in featuring the lowly hot dog. This is Nathan's in Coney Island, and he has made a fortune by offering quality and a unique atmosphere. A very special field that offers big returns is the health food store business. These have sprung up in every large city in America. In your own hometown or city, there may not be one. Investigate the possibilities and see if you cannot duplicate the successes enjoyed by many of these stores. A restaurant with a different slant very often goes over big with the public. Perhaps you have an idea for a specialized type of food, such as Indian, Greek, Turkish, Hungarian, Chinese, or Spanish, that will go over in your particular city. One of the greatest successes in this specialized field is that of a restaurant known as Asti's in New York City. The owner was a former opera singer who decided one sure way to continue his singing career would be to have a restaurant where he featured opera singing. His small place was soon crowded with opera lovers. Opera stars from the Metropolitan soon began coming to his place after their performances, and they would join the waiters in their singing. The customers loved it. Soon Adolph, the owner, had to get another bigger place on 13th Street near 5th Avenue to accommodate his successful business. Now, years later, he is still doing packed business in a field that is not overcrowded. You may feel you are far from cosmopolitan centers and can never start a unique or different type of business. A man named John Bennett in Houston, Texas, heard of the tremendous success enjoyed by Astes in New York. He decided to open a similar place in Houston, to be called the Galleria Opera House. He furnished the place beautifully, and on opening night it was packed. From that night on, presenting gifted singers who did opera, musical comedy, and operettas, he had a tremendous success. His $100,000 dream came true in doing work he loved and in giving the public beautiful music in a gorgeous setting. Many great fortunes have been made through specializing in unusual culinary products. One man has made a fortune in raising mushrooms for exclusive restaurants and hotels. Another man built an enormous lobster business in Maine, which flies fresh lobsters to hotels and restaurants throughout the country. Still, another specialist in food products raises choice squabs, pheasants, and duck, for which he gets big prices from a rich clientele who want to furnish their guests with an elegant meal. Another man has made big money by furnishing venison, buffalo meat, rabbits, and other oddities for hotels and restaurants. A Texan found a use for the big rattlers that overrun his state. He catches them and prepares them for canning. Many people consider rattlesnake meat a delicacy to be compared with snails, frog legs, and oysters. Always, the unusual and original in the way of foods will intrigue the public and make a fortune for the person who comes first in his field. A woman traveling in Italy was impressed by the small, round tomatoes she found growing in a certain section. She brought them back to America and began growing them. She found a ready market for her product and has made a fortune through their sale. Remember the new, delicious vegetable that came on the American tables a few short years ago, called broccoli? The man who gave this product his name made millions and became known as the Broccoli King. One woman's homemade preserves were so good that she was urged by friends to put them in glass jars and sell them. This product has now become one of the famous name brands in preserved fruits, marmalades, and jellies. One of the largest and most successful establishments near Los Angeles began through a woman's home-canned boysenberries. She put up a stand on her farm and sold these by the jar. Soon she opened a restaurant featuring her famous preserves and chicken. She made such a success of it that soon she and her husband had built a ghost town, and each day thousands of visitors buy her products, visit her gift shops, and eat in her restaurants. The Knott's Berry Farms have become one of the most successful enterprises on the West Coast. 8. Communications and entertainment, the theater, motion pictures, television, and recordings. It is estimated that Bing Crosby is worth more than $400 million. Frank Sinatra is said to have close to $200 million. And many Hollywood stars are worth from $5 or $10 million to $100 million. If you select the communications or entertainment field to try to materialize your $100,000 dream, you may make your money quickly and pleasantly. However, as in all fields, it is a crowded profession, and you should bring to it not only enthusiasm and a desire to make a fortune, but real talent. Choose the particular branch of the entertainment world you wish to work in. Then give yourself adequate preparation and schooling. It is estimated that it takes from 3 to 5 years of special theatrical schooling and experience to make a star. The careers that seemingly blossom overnight usually were in preparation from 5 to 10 years before the public heard of the stars. 9. Transportation, airplanes, automobiles, and products relating to them have made thousands rich. If you choose this field of endeavor, you have almost unlimited opportunities to make for yourself a wonderful, big-paying career. Obtain good training before you enter this field. Decide what branch of mechanical or electrical work you wish to specialize in. From Marconi to Sarnoff, who heads one of the world's biggest communication systems in radio and television, these specialists in their fields began at the bottom and worked their way to the top. Select what branch of the automotive trade you want to excel in: the manufacturing, sale, or repair and servicing of cars. Then train yourself with adequate schooling or experience in the field before you try to make your fortune in this highly selective field. Many young people are preparing themselves for success in the airplane industry. Here again, you must choose which branch of this industry you wish to enter. Again, schooling for this occupation is essential, whether you want to be a pilot on giant passenger planes or a mechanic servicing them. The same thing applies to modern air conditioning, computers, recorders, and highly specialized electronic devices for aerospace research. Go to a recognized school, obtain the best training you can buy, and then patiently make an application to the big companies that are usually searching for competent employees. 10. The creative and artistic fields offer many opportunities for becoming rich. In the creative and artistic fields, many people have made vast fortunes. This field includes such diversified interests as music, art, literature, interior decorating, cosmetology, and architecture. One of the prime requisites for success in this attractive field is a good imagination. If you do not have a creative imagination, then it is better for you not to attempt to achieve fame and fortune in this artistic field. If you possess a creative talent and discover it, you must develop it, either through formal training in a special school or blundering through to success on a trial and error basis. You can accomplish literally miracles when you have faith in yourself and your talents. To achieve success in any of these artistic and creative fields, follow these rules. Be certain that you possess talent for the field you select. If you do not, enroll in some school and prepare yourself before attempting it. Obtain as much information as possible about the creative work you wish to try. This can be done through the libraries and through special books written on the subjects. If you select music, know what branch. Do you want to play an instrument, become a singer, conduct an orchestra, compose a symphony, or write pop songs? The approach to each of these creative arts is different, and you must know which field you wish to pursue. Then acquire the special training that causes you to excel in that art. If you select the field of cosmetology, make up your mind whether you want to be a hairstylist, working for someone else, or eventually to open your own shop. Do you want to specialize in women's makeup, or do you prefer theatrical makeup? Max Factor and the Westmore brothers made a tremendous success through their specializing in theatrical makeup. If your talent lies in the direction of writing, choose the special field in which you wish to succeed. Short stories and novels require a totally different approach. Article writing, on the other hand, is still another branch of this art. If you want to specialize in scripts for movies or television, or dramas for the Broadway stage, you must know the techniques used in these special fields and study books that give you a thorough grasp of this subject. Interior decorating offers talented people a big opportunity for creative expression. A good basic training in art, sketching, color harmony, and design is essential. A man who came to Hollywood to decorate a big Bel Air home met people through one job that brought him nearly $500,000 in future jobs. Through one contact, he later decorated some rooms in the palace at Monaco for Prince Rainier and Princess Grace. Review of Chapter 8.1. One golden idea can bring you $1 million fortune if you once learn how to use the creative workshop of your mind to forge the links in the golden chain of success. 2. How a man built a fortune of $500,000 through a creative idea he received when a coiled spring made a slithering movement. He invented the slithering slinky toy that made him rich. 3. The 10 golden ideas that have made people rich, and how you can use one or more of these ideas to shape your future destiny and win your $100,000 dream. 4. How to use the invention and manufacturing of articles needed by the masses to bring you a tremendous income. 5. You may make your fortune through real estate and land development, as thousands have done to achieve a fortune. 6. Some of the world's greatest fortunes have been built through speculation in stocks, gold, oil, and other natural resources. This field is unlimited and offers you great opportunities for attaining wealth. 7. The sale and servicing of home products, like refrigerators, air conditioners, vacuum cleaners, and other articles, can bring you your $100,000 dream quickly. 8. You can make your fortune through the healing arts and sciences. Many branches in this fascinating field do not require a college education or diploma, but only a desire to help suffering, sick humanity. 9. Some of the world's greatest fortunes have been created through educational ideas, books, lectures, and mail-order subjects on any and every subject, from raising poodles to karate. 10. The food industry offers untold opportunities for one to become rich. Find a special product, open a specialized restaurant or food store, and you can win a fortune. 11. The communications and entertainment industry offer some of the best and quickest ways to fame and fortune. Choose your own particular branch and prepare yourself for the field you wish to choose, and you may make your $100,000 fortune overnight. 12. The transportation fields of airplanes, automobiles, and related products have brought some of the biggest fortunes into existence in the past 50 years. Select your field and be patient, for the big rewards you can expect may take a little time to materialize. 13. How you can go into the creative and artistic fields and become rich. These fields include music, art, literature, interior decorating, cosmetology, architecture, and many other branches that require specialized training. 14. A young author sold his first book to movies for $85,000, and another young man became a producer of his own film when he decided he would succeed in this profession. Chapter 9. How you can magnetize and attract money through wealthy and important people. You've heard the saying, hitch your wagon to a star. Many people who have become rich have done so by attaching themselves and their destinies to the rising star of some gifted or wealthy person. In this chapter, you will learn how you can hitch your financial wagon to a glittering star that is already shining brightly in the firmament of riches and achieve your own $100,000 dream. Elvis Presley hitched his wagon to the rising star of Colonel Parker and became one of the most valuable properties in theatrical history. 15 of Presley's records have sold over 1 million copies. Arthur Brisbane, one of the highest-paid editors of all time, hitched his literary wagon to the rising star of William Randolph Hearst and went on to fame and fortune. A young attorney magnetized a prominent senator. I once knew a young attorney who had put in his apprenticeship working for a big law firm in New York City. He came to some of my lectures and learned of this principle for magnetizing and attracting important people. He decided he would do this in Washington, D.C. He met a senator who took a liking to him. He visited the senator's home and met his wife and family. A very important opening came up on one of the most powerful committees in Washington, and they needed a bright young attorney. Who do you think the senator selected? His young protege from New York City. From that position, this young attorney was selected to do legal work for one of the aspiring candidates for the presidency and traveled throughout the country in his entourage. He is now firmly established in Washington, associating with big and important people, close to the president himself. The old saying, "It's not what you know, but who you know," is a truism that has been responsible for many great careers and the creation of some of the biggest fortunes in the world. The regime for magnetizing and attracting rich and important people. 1. Learn the art of psycho-hypnotic projection. Your mind has tremendous powers for magnetizing and attracting people and things. What you put into your higher mind centers is capable of projecting itself on subtle wavelengths, like radio or television rays, and reaching into the minds of other people. Sit in meditation and hold in your mind the name or face of some person you want to attract. Project the thought to the cosmic mind. I want to meet you. I have something of value to give to the world, and I realize you can be an important channel for me to accomplish my objective. If possible, get a picture from a newspaper or magazine of the person's face. Keep it beside your bed. Project the thought to that person every night when you go to sleep and every morning when you awaken. You may not know how to go about meeting this person, but your higher psychic centers will be busy working out a formula which will bring it about. It may be on a plane trip, at a resort place, at some public meeting, but inevitably, after a short time, you will gravitate in that person's orbit and will meet him. As you are already magnetized to him, he will recognize you as though he already knew you and will help you achieve your objective. To show you how this principle of psycho-hypnotic suggestion works, there was a man who worked as a hairstylist in New York City. He had long wanted to meet a man who was the biggest hairstylist and who taught advanced hairstyling to beauty shop owners and operators. His name was Lee Self, and he received as much as $80 for his class instruction in advanced hairstyling. One day, this young hairstylist was on a plane going to visit his family in Amarillo, Texas. Who do you think was on the same plane? Lee Self, the advanced hairstylist, who was also a Texan. The two men struck up a conversation, and before they reached Texas, the two men had made an agreement to work together. From this beginning, the young Texan, after learning all of the experts' advanced hairstyling techniques, branched out on his own. As a student of the great Lee Self, he held classes and sometimes had as many as 300 or 400 cosmetologists in his classes at $50 each. He made as much as $50,000 a year and later won every national and international award for his advanced hairstyling. He was also invited by large beauty schools to come in for special instruction to their classes at $2,000 an appearance. This young man's name was Gwen Burgess, and he and his twin brother Glenn Burgess, who later joined him, became the biggest names in advanced hairstyling. 2. If you do not know any specific person you wish to magnetize and attract, then use the same principle for attracting the right organization to help you succeed. Write down the type of organization you wish to work for, and then concentrate on this for 15 minutes a day, asking your higher mind to bring you contacts within that organization. Choose one or more of these classifications of organizations for your concentration and magnetizing. Politics, the theater insurance, the stock market union organizers, industrial plants, manufacturers, clothing and fashions, cosmetics and beauty products, building, hardware, plumbing, educational institutions, real estate, electronics, computers, transportation, communications. 3. Magnetize your higher mind centers by imagining yourself already working in the organization you have selected. See yourself meeting wealthy and important people. Mentally project yourself into their homes and apartments and see them accepting you and wanting to help you. 4. To further magnetize your mind centers, study the lives of successful and wealthy people. Get back copies of Fortune magazine and learn about these successful people, how they work, how they began their careers, their thoughts and inspirations. Read books on the lives of these wealthy people until your mind becomes so magnetized with the idea of riches that you will automatically do the things that cause you to be attracted into the orbit of rich people. 5. Try to align yourself with important people in your present work. To magnetize successful people, think their thoughts, follow their habit patterns, talk about things that interest them, and in other ways make yourself attractive to them. When the time comes for these influential people to select assistants or advance someone in their environment, they will think of you above others. A young woman graduated from college after studying to become a writer. She had wanted to get on one of the biggest magazines that catered to women. She knew no one in that field, but she began reading the magazine, studying the ideas presented in it, learning who the editor and assistant editors were. She questioned doormen as to where the editor had lunch. She managed to be in the same restaurant a few times when the editor had her lunch. One day she had a brief opportunity to talk to this woman editor, and she found her pleasant. She told her of her desire to work for her magazine, and the editor told her how to go about arranging an interview. 3 weeks later, this young author was working for this editor, and several years later, when there was an opening for an assistant editor, she had so magnetized the job that she was chosen for it. 6. Acculturate your mind and absorb knowledge about as many subjects as possible. So when you meet important people in big positions, they will realize you have quality, and they will have a desire to help further your career. A young woman I once knew worked for a large manufacturing plant as a secretary. She aspired to the position of head secretary to the big boss, which would have paid her a bigger salary and was much more interesting work. However, this young woman had a brusque, sharp personality. She spoke with a Bronx accent, often made mistakes in her grammar, and in other ways showed that she was not mentally progressing. When an opening came because the secretary to the big boss got married, this woman was shocked when the man selected one of the other girls, who had not been with the firm long, and gave her the better job. 7. Constantly work to improve your personality, your voice, your knowledge of words, your manners. As Emerson said, "What you are speaks so loudly, I cannot hear what you say." Rich and important people sense when a person is not one of quality and distinction, and as like attracts like, they seldom help a person who is not mentally their equal. 8. There is a very important law which works to bring important people into your orbit. It is the law of proximity. Deliberately put yourself into proximity with persons of wealth and importance. Go to restaurants, hotels, vacation resorts where they are apt to congregate. Attend a church that is popular with socially prominent and rich people. A young woman from our New York lecture group heard me tell this at one of our classes, and she chose to have her vacation that winter instead of the summer months. She went to Palm Beach, Florida, and took a room at a hotel there. She attended functions at the hotel, sat in the nightclub and bar, walked beside the seashore, swam, and lounged under a cabana, where young, rich bachelors were vacationing. One day she was reading a book with one eye cocked on a young man sitting nearby. She projected the thought, "You will ask me what book I am reading, and strike up a conversation with me." Within 10 minutes, the young man spoke up, and his first words were, "What's the name of the book that's holding you spellbound?" From this casual beginning, they began to date. He was a graduate from Harvard, a beginning lawyer. She worked for a law firm. The law of proximity was at work. From this simple beginning, they saw each other in New York, and gradually they fell in love and were married. Review of Chapter 9. 1. How you can hitch your wagon to the flaming star of success and rise to a position of fame, power, and riches. 2. How famous people have used this success formula to attain their brightest dreams. 3. How a young attorney magnetized a prominent senator through psycho-hypnotic powers of his mind and became one of Washington's biggest attorneys. 4. How twins from Texas became prominent hairstylists and used psycho-hypnotic powers to attract one of the leading instructors in advanced hairstyling. They made as high as $50,000 a year and more through this method. 5. Select the organization with which you wish to be associated and then magnetize it by concentrating each day for 15 minutes on being with that company. 6. Study the lives of rich and successful people through magazines and books that tell of their success secrets. When you meet wealthy people, use this knowledge to magnetize them. 7. How a young woman graduate from a university decided she would work for a certain women's magazine. She magnetized the editor, and later she became the assistant editor. 8. How you can acculturate your mind and absorb knowledge about many subjects, so you will be able to attract persons of culture and wealth. 9. Develop your personality, improve your knowledge of words, refine your voice and manners, and you will be able to magnetize rich and important people with ease when you meet them. 10. How you can use the law of proximity to attract rich people by going to resorts, hotels, and restaurants, where you can magnetize and attract wealthy persons. 11. How a young woman used this law of proximity to attract a wealthy young man in Palm Beach, Florida. She later married this young attorney. Chapter 10. How to use concentrated mind power. Dynamics to attract a fortune. Most people approach the acquisition of a fortune with a me attitude. They dissipate their mental energy by changing plans or jobs. They give themselves 1,000 reasons why they should fail. These are the people who do not have the concentrated mind power to push on towards their goal of the $100,000 dream. Here are some of the excuses these people make to themselves. The rich keep getting richer, and the poor keep getting poorer. Who wants to be bothered taking care of a big estate? To be rich today, you must be a crook. Everything's been invented, discovered, and evolved. What chance do I have to find something new? In this chapter, let us explode all these myths regarding the building of a fortune and discover how you may use the concentrated mind power dynamics that will attract your $100,000 dream. If you think only occasionally, "I'd like to be rich," or "I wonder what it would be like to own my own business," and then promptly forget it, you are not using concentrated mind power dynamics. How to use concentrated mind power dynamics. The concentrated power of an idea. The concentrated power of an idea, when it is repeated and thought of over and over, creates mind power dynamics. The man who led victorious armies to destroy the ancient city of Carthage repeated over and over, every time he appeared in the Senate, every time he met one or more friends on the streets, "Carthage must be destroyed." He never wandered from the fixed idea that surged through his mind like a theme in a symphony. Finally, under the impetus of this concentrated idea, Carthage was destroyed. 3 things that deflect your mind from success. There are three things that keep most people from achieving concentrated mind power dynamics. These three things can deflect your mind from achieving success. 1. The negative thought, repeated often, that you cannot make a fortune or achieve success. 2. Listening to other people, including your own family and friends, when they tell you that you were born poor and must remain poor. 3. Vacillating and flitting from one goal to another, never knowing what you want to achieve from life, and wasting your time and energy on useless and profitless pursuits. All great fortunes have been built by men who had learned how to use concentrated mind power dynamics. They selected the business they wanted to succeed in, and then spent all their waking hours concentrating on the means for achieving success. You have undoubtedly seen someone burn a hole in a piece of paper by concentrating the sun's rays through a magnifying glass. This is similar to what happens in your mind when you concentrate all its dynamic power on a single idea, the idea of materializing your $100,000 dream. A diamond is the hardest of all stones and will not melt in a furnace heated 7 times 7. However, if you put this gem into a cube and expose it to the concentrated focused rays of the sun, it will melt quickly. Electricity is in the air all about us but does no good. When it is conducted through copper wires to a motor, it turns the wheels of industry. Your mental force and energy is also electrical in nature. Only when it is dynamically concentrated through the constructive force of your ideas is it able to bring you creative action that can make you rich. Concentrated dynamic mind power built a business that grossed $7 million for this man. Many people have thought of going into the chicken business to get rich. Thousands have tried and failed and have had the excuse, "Oh, well, there are too many people in the business." A young man in Texas made up his mind he was going to get rich raising chickens on his farm back in 1929. He overcame the usual discouraging experiences that hit every beginning business. By 1941, he had built his business to 250,000 chickens a year, and he sold them alive. At the end of the war, through concentrated mind power and determination, he had his own feed mill, his own hatchery and processing plant, and 30 chicken farms. He didn't just concentrate on raising chickens, he started freezing them and cutting them up and packaging them for restaurants and supermarkets. But he did not stop with just raising and marketing chickens. He had created such a momentum with his concentrated dynamic mind power that he finally bought a $400,000 drive-in restaurant in Dallas in which he could use the products he raised. From this beginning, he expanded once more and bought an incubator with a capacity of 92,000 eggs a week. He bought another feed mill, for which he paid $300,000, and built a plant to process his chickens. This cost another $300,000. This processing plant could take a fryer and turn it into packaged parts in about 12 minutes. It had a capacity for 12,000 chickens a day. Finally, this man had a fortune of $2,250,000 invested in the chicken business. He had 1,500 employees and owned about 1 million chickens at a time. His gross finally hit $7 million a year. When you begin to concentrate your mind power on a dynamic idea for getting rich, remember, your idea will gain momentum and sweep you on to success if you concentrate on only one positive thought that you are going to become rich. Step-by-step method for using concentrated mind power dynamics to attract a fortune. 1. Sit quietly by yourself for about an hour and just concentrate your mind power on a single idea. Write it down so you will never waver in your concentration. How can I attract a fortune? Then run through your consciousness all the various ways by which you might improve your lot in life. If you are working for a salary, imagine yourself being in your own business. Very few people ever get rich working for someone else. Most fortunes are built through creating and then selling a product to the public. When you have probed as many ideas as possible for making a fortune, see which one your mind keeps coming back to. This is usually the one idea that can make you rich. 2. Now write, on a card that you can keep where you will see it several times a day, these words: I can and will have my $100,000 dream. The head of International Business Machines once wrote a one-word motto that he caused to be hung in all his offices. It was think. This one word represented all the concentrated mind power in back of this vast organization, and under Watson's leadership, IBM became one of the world's richest organizations. 3. Each day, reaffirm your faith in yourself, your talents, and your product by giving yourself a short pep talk just before you go out to face the business world. You should stand in front of a mirror to do this, and you can say aloud or think the following words. I now concentrate all my mind power on achieving success. Today, I shall think, talk, and act all day as though I am a great success. I now use mind power dynamics to fix my goal in my mind. I can achieve riches. I will be successful. I am dynamic, and I have great ideas to give to the world. A person may have a mediocre talent in some particular field, but if he keeps proclaiming his ability and uses these positive suggestions, the concentrated power of his mind can forge success from whatever limited talents he possesses. This also applies to some product that you may think is ordinary or even insignificant. If you concentrate the mind power dynamics on making it successful, you will achieve a fortune through it. One man concentrated on making a success by turning his farm in Las Cruces, New Mexico, into a pecan ranch. He planted 96,000 trees and began an enthusiastic and concentrated campaign to convince Americans that pecans were as necessary to the health of Americans as was orange juice. From this beginning, this man was soon marketing 2 million pounds of nuts a year and grossing $800,000 a year. Another man concentrated on raising a special type of tough, hybrid lawn grass that needs no water and little fertilizer. It thrives on heat and is not affected by insects or disease. This special grass he developed grew so fast that it killed crabgrass and discouraged other weeds. He did a mail-order business in which he advertised simply that he could furnish anyone with a crabgrass-free lawn. Orders began pouring in. For the next 2 years, his sales averaged $100,000 a year. After a few years of concentrating all his thoughts on this venture, he was grossing $766,000 a year. 4. To create concentrated mind power, stir your creative brain centers with intense emotions. No one ever achieved a fortune who did not want it intensely. It does not matter what you want money for. Want it with an emotional intensity that makes it the driving, compulsive power in back of your life. Emotions that give this type of dynamic intensity are faith, expectation, desire to help others, love, and a desire to do good with your money. The driving and motivating force back of Walt Disney's fortune was a desire to make children happy through his comic creations. The fact that it not only made children happy but pleased adults shows the universality of his appeal. 5. Use the law of involution and evolution to build concentrated mind power dynamics. You cannot bring forth a fortune from your mind until you have first put creative thoughts into your mind. Busy yourself every day filling your mind with all the information you can gather about finances, about investments, about the ways people have made fortunes. Study the Wall Street Journal, Fortune magazine, Forbes, and other publications that deal with methods people use for getting rich through investments or producing some product. When you involve great ideas in your consciousness under the laws of involution and evolution, they must evolve as creative forms of action that will lead you to accumulate riches. A woman in Hollywood came to my lectures and wanted to get into studios in some work that would be connected with film cutting and editing. This is a very difficult field to break into. I told her to involve as much knowledge from books as she could about this type of work. She went to the library and found quite a few books on the subject. She studied these for some weeks, and then enrolled in a course that gave her a shortcut to film cutting. After 3 months, she made a contact with someone in the studios who got her a job in the film cutting department as an assistant. She was soon working at the job she had dreamed of having, and is now one of the top film editors in the business. Review of Chapter 10. 1. Concentrated mind power dynamics explodes the myth that it is impossible in this age to become rich and that everything has been discovered and invented. 2. The 3 things that deflect your mind from success and keep you poor are negative thoughts, discouragement of others, and vacillation. How to overcome these 3 negative forces. 3. How one man in Texas used concentrated mind power dynamics to achieve a fortune in his business when everything seemed against his success. He grossed $7 million in 1 year. 4. The method for using mind power dynamics to attract a fortune. Begin by sitting quietly and concentrating your mind on one single idea for an hour. How can I attract a fortune? 5. Write on a card that you see all day the mind motivator. I can and will have my $100,000 dream. The head of IBM used the motto, "Think," to inspire his workers with big ideas for the success of the company. 6. How to use the miracle power of faith to sharpen your faculties and develop your talents. Confidence in your products is an essential ingredient for success. 7. How one man built a business that grossed him $800,000 a year through this ingredient of faith and mind power dynamics. 8. Another man, using this principle of concentrated mind power dynamics, developed a new paint that grossed him $766,000 in 1 year. 9. How to stir your creative brain centers with the concentrated power of intense emotions. The 5 positive emotions and how they can bring you concentrated dynamic mind power. 10. The laws of involution and evolution for concentrating your mind power on success and riches. The great power that is released when you involve great creative ideas from the minds of rich and successful people. Chapter 11. The magic genie of your subconscious mind that can make you prosperous. There is a tremendous creative power within your subconscious mind which can bring you anything you desire. This power is very much like the magic genie of the Aladdin's lamp fairy tale. This magic genie would appear whenever Aladdin rubbed his lamp, and he would carry out any wish that he desired. You possess within your subconscious mind a magic genie that can bring you the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream. You can tap this power of the subconscious to give you gifts and talents that can make you rich. You can use this power to tap a vein of gold within your mind that will make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. In this chapter, we shall learn how to use this power to achieve riches and abundance. How to tell the magic genie of your subconscious mind to make you prosperous one. Give your subconscious mind instructions of the things you want it to do for you. As the magic genie within your subconscious works automatically, it must carry out every order and command that you give it. These instructions to the subconscious are known in psychology as auto-suggestions. This simply means talking to your subconscious mind, just as you would talk to another person. You may use either the first-person singular, I, or the second-person singular, you, in giving your subconscious mind auto-suggestions. Following are a few samples of auto-suggestions you may use, or you may create your own. You may say these auto-suggestions aloud, or repeat them silently to yourself. Each suggestion should be repeated at least 10 times to be effective and continued for a period of 1 to 3 months. The best time to use these auto-suggestions is at night, just before going to sleep, when your subconscious mind is more easily reached. I wish to instruct you to carry out the following orders and commands pertaining to success. You will reveal to me positive ideas for achieving the fulfillment of my $100,000 dream. I have confidence that I can achieve this sum of money or more, and that it will give me security for my family and myself. You will reveal to me a method for going into my own business. Guide me to the right business, one that I shall be happy in, and which will bring me success and riches. You will lead me to meet people who can help me achieve my life's goal. 2. When you repeat each of the above auto-suggestions 10 times or more, you need do nothing more. Simply go to sleep, confident that your subconscious mind will instantly set to work, even while you sleep, to fulfill your wishes. 3. Your subconscious mind works through the law of predominant mental impression. This simply means that what you hold in your conscious mind most of the time automatically imprints itself on your subconscious mind and brings it into the automatic realm of spontaneous action. Check on your habitual thoughts. Do you constantly give your subconscious mind negative suggestions without being aware of it? If you do, you will surely curtail its positive action for your good. Following are the most frequent forms of negative suggestions people give their subconscious minds. A. I was born on the other side of the tracks, and I can never amount to anything because of this fact. B. There isn't enough money to make everyone rich, so I might as well not try to become successful. C. I lack a college education, so I can never become rich. D. The rich have all the money and will never let the poor get their share. E. I am too young to become rich quickly. Old people have all the money, so I might as well give up trying to be rich. F. I am too old to make another try. The world and its riches are for those who are young and have the energy to meet life's challenges. G. Taxes are too high and no one can get rich anymore. H. Everything has been invented, discovered, and explored. What chance do I have to think of something new? I. I am of the wrong race, or color, or religion, and the ones who control the wealth of the country will never allow me to break into their magic circle of power and riches. 4. An important warning. When you have examined all the above negative suggestions that you may have given to the magic genie of your subconscious mind for years, you must set to work to correct these negative forces with positive suggestions. This is done through a conscious process known as rationalization. That is, you reason out the fallacy of your negative thinking that might have enslaved you to the negative thought that you must remain poor and obscure all your life. Let us now rationalize each of the above negative suggestions and replace them with the following positive suggestions that will electrify your subconscious mind into instant, creative action. A. Some of the most successful and famous people were born on the wrong side of the tracks, including Lincoln, Edison, Carnegie, George Washington Carver, and Leonardo da Vinci, but they did not accept this negative fact. They were able to overcome the lowly circumstances of their birth and achieved enduring fame, and Leonardo da Vinci was an illegitimate child, and in those days such a child was instantly doomed to obscurity and failure. However, at the age of 12, the future great artist wrote in his diary, "I shall one day become a great artist and walk with kings and princes." A few years later, Da Vinci was sponsored by kings and princes and lived in palaces in the midst of great comfort and luxury. His magic genie recognized him as a genius and propelled him in the direction of his great destiny. B. Do not accept the fact that there is not enough money to make everyone rich. Money is a false measure of riches, for your estimate must be based on the actual natural resources that are in the universe. Look about you at the natural universe, from which all wealth stems, and you will see sufficient lumber, oil, coal, gold, silver, food, clothing, and other substances to supply mankind with an unending supply of riches for eternity. Then, when man has exhausted most of the resources of the physical universe, there is still atomic power and energy from the sun, which may be tapped to produce some of the greatest products of all time. C. A college education is a most desirable adjunct to anyone wishing to achieve success, and an absolute necessity in such professions as medicine, law, architecture, and science. But think of how many thousands of geniuses and successes did not have a college education. Edison was self-taught. Henry Ford never went beyond grammar school. George Washington Carver was the son of slaves and became a leader in Tuskegee Institute. Socrates did not have a degree in philosophy, but he founded his own school. Pasteur, Galileo, Copernicus, Columbus, and Michelangelo all became outstanding in their chosen fields because they did not accept limitations. Carnegie became one of the world's richest men of his time, even without a college diploma. Onassis is a billionaire, yet he lacks a college degree and started life as a deckhand on a freighter. D. It is possibly true that the rich do not want you to get their money, but they do not have a monopoly on wealth. Any person with a shrewd mind and creative ideas can tap the source of wealth that the rich have used. Give your subconscious mind the positive suggestions that you can become rich, and you will be shown a method to achieve this goal without taking it from the rich. E. Shatter this negative thought that the old have all the money and that you are too young to get your share. 90% of all people past 60 years of age wind up on welfare, owing to get-rich-quick schemes which take all their money. Some of the world's quickest and biggest fortunes have been built by those under 30 years of age. This is the age of youth. Look at the successes in television and motion pictures, such people as Elvis Presley, Tom Jones, Haley Mills, and Andy Williams. Then, too, in science, art, literature, inventions, and industry, some of the great fortunes are being created by men and women in their 30s and 40s. Newton was only 24 when he discovered his law of gravity and won enduring fame and fortune as a scientist. McCormick was in his early 20s when he discovered and invented the reaper that made him rich. Galileo, Marco Polo, Columbus, and Cortez were still young men when they made their discoveries and explorations. Many of our greatest authors, artists, composers, inventors, architects, designers, lawyers, scientists, doctors, and politicians who are giving the world their great works and talents are in their late 20s and early 30s. Whatever your age, your subconscious mind can furnish you with a steady stream of inspirational ideas that can make you rich and famous while you are still young enough to enjoy your money. In our modern world of industry, a 28-year-old man who lived in Los Angeles recently developed a new type of copper cleaner that made him a fortune. Previously, he had invented a pea shooter with sights that earned him $10,000 in royalties, and still later, while still in his late 20s, he created a plastic steering wheel cover that brought him $30,000. He took the profits from his two profitable enterprises and developed his copper cleaner, which he called Copper Bright. In 1 year, this man spent $380,000 on advertising and promoting his product and grossed $800,000. F. Many people begin to give up trying to make a fortune when they get a little past 40, with the thought that they are already too old. The subconscious mind believes what you believe. The aging process starts the moment you keep telling yourself you are too old to begin making a fortune. Many of the world's greatest fortunes were made by people past 50 and 60 years of age. Vanderbilt made his biggest fortune after he had reached the age of 70. Michelangelo returned to paint the Sistine Chapel, with the most magnificent paintings the world has ever seen, when he was 74 years of age. George Bernard Shaw did not begin to write his greatest plays until after the age of 60. One of Titian's greatest paintings, Victory at Spoleto, was painted by the great artist when he was in his 90s. When you once train your subconscious mind to think in positive terms regarding success and riches, it will continue to function productively and furnish you with creative ideas until you are 100 or more. G. To convince your subconscious mind that you can make a fortune today, even with high taxes, be aware that there have been 20,000 new millionaires in the United States since the end of World War II. More millionaires are now being created than ever before. Remove this subconscious hazard by affirming to yourself that what others have accomplished, you too can achieve. H. The greatest subconscious hindrance that often cripples people mentally is the belief that everything has already been invented and discovered, and that there are no new products or inventions that can make one rich. Science now estimates that in the next few years, as a result of our atomic and space-age breakthroughs, at least 20,000 new inventions and discoveries will be made, which will enrich their creators. Do not accept subconscious limitations of any kind, for your higher mind knows how to create opportunities, even when seemingly none exist. For many generations, it is possible that much of the wealth was controlled by those born to royalty or in socially prominent families, but in our age, especially in America, this no longer holds true. No matter what your race, color, or religion, you can build subconscious mind power that will cause you to rise to great heights. 5. To condition your subconscious mind to think in terms of riches and success, fill it with the highest, most inspiring and idealistic thoughts you are capable of thinking. Read the inspiring success stories of other people. Learn of their triumphs and mistakes, and then emulate the positive points of their philosophy and apply them to your own life. Your subconscious mind is programmed, just like a computer, with the material you feed into it. Be certain that this is inspiring and lofty in nature, and your subconscious will release constructive and positive ideas that can make you rich. One of the best formulas for subconscious conditioning on a high level of inspiration comes to us from the Bible. It is found in Phil. 4:8. Whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. 6. Besides the auto-suggestions to your subconscious mind, which you will give it every night, use subconscious mind motivators each morning when you begin your day. Stand before your mirror and talk to your mirror image aloud. Use statements that are positive and which express the type of dynamic, creative action you wish your subconscious mind to program for that day. I am a success. I think, feel, and talk success all day. The world is filled with riches, and I intend to get my share and become wealthy. I am a creative center for rich ideas, and I shall be guided to my right place for my right destiny. I am attuned to success thoughts all day today, and I shall overcome all negativity and discouragement. I am now filled with the positive emotions of faith, optimism, joy, expectation, good, and love. These emotions now give me the dynamic success drive to achieve my life goal. 7. Your subconscious mind works under the law of personification. That is, after you have given it a set of mental conditioners, you must begin to act the part of the successful person you wish to become. Begin to feel important, so you will attract important people into your orbit of experience. Begin to act with authority, as though you are already an executive or in your own successful business. Begin to smile and look pleasant, building the social graces that you want, so when you meet people who are on a higher level socially than yourself, you will be able to charm and enchant them with your personality. Act as though you are already a millionaire, so you will carry yourself with head erect, spine stiff, a confident and poised expression on your face. You are richer than you think, for you possess the universe and all therein as much as any other person. The free parks are yours, the trains, buses, and subways are your property as much as anyone else's. You own the museums, public libraries, and places of entertainment. You command the free entertainment worth millions of dollars on radio and television. Conductors play symphonies for you. Comics present their material for you to laugh at. Dramas are shaped to amuse and entertain you. Indeed, you are already like a potentate from the Far East, for with all their billions in gold and jewels, 100 or so years ago they could never command the wonders of spaceships, air conditioners, modern bathrooms, refrigerators, television, phonographs, recorded music, and the accumulated knowledge of our modern science, technology, art, literature, and industry. Review of Chapter 11.1. The magic genie within your subconscious mind that can bring you fame, riches, and success, when you once learn how to tap this greatest power in the world. 2. How to instruct your subconscious mind, using autosuggestion to give it instructions for achieving your $100,000 dream. 3. The law of predominant mental impression that can make your subconscious mind perform miracles, and how to condition it with positive thoughts rather than negative ones. 4. The 9 negative subconscious conditioners which keep most people imprisoned in inferior jobs and positions throughout their lives. 5. How you must use positive suggestions to condition your subconscious mind to the thoughts that you can rise above your limitations and achieve the same success that the richest men of history have attained. 6. Do not subscribe to the negative thought that there is not enough money to make all people rich. There are enough natural resources in the world to make you and your family rich beyond your wildest dreams. 7. If you have no college education, do not be discouraged. Some of the greatest fortunes have been built by men who had little formal education. The rich do not have a monopoly on the world's goods and money. With your subconscious mind, you can tap creative ideas that will bring you success and riches. 8. You are not limited by the fact you are too young or too old to become a success. Some of the world's greatest inventions and ideas have been formulated by the very young, and some of the world's greatest fortunes were created by men in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. 9. 20,000 new millionaires have come up in America since the end of World War II, proving that high taxes cannot keep you from becoming rich if you are determined. 10. You can cripple your subconscious mind with the erroneous and negative thought that everything has already been invented and discovered, and that you stand no chance to discover anything new. 11. You are not limited by your race, color, or religion, as so many people believe. People of every nationality are becoming rich and successful. Remove this negative thought from your consciousness, and you will succeed. 12. How you can fill your subconscious mind with the highest, most inspiring, and idealistic thoughts that will condition your subconscious mind to greater success. 13. The formula for subconscious mind conditioning that comes to us from the Bible, which will aid you in thinking the right thoughts for achieving success and riches. 14. How to use the law of personification to motivate your subconscious mind and create a success atmosphere around you that others notice. 15. Think, act, talk, and feel like you are already a millionaire, for you possess the universe and all therein, including the free parks, libraries, transportation systems, museums, schools, and places of entertainment. You are already richer than a potentate from the Far East, who had none of our modern luxuries and comforts. Chapter 12. The 7 universal money drives that can bring you unlimited riches. What is the mysterious power that causes some men to reach the pinnacles of success and riches, while others fall by the wayside? 2 men, given the same mental capacity, the same education, and the same environmental factors for success, should both achieve the same degree of success. However, this is not always so. One will forge ahead because his mind possesses an extra plus factor, while the other one will fail because he has a minus factor instead of a plus in his consciousness. That extra plus needed to achieve your $100,000 dream is a little-known factor, which I have named the cosmic money drive. It is the mental spark that ignites the fuel of thought and causes it to flame into the brilliancy of genius. When you once possess this cosmic money drive, you will become superior mentally and will overcome all obstacles in your single-minded goal to achieve fame and fortune. There are 7 cosmic money drives that I have noted in the lives of all great men who have achieved fame and fortune. In this chapter, we shall study these 7 cosmic money drives and learn how to use them to materialize success, fame, riches, and power to achieve anything you desire in life. Step-by-step method for using the 7 cosmic money drives to achieve your $100,000 Dream 1. The desire to become rich so you can help educate your family and give them comfort, luxury, and security. Undoubtedly, this unselfish cosmic money drive has been responsible for thousands of great successes in the world. It is a basic human instinct to want to help those who are closest to us, members of our own family. This cosmic money drive can make you overcome obstacles and go through trials that would daunt a person who did not have such an altruistic purpose in achieving success. I recall during the days of the Depression, when the Midwest became a vast dust bowl, that a man and his wife gave up their small farm and loading all their earthly goods onto a small car, they and their 4 children set out grimly for California. There was no work in those days, but driven by the cosmic urge to help his family, he went from house to house in his dilapidated car, asking for any kind of work cleaning, repairing, building that he could do to make money. This man not only survived and furnished a living for his family, but he had such a drive for future security that when he saw the lush lands of San Fernando Valley, close to Hollywood, he began to pay $10 down on a few lots, and every time he had a few extra dollars, he bought some more lots. At times, it was all he could do to keep up his monthly payments, but times got better, and he found steady employment, and never once let his landholdings go. Just a few years later, he began to sell his lots, and his fortune accumulated until he had well over $1 million. He bought a magnificent home and was able to send all 4 of his children through college. 3 points to observe in using this cosmic money drive. A. Do not limit your mind by thinking that all value is represented by money. Many times, help will come in the way of food, clothing, and shelter that others offer you or your family. This represents money also. A woman with 2 children was a widow and needed help. A cousin in Wyoming offered her a chance to make her home with her and her husband. They had no children, and they adored having 2 children around the house. This widow accepted this help and moved to Wyoming on the sheep ranch. It seemed that her cosmic money drive could never be fulfilled in the vast loneliness of Wyoming, but her subconscious mind had motivated this move, so it was right. A few miles away was a sheep rancher whose young wife had died. He visited the home where the widow was staying and fell in love with her. He loved her 2 children and soon proposed marriage. In this wonderful, healthy setting, this young widow found the fulfillment of love and security. Her $100,000 dream came true because she followed her instinctive, basic desire to help her growing family. B. Each day, review in your mind your needs and desires. Be sure that you do not neutralize this drive by negative thoughts of fear, failure, worry, and resentment. To lead you to the achievement of success, this urge to have money must be positive, persistent, and confident. Never doubt for a moment that success will come to you. C. Utilize your present resources without waste or carelessness. Many times people will not wear hand-me-down clothes. Their sense of false pride keeps them from accepting charity. Do not turn down any kind of help, for this starts the cosmic flow of goods and supplies in your direction. 2. The desire to be educated, to develop your intellect and have a superior mind. This cosmic money drive accounts for many of the world's great successes. The moment you have this cosmic drive to improve yourself, you will be guided to the achievement of the means for attaining wealth. As your intellect improves, and you refine your personality and sensitize your mind to the better things of life, you will no longer be content to live in the same shabby or limited circumstances you knew in the past. Higher education helps prepare one for achieving greater success. In a survey conducted by psychologists, it was found that 65% of all college graduates succeed in achieving their goals. This is true because a higher education helps sharpen one's mind and gives one an extra push in the direction of success, power, social prestige, and wealth. 3. The desire to create things of beauty and to live in a lovely environment. When you have a desire for fine things, when you want to live in a beautiful home or apartment, when you enjoy fine books, great art, good music, and have a desire to have these things for your family, you will be inspired to do the things that will bring you sufficient money to be able to afford the finer things in life. A plumber becomes an artist. I once knew a plumber who made big money, but he was unhappy with his work. He had only gone into the plumbing business because his father was a plumber and insisted his son follow in his footsteps. The boy had really wanted to be an artist and create things of beauty. At 35 years of age, this plumber told me of his dream. He had been painting pictures in his spare time and had quite a collection in his home. I urged him to join a club where businessmen from every field had a hobby of art. There he was encouraged to have an exhibition of his works and sold every painting at a good sum. From this beginning, he now intends to expand his plans to become a productive artist and live by his talent for art. If you are in work, you cannot give up. Carry out your desire to create beauty as a hobby or avocation. 4. A desire to help improve the world, overcome war, bring brotherhood and tolerance, and to help raise the standards of the world to higher levels. This is one of the greatest of all of the 7 cosmic drives to money. It has been used by reformers, educators, religious leaders, politicians, and statesmen to build a better world. If you pattern your life urge after these great men and women and have a sincere desire to help improve the world, recognition and success will inevitably come to you. But this cosmic drive to make money is not limited to political action. It is the motivating cause in back of all men who wish to help the world by giving people better living conditions, by educating them to higher standards, by presenting the public with great ideas, and by creating new products that benefit millions. It is in this field of endeavor that this cosmic money drive works to bring the greatest fortunes. Someone began to give thought to the comfort of people, with an eye toward improved health and circulation. This cosmic drive to help others caused him to perfect a massage chair with a small motor that sends vibrations to floating panels located on the arms, seat, back, and footrest of the chair, giving the person sitting in it a gentle massage. In 1 year, sales of this massage chair reached $766,000. Always, if you can develop a product or furnish a service that will give the greatest good to a large number of people, you will be using the cosmic money drive, and you will become successful. 5. A desire to change or improve nature's products, or goods that bring benefits to the world. This cosmic money drive has produced our new plastics, nylon, computer, and space-age products. The splitting of the atom released nuclear power that will create many new forms of usable products. Those who are first in these fields will undoubtedly make a fortune, just as those who first entered the fields of plastics, nylon, new fabrics, air conditioning, television, and computer instruments have already made tremendous fortunes. Look around you and choose the particular field in which you believe you can best succeed. It might be in any field products for the home, offices, industrial plants, or something completely new in the way of a service that no one else has thought of. Case histories of success. One man thought up a home diaper service that instantly won success and brought him a fortune. Another man thought of renting linens and uniforms to restaurants, hospitals, and institutions, and soon had a fleet of trucks and was on his way to making his first million. 6. a desire to help people be healthy and live long. Many of the world's greatest fortunes have been motivated by this cosmic money drive. There are infinite possibilities in these fields of endeavor for wealth, but you must be dedicated to giving the public something of value that will help improve the health and life expectancy of the masses. When you have selected your profession or your particular product, you must not be impatient or discouraged, for there is much competition in this field. You will win fame and fortune if you have selected a product or a service that brings people health, energy, youth, and long life. 7. The desire to advance civilization and elevate the world's standards to higher levels. Many of the world's richest people have been motivated by this cosmic desire. Always the urge in the human mind to rise above the lowly levels of animalism and ignorance and achieve higher standards of living has been the cosmic drive to progress and riches. Any product or service that can help you achieve this objective will make you successful. The man who decided to build prefabricated homes and set them up in just a few hours on a person's own lot was not only first in this field, but made millions. Discover the new frontiers of the mind. In your attempt to achieve success and riches, realize that you can also discover new frontiers of the mind, which will lead you to exciting new experiences in your own life. There is no limit to your achievements when you possess an unlimited consciousness. To use this cosmic money drive to full advantage, look around you at the world in which you live. See how you can do something to improve it. What products will future generations need to fit the new electronic, atomic, and space age into which we have been catapulted by man's scientific achievements? To discover new methods for doing things, look at some familiar object or element, and then try to imagine how you might improve it. Primitive man undoubtedly discovered fire when he first saw a flaming volcano, or when lightning set a forest afire. His ignorant mind marveled at this mysterious element. Then came curiosity, and he caught some of the flaming embers and carefully nourished them. His first taste of cooked meat no doubt came from the same flaming forests, when he saw animals that had been roasted in the flames, and then he attempted to duplicate the process with his imprisoned flames. Thus, the culinary arts were born that have nourished mankind for centuries. It was a mighty step forward when man learned how to imprison fire in his stoves, then through his electric wires and light bulbs. The primitive element of fire was refined and tamed, and gradually man's superior knowledge led him to his greatest exploit of all time, to capture the tremendous power of the sun and compress it into a 2-inch cube that can level a city, or which can be harnessed to furnish mankind with power to run his motors, heat his homes or cool them, and give him other vital byproducts that can elevate humanity to undreamed-of heights of productivity, comfort, and luxury. When you set your sights high and have a desire to advance civilization and elevate the world's standards, you will inevitably be motivated to achieve your own great destiny. You will be using the universal money drive that has impelled thousands of people to work and create magnificent destinies. You will also be rewarded financially beyond your fondest dreams. Review of Chapter 12. 1. The mysterious force that causes some people to overcome every obstacle in their lives and achieve the fulfillment of the $100,000 dream. 2. The first universal money drive is to become rich so you may help educate your family and so you may give them security, comfort, and luxury. 3. How a family was motivated by this money drive to go to California during the Depression and invest in land that later made them $1 million. 4. The 3 points to observe in using this universal money drive. Do not limit your mind by thinking only of money. Each day, review your needs and desires and have faith. Utilize your present resources without waste. 5. How you can use the universal money drive to be well educated and to have a superior mind. This urge has brought fame and fortune to thousands of people. 6. The 5 steps to take that can accentuate this universal money drive and bring you knowledge, progress, and the fulfillment of your desire for money. 7. The universal money drive to create things of beauty and to live in a lovely environment, and how you can use it to release your inner dream of beauty to your personal life. 8. How a plumber used this universal money drive to get out of work he hated and how he became a noted artist. 9. The universal money drive to help improve the world, overcome war, and bring brotherhood and tolerance, and how it can help shape your life in the image of greatness. 10. The universal money drive to change or improve nature's products that can bring benefits to the world and how you may use it to bring you fame and fortune. 11. Some of the great ideas that have been used by others to create fortunes in their own fields. 12. The universal money drive to help people be healthy and live long, and how you can use this drive to give the world something new and original that can make you rich. 13. The various types of businesses you can go into where you use this universal money urge to become successful. 14. How you can use the universal money drive to advance civilization and elevate the world's standards to higher levels. 15. How you can discover the new frontiers of the mind that will cause you to expand your horizons to include exciting new experiences and achieve unlimited riches and personal happiness in your search for the magnificent life. Chapter 13. How to invoke the golden Midas touch, used by financially powerful people. You've heard the saying, everything he touches turns to gold. Some people seem to truly possess a golden Midas touch that brings them fame, fortune, happiness, and infinite riches. This golden Midas touch is based on an ancient legend that tells of a king who did a favor for one of the gods and was promised that everything he touched would turn to solid gold. This delighted the king, for he was greedy for more and more gold. He wandered throughout his palace, touching all the furnishings, and instantly they were turned into shimmering gold. Then he wandered into the dining room where his food was on the table. He touched the chairs and tables and they turned into gold. He picked up his fork and it turned to gold. But when the food on the fork turned to gold also, the king became slightly alarmed. The glass of water that touched his lips turned into gold, and he could not drink the water. Now he was really alarmed, for he realized he could easily starve to death. But when his 10-year-old daughter threw herself into his arms and kissed him, she turned into a golden statue. It was then that the king begged the gods to remove the golden touch and give him back his old life. He cleansed himself in the waters of a river, and the golden touch, which had turned into a golden curse, was removed. However, this golden Midas touch can be yours without turning into a golden curse. Only when you love money, as a miser, does it curse your life. You can like the things that money can do, and use money intelligently, and it will bless your life with the true spiritual gold that showers its blessings on everyone whose life you touch. Observe these 5 rules to prevent money from becoming a golden curse. 1. Be willing to give something for the money you wish to receive from life. Many people expect to get rich through gambling or through unscrupulous methods, and in so doing, they violate one of the basic laws pertaining to riches. No one ever gets something for nothing. Give time and labor, and you will receive riches. Give your ideas and your creative power, and you will receive rewards. I know one man who has impoverished himself and his family through a desire to get rich quick without giving anything in return. This man took his salary for years and went to the racetrack, trying to make a killing. He saved some money one year and promptly went to Las Vegas, where he lost all his money. He borrowed money from friends and relatives and lost it playing cards and shooting dice. After several years, he became more and more poverty-stricken. He could not concentrate on his work and lost his job. He drifted from one job to another, his family went on welfare, and the man became a down-and-out bum, winding up as a wino in the Bowery in New York City. 2. See money as a commodity, with which you can buy comfort, food, clothing, shelter, culture, and security. Do not strive to make money for its own sake, but have a desire to build a fortune so you can use it constructively to give your family a better life and give something of value to the world. All great fortunes have been built on this principle. Carnegie gave away $500 million in his lifetime, and many wealthy people contribute heavily to charity and the arts. 3. Use the resources of the world wisely and avoid wasting anything. Nature abhors waste and quickly repays waste with want. Use your clothing, your furnishings, your car, your household appliances with intelligence and care, repairing them and not discarding them when something goes wrong. It is said that America could feed the starving nations of India, China, Africa, and other nations with the food it discards each day in its rubbish. A woman I once knew had saved a purple silk dress for over 30 years. She said she wanted to be buried in it, One day she picked it up and it fell apart where it had been creased. She outlasted her dress. Use everything you have and do not save it for some special occasion which may never come. When you do not use a garment for 2 years or more, give it to someone who needs it more than you do, and mysteriously, something else will come to take its place. Nature will find a way to fill the vacuum created by giving it away. How the selling of useless things brought prosperity to an actress. I once knew a woman who had been an actress in her early years. She fell on bad times and could not get work. She had a large wardrobe and told me she had 35 pairs of shoes, a trunk full of hats, and 400 dresses, some of them 30 or 40 years old. She could not bear the thought of giving anything away. I told her she was stifling the flow of supply by holding on to all this old junk. Most of her things were out of fashion and she would never wear them. I told her to get rid of everything that she did not absolutely need for her present living. She threw out 5 trunks full of junk and gave hundreds of items to the Salvation Army. She kept only 1 trunk full of clothes, a few pairs of shoes, and 3 or 4 hats. She told me she felt freer than she had felt for many years. The next week, a call came from her agent, telling her she had obtained the leading role in a play that was to go on the road for 1 year. She was middle-aged, and this part fitted her perfectly. Now, with her simple wardrobe and only 1 trunk, she could easily take the job and not have to worry about storing a pile of junk that she would never use. New things came to her from her job to take the place of the old. 4. Do not try to monopolize any product, property, or money. Remember, God created the universe for all his creatures alike. Be willing to take your share, but do not be greedy and want everything you see or try to keep others from getting their share, or you'll be like the farmer who said, "I am not greedy. I only want all the land that joins onto mine." I recently drove through miles of vacant land in a southern state and was told that it was all owned by one man, who had put a fence around the millions of acres and called it his own ranch. I asked where the man lived and was told he committed suicide this year. When we try to monopolize more than we can comfortably care for and use, it is apt to become a burden, and its care is apt to unbalance our minds. Be satisfied with less, and you will be healthier and happier than if you try to own everything you see. 5. Respect money and realize its power, being careful not to flaunt your personal possessions and make others envious, or to use your money or the power it gives you to take unfair advantage of others in less fortunate positions. How a haughty attitude impoverished a rich woman. I once knew a woman with a big estate in Beverly Hills, whose husband had left her a comfortable fortune. She was arrogant and dominating. She laid out the waiters if they did not jump at her command. She once reported a waiter for not giving her the table she demanded and had him fired from his job. She embarrassed her friends whenever they went out with her. She always said, "I am a snob and I don't care who knows it." I watched this woman's social career for 5 years, and I did not have to be psychic to know the outcome of her life. In that time, her investments all went wrong. The company her husband had controlled went bankrupt, and overnight, this woman lost her fortune. Her home was sold, her jewelry had to be sold to pay her creditors. And the last I knew of this woman, she was living in a tiny apartment, begging help from her so-called friends. They all deserted her in her hour of need, and she was left alone and miserably poor to eke out a bare existence. How you can invoke the golden Midas touch to achieve money and power. 1. Realize that all money represents the frozen assets of your thoughts and your creative work. Your mind must first realize that all wealth is the result of your own creative thoughts and action. Here it is that the true golden Midas touch resides. How a cripple with muscular dystrophy became rich. A 36-year-old man was stricken with muscular dystrophy and was only partially recovered when, after following my programs, he decided he would make a success running a business that specialized in making different types of tape. He made plastic and adhesive tapes, as well as surgical tape, in competition with some of the big companies. Then he added other products: plastic bags, waterproof paper, and industrial adhesives. He finally had 15 different products that he created in competition with Minnesota Mining and Johnson & Johnson, 2 of the biggest companies in that line. Just a little more than 4 years after he started, this young man grossed $1,020,000 in 1 year of operation. Now he is spending $500,000 a year in research and has formed 6 separate companies, each one developing a new line of products. 2. Think of your mind as a money-making machine, capable of turning out any amount that you desire. To get in the habit of thinking big in relation to money, cut out a big piece of paper and write in its 4 corners the sum of $100,000. Then paste this up somewhere where you can see it several times a day. This will remind you to think of large sums however, if you are afraid of such a large sum of money. At first, take a smaller piece of paper and write on it 1% and carry it in your wallet or pocketbook where you will see it every time you pay out money. Let this remind you that you want at least 1% of that $100,000 within a period of 3 months or less. A woman in my lecture group who did this for 1 month got exactly $1,000 at Christmas time from a wealthy uncle she had not seen for some years. 3. Keep a journal or money diary each day in which you list your assets and liabilities. Write down your various transactions. Put down your expenditures, the day-by-day items for which you spend money. Try to get into the habit of converting your mental energy into physical and material equivalents of money. A man wanted money for a second-hand car, which he needed to get back and forth to his work. He began to use this law of mental conversion I gave him, seeing that car or its equivalent of money coming to him from some unexpected source. A friend of his gave him his old car for a few dollars a month payment, as he was getting a new car. Now the man had his car at hardly any cost to himself. He received the equivalent of money. 4. Plant seed money to invoke the law of magnetic attraction to receive more money. This follows the well-known law of nature. When you put a seed of an orange or apple into the ground, it will produce more than that seed. 1 kernel of wheat will produce a pint. When you plant a pint, it will produce a bushel. This is the law of the harvest to bring you more than you sow. Give something to another person who is in need. It can be a dollar bill, a suit or dress, or something else that helps the person. This is seed money. It will come back to you 5 or 10-fold in some other way. A woman I knew was always kind-hearted and generous. She did not have much money, but she was always baking a cake and taking it to a sick friend. She would never forget to send a bowl of hot soup to someone confined at home with a cold. She remembered all her friends on their birth dates. She served on committees in her church and was always giving her time and services to those who were in need. One year, this woman's 12-year-old daughter came down with a heart condition that required an expert surgeon's services at a distant hospital. She and her husband did not have the money to pay for the trip or the surgeon. Her neighbors, remembering her many kind deeds, took up a collection from the townspeople and raised several $1,000s, more than enough to pay for the girl's successful operation. Truly, bread cast upon the waters comes back to the sender, but as someone wisely said, not only buttered, but with a little marmalade on it. 5. To acquire the golden Midas touch early in life, form the habit of always thinking that everything you will do must eventuate in success. Do not admit of failure, but realize each experience is only a delayed success. In this way, you will acquire the mental habit of believing you cannot fail. This mental conditioning must gradually build your sense of value and cause you to think, talk, act, and look more prosperous. 6. Start early in life to select your friends from among those who reflect your own positive ideas about riches and success. Avoid people who constantly cry poor mouth and who are always telling of their money problems and defeats. These people create an atmosphere of failure that is like a miasmic pall. Poverty and failure, like disease germs, are catching. Try to be in the environment of people who are aiming high and who are on the same mental level as yourself. You will succeed if you emulate the people who are successful and rich. A Quaker father said to his marriageable daughter, "Daughter, marry thee not for money, but go thee where money is." A very clever way to get a point across to you, too. A man I once knew was an executive in a very big concern that employed over 500 people. He had a secretary who was very efficient, but she had one big fault. She was always talking about her family's problems at home. Every broken bone, every cold infection, every operation or visit to the doctor was faithfully described in every detail to anyone who would listen. She was always crying misery and suffering. How a secretary lost a big money job through her attitude. An opportunity came for this man to select one of his employees for a very important position with big pay in another department. He did not select his secretary, but a girl who was bright, positive, cheerful, and always smiling. 7. In acquiring the golden Midas touch, learn early in your life to use other people's money to make you successful. Establish good credit with your local bank by borrowing a small sum of money. Pay it back on time and then borrow a larger sum which you also pay back promptly until you have established good credit. When you are ready to take advantage of some good business investment, you will be able to get instant money. Most great fortunes have been built on borrowed money. It is not always how much money you have in the bank that determines how rich you are, but how much you owe. If you have a good product or some service you are trying to capitalize, do as the smart men on Wall Street do. Form a company and sell shares to the investors. This is a legal procedure and helps you raise the capital to go into your business venture. If you cannot get outsiders to invest in your new company, get friends and relatives to loan you money. Make them a part of your venture and repay them out of profits in the form of dividends. When you once acquire the true golden Midas touch, you will be able to convert your ideas into gold without fear or hesitancy, following these established laws of finance. Review of Chapter 13. 1. The legend of the golden Midas touch and how it has a true basis in psychological fact. Some people possess this golden touch and can turn their thoughts into gold. 2. The 5 rules to observe to keep money from turning into a golden curse. Give something for what you receive and do not expect to receive something for nothing. 4. Do not try to monopolize any product, money, or property, for this often stifles the flow and creates mental stagnation. 5. Have a healthy respect for money and realize it is a power that must be used wisely. A woman who had a big estate misused her money and became arrogant. In 5 years, she had lost her fortune. 6. Realize that all money is nothing more than the frozen assets of your mind and your creative work. Use the law of transmutation to convert your thoughts to gold. 7. How a victim of muscular dystrophy was able to rise above his misfortune and go into a business that grossed him $1,020,000 in 1 year. 8. Your mind should be thought of as a money-making machine, capable of turning out the money or its equivalent of anything that you desire in life. 9. How to increase your supply and abundance by keeping a money diary in which you record your assets, liabilities, and all expenditures for each day. Form the mental habit of thinking of big money. 10. How to plant seed money to assure yourself of a perpetual flow of income. The law of the harvest is to reap 5 to 10 times more than you sow. 11. How a woman received an expensive operation for her 12-year-old daughter through the gifts and contributions of her friends and neighbors when she invoked this law. 12. Form the mental habit of thinking that everything you will do must end in success and avoid defeatism and negativism. 13. Seek out people who are successful and form friends among those who are mentally conditioned to riches and success. 14. How to use other people's money to create your own future prosperity and become rich. Establish good credit and borrow your way to riches. Chapter 14. How your psychic hunches can guide you to riches and personal success. A man who frequently invested in the stock market had a clairvoyant dream one night that a certain stock was going to crash. He awakened with the firm conviction that he should sell it short, betting on its going down in price. If his psychic hunch was correct and the stock dropped, he would make a fortune. The following week, this company went bankrupt unexpectedly. This man made well over $100,000 by following his psychic hunch. You possess psychic power, whether you know it as such or not. You are often guided to do things by your hunches. You feel you like a person you've just met and trust him. Another person arouses feelings of dislike, and you would never like him or trust him. This is a psychic hunch. How a psychic hunch prevented a disastrous marriage. A woman met a wonderful man who seemed the ideal soulmate for her. He seemed to be prosperous, cultured, and of a good family. He proposed marriage to her, and she wanted to accept, but some psychic hunch warned her that there was something wrong, so she told him she would like to think his proposal over. 2 weeks later, this man was arrested by the federal authorities for stock embezzlement. He had taken a large amount from a brokerage firm, where he was a trusted employee, and planned to marry her and escape to Brazil. If this woman had not listened to her psychic hunch, she could have been involved in a terrible scandal. You can be guided by your higher psychic powers to make the right moves in your life. You can receive hunches as to what business to go into, what investments you should make, whether you should trust a business partner or be suspicious of him. Seldom will your higher psychic senses be wrong. In this chapter, you will learn how to develop your psychic faculties and be accurately guided to take the right steps for achieving riches and personal success. 3 steps to take for developing a psychic money sense. 1. Whenever you plan on making any investment or going into business, sit quietly in the stillness and ask your higher psychic mind, is this the right investment? Should I go into this business? Should I trust this person? When you have asked your questions, sit still for 10 or 15 minutes and let thoughts stream into your mind. You may think you are consciously rationalizing your own questions, but actually you have triggered the automatic functioning of a higher mind, sometimes called the superconscious mind, and it will give you the correct answers quickly. 2. Take into your psychic meditations a blueprint of the things you want advice about, pertaining to business and money matters. Ask this higher mind how you can go about achieving these objectives. Your blueprint might look like this, or you can make up one that suits your financial needs. My financial blueprint A. I wish to be shown how I can materialize my $100,000 dream. B. I want to be guided to finding my right work. C. I wish the sum of $1,000 to help pay my bills, and I would like to know how I can obtain it honestly. D. I would like information on how I can invest in real estate or the stock market or any other form of investment and make a fortune. E. Will I be a greater success in New York or California? F. I would like to receive ideas for some invention that can make me rich. You might ask for guidance on how to write a song, a book, or paint some picture, for most inspirational ideas come from the higher psychic centers. G. Can I trust this person to go into business with me? H. Is this stock, or oil well, or gold mine, or any other speculative venture that I wish to invest in any good for future profit? 1. Should I buy this piece of property? Are there any hidden defects that I should know about? After you have written your psychic financial blueprint, sit in the stillness for as long as necessary to give your higher mind a chance to answer you. If no tangible answer comes through, go about your regular daily activities. Sometimes the answer will come through a person, or a conversation you overhear, or a book you read. You will inevitably do the right thing if you let your higher psychic mind guide you. 3. When you sit in meditation on money and invoke your higher psychic senses, say this positive affirmation to help align your subconscious mind with the power of money. I now ask of my higher psychic mind guidance to the achievement of fame and fortune. I realize that there are infinite riches in God's universe. I ask that my share of worldly goods, riches, supply, and abundance come to me. I now project to my higher psychic mind centers the sum of $10,000. I ask for instruction as to how I can legitimately make this sum of money within 1 year. I wish money to buy my own home, to purchase a car, to educate my children, to give my family comfort and security. I now ask my higher psychic centers to give me constructive ideas for achieving this financial goal. A man searched for months to find a method by which he could become rich. One day, while sitting in psychic meditation, pondering on this problem, he got a sudden inspiration to make a new type of capacitor to store energy in electronic circuits. Most capacitors up till then were made of silver and mica, and had drawbacks. The new one that came through this inspiration was a laminated capacitor, with more economical components, which was far superior to the ones then being used in the electrical industry. This man went on to perfect his idea. When he put it on the market, he made $150,000 the first year, and soon had a backlog of more than $100,000 worth of orders. When you once start the creative centers of your mind working through meditation and open your higher psychic centers, you will receive ideas for new articles, methods for promotion, and other creative patterns that can make you rich. How to develop your psychic centers to bring you riches and personal success. 1. Your psychic senses are an extension of your conscious and subconscious minds. When you start creative action of any kind within your mind, you will automatically go into the superior intuitive plane of action that is called psychic. Just as music has overtones which register pleasantly on the ear, so too your mind has psychic overtones, which you can set into motion whenever you sit in the stillness and invoke this higher power. 2. When you wish to receive psychic information on any investment or business project, sit in the stillness and let your conscious mind begin the process of rational thinking. You can set the psychic mechanism into motion by asking questions. Something within your higher mind is listening to you at all times. Then, when you have asked your questions, sit quietly and wait for the answers to come through. 3. To help this psychic power get started, you can write down the various things you wish information about, as discussed above, or you may hold the thoughts in your mind for a few moments, and then sit back and wait for the answers to come through. 4. Many times you will receive psychic hunches in what is known as clairvoyant dreams. That is, they will be pictured for you in a dream, very much like seeing something unfold on a motion picture screen. Sometimes warnings come through in this way. At other times, the dream may tell you to go ahead in some business or investment that you have been puzzled about for days. 5. Many times when you ask for psychic guidance on some financial matter, you will not know whether you are being psychically guided or whether your own conscious mind is playing tricks on you and giving you wrong information. The way to be certain that it is your higher psychic mind is to consciously go over the various alternatives until you come to the same conclusion each time. Generally, the idea that persists and which keeps returning to your mind is the right one. A woman asked her higher psychic mind if she should sell a piece of property that was run down and shabby and a burden tax-wise. Her answer did not come through while she sat in psychic reverie, but she kept getting the feeling she should sell. She listed the property with various real estate agencies, but there was no action on it. One night she had a clairvoyant dream, and she saw herself living in a beautiful home with a garden in another part of Los Angeles. She got the distinct feeling that she should hold on to her property and that it would be valuable later. Within 2 years, the city decided to build a freeway in her area, and it would have to go through her property. She received a much larger sum of money for it than if she had sold it earlier. With this money, she bought a beautiful home in the suburbs with a lovely garden. Then she realized that this was the home projected in her psychic dream. 6. When you consult your higher psychic senses as to specific steps to take to go into business, go into it just as though you were going to present your case to a court. Be aware consciously of all the pros and cons of the venture you want to go into. Have in mind the drawbacks and analyze them thoroughly. When you have presented your case to the higher court of your psychic mind, sit back confidently, knowing that the correct answer will come through. Sometimes it will be as a symbol, sometimes it will be in a newspaper article or book you read. Many times it will come through a friend or a relative, or someone employed in the same business as yourself. One man who used psychic hunches to guide him in his business worked as an office assistant in a big import-export firm in New York. He learned the business and wanted to go into his own business, but how? He sat in psychic meditation, pondering the question for many days. Finally, one day, he received the answer. He would go into the steel import business and machinery. He selected Germany as the country from which he would import his products. He signed contracts with major German toolmakers, and the first year handled $8,400,000 worth of steel and tools. 2 years later, he grossed $20 million, and now he employs 80 people in his firm and does business with 40 countries. His psychic hunches paid off. If he had been content to remain in someone else's business as a clerk, he would never have become rich. Review of Chapter 14. 1. One man's psychic dream brought him an investment that made him well over $100,000. 2. You possess psychic power that can guide you to doing things that will make you successful and rich. 3. How a woman followed a psychic hunch when she met a wealthy man who wanted to marry her. She later found out he was an embezzler. 4. How to go into the stillness and hear the psychic voice that is trying to guide you to the right action for achieving your $100,000 dream. 5. How to create a psychic blueprint and go into meditation to receive guidance on business and money matters. 6. Use positive affirmations when you go into the stillness to arouse your higher psychic and intuitive powers. 7. How one man received a psychic hunch to invent a superior capacitor for TV that made him $150,000 in 1 year and promises to make millions in the future. 8. Your psychic senses are an extension of your conscious and subconscious minds. Begin the creative action of your conscious mind to receive higher guidance. 9. How to ask pertinent questions of your conscious mind, arousing your psychic centers to give you the correct answers as to where to invest your money, how to find the sums of money you desire, what type of business to go into. 10. The value of clairvoyant dreams, and how often these present-future courses of action that can guide you to fame and fortune. 11. How to be certain it is your psychic mind, and not your conscious mind, that gives you the answers to your questions about money or business procedures. 12. How one woman was guided by her psychic hunch to hold a piece of property 2 years longer. She received a larger sum of money because of this action. 13. How the superconscious mind works as a modern electronic computer to process data given to it by your conscious and subconscious minds. 14. A man who worked in an import-export office was guided by his psychic senses to open his own business. He imported steel and machinery from Germany and in 2 years grossed $20 million. Chapter 15. The 7 mystical steps that can help you acquire riches. There is a mystical exercise known as transcendental meditation, which comes from India, that can help you achieve your $100,000 dream. Through transcendental meditation, you put your mind into a receptive state for great ideas. The higher automatic powers of your mind are then able to translate these ideas into creative action for making money and achieving success. Modern scientists have now found that these meditations of the ancient yogis can actually create a fourth estate of matter, in which we can project our inner dreams to the outer world of reality. Your dream for success can be translated into riches through this tremendous power of transcendental meditation. In this chapter, we shall investigate these mystical steps which you may take to accumulate riches and achieve the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream. The power of brain waves. In studying transcendental meditation in the scientific laboratories, science has now discovered that there are 4 prominent brain waves on which the human mind operates. The first of these is called alpha and represents a slowing down of the rhythm of your brain to about 8 to 12 cycles per second. This is the rhythm that affects the physical body, controls the heartbeat and the blood pressure. The 7 mystical steps that help acquire riches. The second brainwave is known as the theta and is about 4 to 7 cycles per second. This controls the memory, the imagination, concentration, and the ability to think of creative ideas that can make you a fortune. Many great geniuses have used this brainwave rhythm to create magnificent music, to write great novels, to compose beautiful poetry, to paint magnificent pictures, and to invent useful objects. The third brainwave is known as beta and is from 14 to 28 cycles per second. This accelerates the heart, raises the blood pressure, and helps the physical healing of the body. This also controls the lungs and the body temperature. The fourth brainwave is known as delta and is from 30 to 40 cycles per second. This rhythm is used to achieve the dream state, which mystic philosophy teaches us is used for high inspiration and releasing creative power of the higher mind. Science does not yet understand this rapid brainwave, for it appears to occur only in sleep. The yogis of India have used this rhythm for centuries to create what they call the dreamless sleep meditation for materializing one's inner dreams to the outer world. How to use the 4 mystical meditations to accumulate riches. 1. First, go into the state of meditation known as the alpha rhythm. This is done by sitting quietly in your room and saying 5 or 10 times the mystic mantra from Tibet, Om Mane Padme Om. This means the jewel in the heart of the lotus and relates to the spiritual reality that is back of life. Then, when you have achieved perfect inner stillness, mentally meditate on the inner dream that you want to project to the outer world of reality. This meditation can be as actual words that you repeat to yourself or as thoughts which you hold in consciousness. Here are some sample meditations you may use for this purpose, or you may make up your own to fit your various needs. I now meditate on my $100 dream. I hold this in my consciousness, and ask my higher mind to reveal to me the methods I shall use to materialize this sum of money in the future. I now meditate on the inner dream of my own home, in which my family may live in comfort and security. I concentrate now on achieving the following creative gifts. I wish to compose songs. I wish to be shown how to write stories that will bring me money and fame. I would like to paint beautiful pictures. Here you may use the meditation that you choose for whatever gift you desire. I wish to meditate on the inner dream of finding love, happiness, and my true soulmate. I desire the creation of my own family unit. I ask to be guided by my higher mind to going into my own business and ask that I be shown what work I am best suited to do. I have a desire to travel to all parts of the world. I wish to be shown how to fulfill this dream. When you have focused your inner dream through this alpha meditation, hold yourself in the state of euphoria that you created and dwell on each element of the dreams you are trying to project. Make them come to life. Live in the dream home. See the future mate. Visualize yourself banking the $100,000 and spending it for the things you want. In other words, project that inner dream to the outer, subjective world of reality. How a woman with no prospects won a small fortune. A woman who studied with me in Los Angeles asked me how she could materialize money she wanted. She had 2 sons, and her husband had left her alone to support them. I gave this woman the mystical regime to project her inner dream of financial security. She went into meditation each day and asked for financial aid from some source. She also asked for a small house in the country near a school. At that time, there did not seem to be any way possible for this woman to manifest her dream of security. However, she had faith in her dream, and she magnetized the centers of her mind so thoroughly that one night she had a psychic dream. She saw herself winning money from some kind of contest. She awakened with such a feeling of joy that she began to look in magazines and newspapers for contests she might enter. As this woman was an excellent cook, she one day saw in a national magazine a contest offering $25,000 as first prize for the best cake recipe submitted by a housewife. A large baking company was sponsoring this contest. This woman sat in meditation and asked for something very special to come through in the way of a cake that might win her the coveted prize. As she sat in daily meditation, she got the most wonderful idea to create a special kind of cake, and when she had finished baking it, she knew that this was it. She submitted her recipe and won the first prize. 2. Each day, meditate on the new self-image of riches and success you wish to achieve. Most people occasionally say, "Oh, I wish I was rich." This is not a sufficient magnetic force to create the state of riches and success you desire. To truly achieve your $100,000 dream, you must break the mold of negativity you may have regarding money, and each day meditate on the new self-image of success and abundance. How to get rid of erroneous concepts. Holding you back. Following are some of the erroneous concepts that you may have programmed into your subconscious mind about wealth. These have created the self-image of failure and poverty. Now you must change these negative images to positive ones through meditation. The negative program that dooms you to failure. I can never be rich, for the rich have all the money. Money is evil, and to gain a fortune one must be dishonest. Taxes are so high nowadays that no one can become rich. I'm too old to make a fortune. Young people have all the opportunities for success. I'm too young to be rich. Old people have all the money. I have no special talents that could make me rich. To break this negative mental programming and build the new self-image of riches and success, sit in meditation for at least 15 minutes a day and project the following positive thoughts regarding money. These positive thoughts will break the negative mold that you may have built in the past. Stand before a mirror when you do this exercise and say the following statements aloud. I now program the new self-image of success and riches. I can become as successful and rich as I want to be, for I realize that God has created a universe filled with treasures. The rich do not have all the money, for there are untapped resources in the world that I can attract to myself. I affirm that money is good and that only love of money is evil. I now project the self-image that I am already blessed with priceless treasures, for I possess the universe and all therein. I project honesty and integrity in my new self-image, realizing that I can become rich and still be good and honest. I do not limit my income or my source of riches. I know that there have been 20,000 new millionaires in the United States since World War II, despite high taxes. Some people are getting rich, and I intend to be one of them. I project the self-image of a talented and gifted person, with unusual qualities that will make me rich. Many of the world's greatest fortunes were built by men like Henry Ford and Andrew Carnegie, who did not have college degrees. I am talented and release my special gifts to the world and become rich through my creative mind power. How a discouraged young man projected his self-image. A young man I once met at one of my New York lectures of success was very depressed because he could not succeed in his work. He told me, "I want to make a lot of money so I can marry the girl I love and have a family. Every job I get is so inadequate that I can never make enough money to make ends meet." I told this young man to enroll in an evening course in school and take a public speaking course. In a study of over 10,000 successful and rich people, I have discovered that all of them achieved their great success through the ability to use words intelligently and speak well. This young man took a 6-month course in public speaking and became dramatic and magnetic. He did not know how he would use his new dynamic personality, but he sat in daily meditation for guidance, and one day he received a definite urge to become a counselor to heads of departments in large corporations who wanted to assume positions of leadership and become more successful. He raised capital from his friends and relatives and took a half-page advertisement in a newspaper in a large city near New York, telling of his new course in salesmanship and administrative ability. He charged a large sum of money for his course, and in his first session, he had 25 men from large corporations in the city he had selected. From this small beginning, this young man has gone on to giving his courses in the biggest cities in America and is now making from $50,000 to $75,000 a year. 3. Practice concentration, visualization, and mental projection as a daily exercise to fix the image in your subconscious mind of the riches you wish to attract. For this mystical meditation, put your mind into the theta state, which is from 4 to 7 cycles per minute. Slow down the rhythm of your brain by visualizing an hourglass. See the grains of sand going through it one at a time. When you have done this for a few moments and your mind is slowed down in its rhythm, begin to concentrate your mind on a definite sum of money you wish to attract. Pick the sum of $1,000 first, until you are able to overcome your fear of larger sums. Mentally concentrate on the things you want to do with your money. See yourself going on a trip, buying a car with a down payment, or doing something else that you need money for. How a widow used meditation for financial independence. A woman who had once been a bookkeeper in her husband's business was desolate when he died of a heart attack. The business was sold at a great loss, and when the debts were all paid, she and her 2 children were left with only a few $100s. She could not leave her home to go to work, as she had a back ailment that kept her from sitting for 8 hours a day in an office. What could she do to make herself financially secure? When she sought my advice, I told her about the power of concentration, visualization, and mental projection. I showed her how to go into the theta state of meditation and ask for guidance from her higher psychic centers. As she meditated, she remembered a phrase I had used at a lecture, which was from the Bible. "What hast thou in thine house?" She kept hearing these words over and over in her inner ear until she was firmly convinced that the solution to her problem lay in those words. She began to concentrate on her gifts and talents. She was a good housekeeper, but such work would be impossible for her in her physical condition. Then it suddenly came to her. She had been an excellent bookkeeper in her husband's office and had taken a course in accounting in college. That was the answer she had been searching for. She immediately took her small capital and invested it in advertisements in the newspapers, telling that she would do bookkeeping and tax accounting for individuals and small firms who could not afford to hire a bookkeeper. She listed her telephone number and awaited results. Within 1 hour from the time the papers came out, her phone began to ring and people swamped her with their bookkeeping work. She could work when she felt like it. She had office equipment from her husband's office, and she was soon making more money than her husband had made in his business. She never lacked money from that time on. Sit for at least 15 minutes or more a day and focus on the screen of your mind the work you want to do, the business you want to own, the sums of money you need for your expenses. Focus there the ideal face of the man or woman you wish to marry, the dream home you want to live in, the objects you want to buy. Soon you will find that through these periods of meditation, you will receive impulses to follow certain courses of action that lead you to the events you have projected on the motion picture screen of your mind. 4. How to use the mystical law of cosmic elevation and absorption. There is a wonderful transcendental meditation that is used by the yogis of India for elevating the consciousness and bringing into play the higher mind centers for materializing the things they desire. This mystical law of cosmic elevation and absorption utilizes the brainwave of theta, which is from 4 to 7 cycles per second. To go into this theta meditation, sit quietly and close your eyes. Slow down the rate of breathing until you are able to hold each breath to the count of 4. Then slowly release it until you feel a deep sense of inner stillness and peace. Now visualize an hourglass with grains of sand trickling through it one at a time. Your purpose now will be to slow down your creative mind centers so that you will have access to all the billions of sense perceptions stored in your subconscious mind through your 5 senses. This meditation will improve your concentration and give you the ability to fix the image of your $100,000 dream more firmly in your mind. You will also now tap the vein of gold that exists within your imagination and which could make you rich. After you have attained absolute stillness, mentally visualize a beautiful towering mountain peak in the distance, like Mount Olympus or Mount Everest. To achieve mental elevation to the greatest inspiration possible, you must feel that you are ascending this spiritual mountain, and as you rise from the lowlands to the heights, use the following meditation. I now climb the spiritual mountain to the heights of grandeur, beauty, and inspiration. I leave the shadow-filled valleys of lack, limitation, poverty, and hardship, and on wings of imagination I soar into the unlimited stratosphere of cosmic riches and abundance. How a young secretary. Use this meditation to be successful. A young woman came into our lecture work in New York City in an unawakened state. She had dreamed when she was young that one day she might become an artist, but her parents quickly discouraged that dream and told her to take up something practical as a business course in high school. She became a stenographer, but did not like her work. This girl had an awakening when she learned about this mystical exercise for opening the creative centers of her consciousness. She recaptured the dream she had as a child. She sat in meditation and visualized herself creating beautiful things. She did not know why, but she was impelled to take a course in night school in creative art. She soon found that she had a real talent for creating beautiful images. She worked at her studies for 2 years and kept meditating to find out what particular field of art she should go into. One day, the answer came through to her. She was standing before Tiffany's jewelry store on 5th Avenue. She saw the beautiful, expensive jewelry in the windows, and a sudden intuitive flash came through to her. She could design jewelry like that. She felt this urge so deeply that she went at once to the public library and looked up all the books she could find on jewelry designing. This was the beginning of a magnificent adventure in meditating and creating, for this young lady began to create beautiful designs for jewelry. Then, as she sat in further meditation, she was told to take her designs to one of the biggest jewelry manufacturers in New York City, which catered to a very wealthy clientele. She followed this psychic guidance and sought an appointment with the head of the firm. He was impressed with her designs, and she was engaged to work for the company at a very large salary. 5. Utilize the mystical law of cosmic duplication. To do this, go into the alpha state of meditation and attempt to duplicate the processes of nature in projecting your inner dream to the outer world. In meditation, each day plant the seedlings of reality in the subjective realm of consciousness. Your $100,000 dream is just a dream until you take steps to project it to the outer objective world. 6. Mystic philosophy gives us another wonderful method for externalizing our inner dreams. It is the use of the law of psycho-imagery. This is the ability to form mental images of the things you want to attain, and then to project these to the outer world. The mystic learns how to withdraw into a dream state within his own mind, where he conjures up the ideal state of existence in which he wishes to live. In the use of psycho-imagery to project your dreams to the outer world, give yourself mental pictures of all the things you want to attract, the type of person you wish to become, the business you want to go in, and hold these thought images in your mind for at least 10 or 15 minutes for each thought you wish to project. Sit in meditation and create the following cosmic matrix for the things you want. Concentrate on the psycho-image of a perfect, healthy body. See yourself healthy, strong, and youthful, and project that ideal of perfection whenever you think of your body. Project the psycho-image of a certain sum of money, such as your $100,000 dream. Visualize all the things you will do with that money when you get it. See yourself taking trips to foreign countries, buying things you want, educating your children, going into your own business. Concentrate on the ideal soulmate that you want to marry. Visualize your future home. See yourself entertaining your friends in it. See the yard, the garden, your children playing in the yard. Make it a real mental picture and live it emotionally. Then concentrate on the psycho-images of the talents you want to develop, the work you want to be in, the social life you desire, the type of friends you wish to have in your life. As these psycho-images are fixed in consciousness, the cosmic mind receives the imprint of these mental images and pours its invisible cosmic protoplasm in the mold you have formed. The future forest of oak trees resides within that psycho-image of the acorn that you plant. So, too, your future events of life reside within the mental images that you are projecting through psycho-focusing. 7. Practice the law of cosmic sequence and order in your life. Many people live in a whirlpool of confusion. They dissipate their mental and physical energies, and there is disorder and chaos in their lives. They have no set plan for their futures, and they leave the events of their lives to accident or chance. This mental condition leads to frustration, futility, and failure. In the cosmos and the realm of nature, there is perfect balance, harmony, and order. Everything follows this law of cosmic sequence in nature. Springtime is for preparing the soil, planting the seed, and caring for the emerging crop by watering it, weeding the plants, and protecting them from harmful predators. In this law of cosmic sequence, the plants mature in the summer, bringing forth the crop that is within the seed. This is a period of growth and evolvement. Under the law of capillary attraction, the seeds are capable of attracting to themselves the elements in the soil that they need to fulfill themselves perfectly. From the same patch of black soil will come yellow corn, red tomatoes, green cucumbers, and white cotton. What intelligence within that soil knows how to mix the correct elements that each seed needs to fulfill its destiny perfectly? This is the cosmic intelligence man calls God, and it flows throughout the realm of nature, always producing the crop that is within the seed. The Bible gives this law in these words: "As ye sow, so shall ye reap." Autumn is for maturity and the harvest. Then nature gives back to man the abundant crop that followed this law of cosmic sequence, maturing in its own proper time, under unchanging laws that always work. How a young man got rid of his job frustrations and secured an executive position. A young man came to my lectures in New York City and complained bitterly that life had not given him the rich rewards he had expected when he graduated from college. I asked him how old he was, and he told me 26. He had graduated from college where he had studied business administration. He told me, "But big organizations don't seem to want to hire me. They have their older, more experienced men and refuse to take on new ones." In talking to him further, I found out that he expected to be put into a top executive position immediately, at a very big salary, and that they had offered him lesser jobs at smaller salaries which he had indignantly rejected. "Imagine," he told me, "with my education, expecting me to work for a salary that they might pay an inexperienced, uneducated man." I then explained to this young man the law of cosmic sequence and told him how to work with this mystical law of nature, not against it. At his next interview, he accepted a lesser position and began to apply himself to proving his worth. In 1 year, this man was given a junior executive position with the firm, which paid him a big salary and left him in line for further promotion. You must be busy using this law of cosmic sequence all your life. You may have tremendous potential when you are young, but you cannot expect to reach the top overnight. What seem like cases of instant success usually have back of them 5 to 10 years of patient preparation and hard work. If you plant the right mental seed when young, you can expect the seed to mature and produce an abundant crop in the autumn of your life. If you do not put anything into your consciousness and expect success overnight, you will be doomed to failure, for this is a violation of the law of cosmic sequence. A successful business executive I once knew told me of a man who had gone to college with him. This man was now 50 years of age and had gone from job to job and was a dismal failure. The successful business executive said of him, "He spent his youth letting down empty buckets into empty wells, and now, in his middle age, he draws them up empty." Practical pointers for success with cosmic sequence. To use the law of cosmic sequence in your own life, follow these pointers. No matter what your present age, it is not too late to begin to plant the mental seed for future success. Apply yourself diligently to the work at hand, do the best you can, and wait for the opportunity to advance yourself. Do not be discouraged by a seemingly barren period in your life and give up in discouragement. Remember, after the seed is planted, the soil shows nothing on its surface. But beneath the surface, the forces of nature are busy working to germinate the seed. So too, in your own life, plant the seeds of success in your consciousness. Water them with inspiration and hope. Let the bright sunshine of optimism and faith enter into your consciousness, and then be patient and await the summer and fall of growth and maturity of your plans and dreams. Review of Chapter 15:1. The mystical knowledge from the Far East, which can help you translate your creative ideas into outer action that can make you rich and successful. 2. The 4 brainwaves of alpha, theta, beta, and delta, which can be induced by meditation and which help release creative power from your mind. 3. How to go into the alpha meditation and focus your dream in consciousness. 4. How one woman used this meditation to win a contest in which she was paid $25,000 for first prize. 5. How to use meditation each day to build the new self-image of riches and success. 6. The negative mental programming that makes people failures and how to program the new self-image that can bring you fame, riches, and abundance. 7. A young man used this technique to build a new career, and he is now making from $50,000 to $75,000 a year as counselor to heads of big manufacturing concerns. 8. How to use concentration, visualization, and mental projection to fix the success images in your consciousness. 9. How to use the Theta meditation to improve memory, overcome bad habits, and build a more magnetic personality. 10. How one woman used meditation to put herself into a successful business after the death of her husband, where she made more money than her husband had. 11. How to use the mystical law of cosmic elevation to bring into play the higher mind centers and materialize money and success. 12. How to climb the spiritual mountain and achieve the mystical elevation that can guide you to great ideas and bring you inspiration for achieving your $100,000 dream. 13. A young woman used this meditation to become a costume jewelry designer and immediately won success in her chosen field. 14. Use the law of psycho-imagery to focus your mental images on the screen of your mind and then project them to the outer world of the objective, where they come to pass. 15. How to practice the law of cosmic sequence, which brings order and harmony in your life and matures your dreams in the right seasons of your life. 16. A young man complained of failure in his life because he had not achieved instant success. He changed his life by using the law of cosmic sequence and won promotion and success. Chapter 16. How to use cosmic alchemy to turn your thoughts into gold. There is an invisible law of cosmic alchemy in the universe which produces all the world's great wealth. We see this cosmic law at work in the realm of nature. It produces gold, silver, oil, coal, and uranium in the soil, which man converts to riches. The seas are filled with food, as well as other priceless treasures, including oil, gold, and pearls. The air contains the invisible atomic power which can turn man's motors in industry for centuries to come, or which may be used destructively for war. In the soil, nature has placed the forces of magnetism and electricity, which work under the laws of capillary attraction to produce food to nourish mankind. This amazing cosmic alchemy, which you may use to convert your thoughts into gold, works constantly in the soil, taking sunshine and water and producing oranges, apples, or oak trees, depending on the nature of the seed. In this chapter, you will learn how to harness the force of cosmic alchemy to turn your thoughts into the shimmering gold of riches and abundance in every department of your life. All wealth is produced through this force of cosmic alchemy. Everywhere we look, we see that all great wealth has been produced by harnessing this force of cosmic alchemy in nature. Nothing can be produced without it. There are immutable laws which work to bring us everything we need to sustain life. In the Stone Age, man dwelt in caves because he did not know how to use this law of cosmic alchemy to convert mental energy into houses. The lumber, cement, and stone were all there, but man did not have the knowledge to fashion homes from these raw materials. Always, in the realm of the mind, this great law of cosmic alchemy works to elevate man to lofty peaks of achievement. If we remain ignorant of this power, we can be in the midst of opulence and abundance and never utilize the forces of nature that could make us rich. Electricity is in the air about us, but until we convert it into power to run our motors and give us light, it is useless. You can harness your power of mind and convert it into health, happiness, riches, and abundance by following these basic cosmic laws. 1. The law of psychodynamics. The law of psychodynamics relates to the action of mental and spiritual energy on matter. In ancient times, alchemists tried to convert base metal into gold, but did not succeed. They did not know how to perform this feat because they lacked accurate scientific knowledge about the structure of the atom. Now, in our century, scientists have achieved this feat of alchemy. They can turn base metal into gold by rearranging the atoms and molecules of the substance, but it is a costly and difficult process. However, your mind can perform this feat of alchemy. It can take the atoms and molecules of thought and project them to the outer world, creating palaces, skyscrapers, bridges, and spaceships. Always through this law of psychodynamics, man's mind is busy formulating new ideas and projecting them from the higher centers of consciousness to the outer world of reality. To use this law of psychodynamics for creating a fortune, realize that you must channel your creative thoughts to the outer world of reality under dynamic stimulation. The lukewarm mind seldom creates a great destiny. To project dynamic thought forms to the cosmic mind, sit quietly in the alpha state of meditation. Form in your mind the images of the things you wish to achieve. Make them dynamic by intensifying your desires. Desire money to do the things you want in life. Desire a home of your own to have comfort and security for your family. Focus on the screen of your mind an intense desire to have some great creative talent, so you can give joy or value to the world. As you form these mental images, you will be calling into action the force of mental alchemy that is used in the realm of nature. How a divorcee used psychodynamics to find financial security and happy marriage. A woman who was one of my lecture members in Los Angeles had been unable to demonstrate happiness or prosperity in her life. She had been married and divorced 2 times, and when she came to me, she was miserable and frustrated. She had 2 children, 12 and 14 years of age, and she told me she wanted desperately to achieve success and security for them. "No man would marry me now, with 2 children," she told me at our first meeting. "I'm past 40, have no talent for business. How can I ever achieve financial security?" I explained to this woman that the law of psychodynamics demands that we project all our mental energy in a positive force, believing that we can achieve anything we desire. She was negating the dynamic mental drive that could solve her problem by being negative. I then gave her the following meditation to use daily until she began to see results. I now focus on the screen of my mind, the destiny I desire. I project the mental image of a business where I can be gainfully employed and where I can help my children achieve a secure and happy future. I wish to marry again, finding my true soulmate, so I may have companionship and love the rest of my life. Alchemy to turn your thoughts into gold. I project the sum of $1,000 from unexpected sources to meet my immediate needs. This form of active meditation was to be used daily for a period of 3 or 4 weeks. Then she was to report to me. When I saw this woman again, she was radiant with joy. She told me that the first part of her meditation had been fulfilled. I answered an ad for someone to be a housekeeper for a retired man. I have had no special training in any other field, and one certainly know everything about housekeeping, so I went for the interview. The man who interviewed me is a retired lawyer of about 60, and he gave me the job. He even told me I could bring my 2 children into the house to stay with me. This was the greatest solution I could have imagined. I moved in and am supremely happy in my new work. Then she added, with a twinkle in her eyes, Now that the first part of my projection has come true, who knows, I may find my true soulmate right there in that same house. He's a charming, cultured man, and we hit it off right from the start. 2. The law of cosmic castle building. There is a mystical law that comes to us from the philosophy of the Far East. It is the law of cosmic castle building. The mystic believes that everything we build in our dream world, in the inner realm of mind and spirit, is capable of being projected to the outer world of reality. You've heard the saying, "He's building castles in the sky." This saying has its origin in this theory, that we can externalize whatever we create within our minds. Man dreamed of flying like a bird, and the airplane was born. Then man extended that dream to the belief that he could reach other planets, and man landed on the moon and returned safely. When Jules Verne wrote his prophetic book, Around the World in 80 Days, and told of the marvels of radio, television, submarines, long-range guns, and moonships, it was all thought to be mere fantasy. However, in our generation we have seen most of these miracles occur. Man dreamed them into existence, using this law of cosmic castle building to achieve the impossible. How to invoke the law of cosmic castle building. Sit in regular periods of daydreaming in which you build the world in which you wish to live. See these events as scenes in a motion picture. Pass through your mind in these sessions of castle building the type of work you want to be in. Visualize your own business. See yourself ringing up sales on the cash register, banking the money, spending it for the things you desire. Mentally project the dream of the perfect home you wish to live in. See it in all its details. Go through the rooms. Know the type of furniture it is to have. Get a scrapbook, the type used for snapshots will do, and cut pictures out of magazines of the home you want, the furnishings it will have, the type of draperies at the windows. Paste, in that scrapbook, the picture of the car you want to own, the countries you want to visit. These can be obtained from travel folders or geographic magazines. How travel and unexpected money was manifested. A woman in my New York lecture group had heard me tell of the beauty and wonder of modern Greece, where I frequently visit. She began to form the mental dream of herself being in Greece for her vacation. She got travel literature from the Greek tourist agency and put these pictures of the Parthenon and other scenes of Greece into her cosmic scrapbook. She meditated each day on the pictures she had pasted in her scrapbook and projected herself on a plane going to visit Greece. That summer, she found herself in Athens, Greece, where I saw her, and she told me that she had used this technique for projecting herself to this beautiful country. "Why, even the money came in the strangest way," she told me, as we sat and sipped coffee in Constitution Square. I had a worthless piece of property that I had inherited years ago out in Arizona. One day I got a letter from an attorney asking me if I wanted to sell it. I got a good price and was able to afford this vacation throughout the Middle East. 3. The law of psycho-focusing. This principle for projecting your dream of money to the outer world depends on your ability to concentrate with all your mind on the objectives you desire in your life. Psycho-focusing is the art of mentally picturing your future life events and focusing them on the screen of your mind in vivid detail. When they are once focused there, something in your higher mind mysteriously begins to project them to the outer world. The principle of psycho-focusing works very much like a motion picture projector. It will project on the outer screen exactly what is on the film that passes through it. If the pictures are not focused sharply, they will emerge on the screen out of focus, lacking in sharpness and clarity. The same is true with your mind. If you do not know what you want, if you cannot concentrate on the details of the things you want to attract, the pictures within your mind will lack sharpness, and the projector of your mind will not be able to project them clearly on the screen of the outer world. Your brain is like the projector. Your thoughts are like the pictures on the film. The light that shines through your superconscious mind, the higher intelligence within you, is the power that projects these pictures to the outer world and gives them objective reality. Each day, sit in meditation and focus in your mind the details of the things you want to attract. Be certain that you have a clear-cut idea of your destiny. What type of work do you wish to do? Be certain that you know its nature. How much money do you expect to be paid for your services? You will only be worth to the world the amount that you mentally project as your own value. What kind of house or apartment do you want to live in? Focus this sharply in your mind and project it to the outer world. You will be living in exactly the type of place that you have envisioned. What social contacts are you concentrating on? Do you habitually choose people for friends who are superior to you or your equals? Or do you constantly select inferior persons who can never be of assistance in aiding you to higher goal achievement? Psycho-focus your highest ideals and dreams, and they will inevitably be projected as the fabric of your destiny. How a woman used psycho-focusing to straighten out her life. A lecture member, Harriet P., was constantly changing her mind about the type of life she wanted. She started out with the thought she might be an actress, but after a few failures she gave up this idea and decided she would like to become a wife and mother. She married the first man who asked her, and after 1 year she tired of being a housewife and divorced him. After that, she told me, she went from one job to another, never quite knowing what she wanted to do. When she came to me, after 3 years of such wanderings mentally, she was confused and miserable. She felt that life had somehow cheated her out of her rightful heritage. I put Harriet on a regular mental schedule in which she was to completely reprogram her mind with a new blueprint. She was to psycho-focus each day the events she wanted to make up her future destiny. She was to use the following meditation, repeating the words daily until she memorized them. I now project the thoughts that I want to make up my future destiny. I overcome the habits of indecision and vacillation. I know what I want in my life. I desire true love happiness, a marriage with a man who will give me love and companionship and a family. I visualize the house I shall live in. I envision the family I shall one day have. I now program work in social services where I can be of help to others. Within 3 weeks, Harriet learned from a friend of an opening in the outpatient department of a large hospital in New York City. She applied for the job, determined she was going to get it. She was hired. Her work was fascinating, and she concentrated on it as being the ideal background for her talents. After 3 months on this job, Harriet became interested in a young intern who asked her for a date. She began dating steadily with him, and when he proposed marriage to her, she knew that it was a case of true, mutual love. He had only 1 more year of internship, and then they would be married. This young woman found her true destiny and will have a happy life. 4. The law of alchemical transmutation. This law that comes to us from the mystic philosophy of India relates to releasing mental and spiritual energy to transmute or change conditions in your life, from unfavorable and undesirable ones to those you desire. You may be in a situation in your life that you do not like, but do not know how to change. The work you do may not be to your liking. You may not have enough money to do things you want to do. You have friends, but they are not the kind you really want. You would rather live in a different house or apartment. To change these undesirable conditions or others, use this law of alchemical transmutation. Mentally begin to picture the work you wish to do and mentally change your job. See yourself in the new work, with the bigger income, around people you enjoy being with. This can be done in 15 minutes of daily meditation before you begin your day. In that meditation, think or say the following words, which will begin to change the chemistry of your thoughts from negative to positive energy. I project the thought forms of new experiences in my life. I transmute my present job and see instead the ideal environment in the work I shall enjoy. I project the thought forms of new friends, a new home environment, more money, and new life experiences that bring me enjoyment and contentment. Very soon you will be propelled in the direction of the things you are building in your consciousness. You will tolerate the present circumstances because you know that soon you will be in a better situation in life. The alchemy of thought will gradually transmute life's negative experiences into positive and happy ones. How an ex-convict achieved a successful life. A young man of 23 came out of prison after serving 1 year. He felt that society was now against him and that he would have to revert to crime again to exist. He could not find work because of his record. He wandered into one of our lectures and learned about this law of alchemical transmutation. He talked with me later and told me his story. I told him to change his thinking and stop wasting his mental energy on thinking of his past prison record. I told him he was to think of himself as the new person he was going to become, in which he would give something of value to the world. He was to transmute his negative experiences in prison into something useful and constructive, where he could help other people. In that way, I told him, you will be doing good for the world, and the world will repay you in some way. I sent this young man to a rehabilitation center, where civic groups were working with young people who had run afoul of the law. Here were young people addicted to drugs who were trying to go straight. Here he found other young men like himself who had committed crimes and were now trying to make a comeback but finding it difficult. This young man became immersed in his new work and began to convert his mental energies into constructive efforts. In a short time, he was put in a position of responsibility, counseling and helping young incorrigibles. Because he knew their problems, he had immediate success in winning their trust and confidence. He not only helped these young people, but he was strengthened himself in his resolve to go straight and find a better life. He is now a successful aide to the head of the department and has transmuted all his rebellion, hate, and rage into a constructive force for good. Other important points to remember in using cosmic alchemy to turn your thoughts into money. 1. Mental energy is convertible into its physical and material equivalents. When you think a thought, it has repercussions in the world of matter, for everything reacts in some way in the visible and invisible world. Release your creative ideas each day, not worrying about how they are going to materialize in reality. Visualize the world in which you wish to live, and do not be fooled by the outer world of appearances. The inner dream is the only true reality. All else is subject to the law of change and transition. 2. Faith is a great alchemical force for good. You can change the conditions of your life that you do not like into favorable ones through this positive emotion of faith. Faith in oil made Rockefeller rich. Faith in chewing gum built for Wrigley a vast empire. Faith in rubber brought a fortune to Goodrich. Faith in a little creature Walt Disney created called Mickey Mouse brought him fame and fortune. Faith in steel made Andrew Carnegie a multi-millionaire. Faith in shipping has made Aristotle Onassis one of the richest men in the world. What do you have faith in? This you will externalize in the outer circumstances of your life. This will become your destiny. 3. To produce creative ideas that will make you rich and successful, sit in daily meditation and work to project a stream of mental energy in your daily affairs. Look at your work and ask yourself, how can I change the things in my work that will improve it and make me more successful? Decide what creative talents you wish to develop and sit quietly in meditation and say to yourself, I wish to become an artist, or an actor, writer, composer, musician, inventor, dancer, singer, or poet, and I now project the mental image of the person I wish to be. I release my creative power from my subconscious mind and ask that it guide me to the fulfillment of the destiny I desire. 4. Each day project the daydreams that will clothe themselves in the outer fabric of your destiny. Give yourself a 15-minute daily period of doing nothing but thinking. Think dynamically of the things you want to be and do. See the mental images as though they are motion pictures of your secret thoughts, and believe that these flights into fantasy can become real for you. 3 famous motion picture stars told me a fantastic story of how they became famous stars. They each stayed at a hotel run by a retired actress. She showed each of her guests a magnificent swan-shaped bed covered with gold leaf and told them that it had belonged to Mae Murray, a famous star of the silent era. She said, whoever sleeps in this bed and believes she is going to become a star taps some magic power that makes her a star. Then on separate nights, each of the 3 young girls slept in that swan-shaped bed and wished to become a big star. These 3 young women all became stars within a short space of time. They were Jane Russell, Kim Novak, and Marilyn Monroe. What was the special magic that the swan bed possessed? It was the magic of believing that they would become stars. We convert our dreams into reality through this law of alchemical transmutation. 5. Each day, program your subconscious mind with positive affirmations that will become caught up in the sympathetic nervous system and drive you in the direction of your inner dreams. Affirm daily, I will become rich and successful. I can achieve anything I desire in life. I am gifted and release my talents to the world. I program happiness and confidence into my subconscious mind. I become magnetic and attract to myself people, money, and the right opportunities for success. Review of Chapter 16:1. How to tap the invisible law of cosmic alchemy that can bring you the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream. 2. The law of psychodynamics, which you can use to release creative mental action to make your dreams come true. 3. How one woman used this power of psychodynamics to create a new life when she had failed miserably for many years. 4. How to use the law of cosmic castle building to shape the world of inner reality and then project it to the outer world, where it becomes your destiny. 5. How to project your inner dreams through your scrapbook of destiny, where you place pictures of all the objective things you wish to achieve in your life. 6. How one woman used this law to project herself on a trip to Greece. Everything fell into place exactly as she had mentally projected it in her scrapbook of destiny. 7. How to use the law of psycho-focusing to project your mental and spiritual energy into the physical equivalents of the things you desire. 8. How one woman used psycho-focusing to bring her a new career in hospital work and marriage to a young doctor. 9. How you can use the law of alchemical transmutation from the Far East to bring you more money, changes in work, or a new home environment in a short space of time. 10. A young man, just out of prison, used this law to completely transform his life from one of defeat and discouragement to one of accomplishment, working to rehabilitate other juveniles. 11. The 5-point program that can help you use cosmic alchemy to turn your thoughts into the shimmering gold of riches and success. Chapter 17. How to achieve instant demonstrations of money and success. There are certain dynamic spiritual and occult laws that can help you achieve instant demonstrations of large sums of money and attain success more rapidly than if you use the ordinary methods. You can begin today to bring these dynamic laws into focus in your consciousness. You do not need to wait for years for the fulfillment of your $100,000 dream. It can start today to come into existence. In this chapter, we shall learn how to push the cosmic time clock and the invisible law of the pendulum in the direction of riches and make your success happen in the eternal now. The secret power in back of all riches. There is a secret cosmic power that is in back of all the treasures produced by the infinite mind of God through Mother Nature. This power resides in the seed that is within the fruit or products produced by nature. When you see an acorn, you do not see an oak tree, but inherent in that tiny seed is the giant oak that will one day build your future dream home. When you eat an apple, you are not aware that it was already in existence in the eternal now in the apple seed that came before the apple was created. So, too, your $100,000 dream is already in existence somewhere in the invisible dimensions of time and space. You can begin to sow the seed of reality within your consciousness and start the flow of money today, not waiting for some distant day for your demonstration of riches and success. How a young man made many hundreds of thousands of dollars. A young man came into our lectures in New York City and learned about this secret power in back of riches. He was 25 years of age, and he had always thought that he would have to wait until he was in his 40s or 50s to become successful and rich. He had been working on a bulldozer, making good money, but his dreams exceeded the slow process of accumulating a fortune. He wanted a car now. He wanted his dream home while he and his family were young enough to enjoy it. He wanted to travel, to meet interesting people and do all the good things of life before he was too old to enjoy them. After he learned of these laws that we shall now study together, this young man got an idea for a popular song that he began to hum to himself. He sang it into a tape recorder, words and music, and took it to a song publisher. It was so good the publisher immediately signed him to a contract to write other songs. This young composer immediately began to change his life. He was now on salary, doing the work he loved, and soon he had 4 more songs, and each was a hit. In a short time, he owned his own home in the country, had a beautiful sports car, and was meeting interesting people in the music and TV world, where he was recognized as an up-and-coming young composer. He has now had 5 Gold Platters records, which have sold 1 million copies, and he is not yet 30 years of age. How to make your $100,000 dream happen now. You have this same secret power that is back of all riches. Make your $100,000 dream happen now. How can you do this? Realize that the creative power of your mind is the final determining factor for creating a fortune. The seed must be planted in your consciousness now, if you wish to reap the crop of riches and abundance early in your life. How to achieve instant demonstrations to get your $100,000 dream started now. 1. Magnetize your brain centers with the desire for money and success. Desire for money triggers the psycho-neuro-response centers of your mind and drives you in the direction of money. Under the great law of the cosmic magnet, you will be drawn to whatever you put into your brain centers. There are desire cells in the brain which call for food whenever your body needs it. This is through the hunger pangs you feel when you are hungry. This force drives you to seek out food to satisfy this hunger. There are desire cells in your brain for love, which impel you to seek your soulmate and rear your family. You must magnetize your brain cells with desire for money, fame, riches, and success before you can actually achieve them. Here is how you do this. Sit each day and concentrate for half an hour on the things you want to do with money. See yourself living in your dream home. Visualize your family buying and enjoying the things they need. See yourself riding in your dream car and taking your friends or family for drives through the country. Mentally go on a shopping spree, buying all the things you want to own: the hi-fi set, the tape recorder, the color TV, the clothes, jewels, household appliances you want to own. How a girl demonstrated money through this method. A young lady came into our lecture in California who worked as a secretary in the office of a large real estate firm. She saw rich people coming into the office to buy beautiful homes in Beverly Hills, and she secretly longed to be like these successful people. But how? She made only a nominal salary as a secretary. Then a friend brought her to hear a lecture in which I told about how one can achieve instant demonstrations of success and money through this process. This young lady sought me out for a personal consultation. I appraised her talents and told her she should come out from behind a desk where she was hiding her charms and her radiant personality. Go to a real estate school, I advised her. Get a job as a real estate agent, selling and renting homes in some exclusive area. She enrolled in a real estate course evenings and soon had her license. She was given a job immediately in a large, exclusive real estate agency, dealing with homes in the $100,000 and up class. She had such an intense desire for success that in her second week she sold an estate to a famous movie star for $250,000. Her commission was $12,500. She was on the high road to achieving her full dream. Within 3 years, this young lady owned her own real estate office and had 5 salesmen working for her. Today, only 10 years later, she is in the millionaire class. 2. Double your money and double your luck. You can invoke the great cosmic law of the harvest to achieve double benefits from everything you do. When you put a seed of wheat into the ground under the law of the harvest, it brings back many grains. Plant a pint and you reap a bushel. Plant a bushel and you reap double or triple the amount. To achieve a big fortune, you must have a big dream. See your present income doubling and tripling. Plant the mental seed of riches and prosperity. Begin to use the law of the double return immediately and see your good multiplying each day, bringing you immediate benefits financially. How Howard Hughes built his vast fortune. The famous financier and industrialist Howard Hughes once rented my home in Bel Air, California for 1 year. I met him briefly and he told me a fascinating story of how he built his fortune from the money his father had left him. When he was a youngster, he played a game in which he and his playmates cut out paper money and bought and sold various objects. He asked his young friends one day if they would rather have $1,000 a month salary or work for 1 cent a day, 2 cents the next day, 4 cents the next day, etc., doubling the amount for the day previous every day for the month. All his playmates chose the $1,000 a month salary. Hughes then showed his little friends how, if they started with 1 penny a day and doubled it each day thereafter for 1 month, the figure would run into more than $1 billion at the end of the month. His theory was to at least double his money every deal that he undertook, until he had built his billion-dollar fortune. Hughes bought some useless land, about 25,000 acres near the city of Tucson some years ago. The land lay idle for some time. Then the city of Tucson needed to expand. The land Hughes bought for around $5 an acre, he now sold for $2,500 an acre. He sold a few thousand acres and is now holding the balance for future growth. The law of the double return turned into the law of a 1,000-fold return for this lucky man. 3. To build your $100,000 dream in the immediate future, use the cosmic law of gravitational ascent. This means you must have tremendous willpower to pull against the gravity pull that ties most people to poverty and failure. Each day, sit in meditation and let your dreams soar upwards in the direction of success and achievement. Clear your mind of the negative thoughts that you must wait forever for your $100,000 dream. It can come to you in one rich, illumined moment with one big idea that could make you each day concentrate your mind on rising above the limitations of your job and your position in life. Before the spacemen could reach the moon, they had to use this cosmic law of gravitational ascent. They had to use rockets to propel them beyond the gravitational pull of Earth, so they could come into the gravitation of the moon and be drawn into its orbit. To use gravitational ascent to rise above poverty and limitations, do the following. Have a reason why you want $100,000. It can be to educate your children, to bring you a dream home, to give you leisure for culture and spiritual growth, to go into your own business so you will have security for old age. How a man used gravitational ascent to become rich. I once knew a man who had a family of 4 children. He was a truck driver in Los Angeles. He and his wife came to some of my lectures on magnetism and the power of the mind. He suddenly realized that he possessed tremendous creative power within himself. His drive to achieve his $100,000 dream was his family of 4 beautiful children and a loving wife. He wanted a home in San Fernando Valley. He wanted to own a beautiful car instead of the shabby old car he drove. He wanted his wife to have beautiful clothes and his children to have a good education. Under the impetus given him by this dream of success, this young man scraped together enough money to buy a small panel truck. He was mechanically inclined and could fix almost anything around the house plumbing, electrical fixtures, small carpentry jobs. He painted on his truck the words, "Instant Home Repairs," then had cards printed and leaflets telling of his services for the home. He distributed these after work each day, on the windshields of cars in various rich neighborhoods. Within a few days, his wife was flooded with telephone calls. Her husband gave up his job as a truck driver and began making more money than he had dreamed possible. Within 6 months, he bought 2 other panel trucks and had 2 employees working for him. Now, 5 years later, this man has expanded his business and has a fleet of repair and service trucks while he sits in his office taking orders. Yes, he has his dream home in the valley, a comfortable bank balance, and is on the way to his first million. 4. To bring your $100,000 dream into instant focus in your higher mind, use the law of psychic amplification used by most rich people. Here is how to use this dynamic law. Sit in meditation each day for about a half hour. Put your desires through your psychic centers and amplify them. This process of psychic amplification is done through 3 channels. A, your imagination. B, concentration. C, projection. The term amplify means to increase or intensify something. In our modern electronics, we put sound through an amplifier, and it is increased in volume and intensity. This psychic principle, which comes to us from mystic philosophy of the Far East, operates under the same principle. Your $100,000 dream must be intensified and increased so it will reverberate through your higher psychic faculties and then be projected to the mastermind of the cosmos, where it will be set into action under cosmic laws. Project your desires through your imagination first. Sit in the stillness for a few moments and focus your higher mind centers on your dream home. See it in all its vivid details. Cut out pictures of the ideal home from magazines and paste them into a scrapbook. Then furnish the house, mentally live in it, entertain your friends in it, see the garden, count the rooms, make it as real as possible. Soon you will have raised such dynamic creative power in your mind centers that you will be guided to the fulfillment of your dream home in the immediate future. How a young couple projected their dream home. A young man and his wife came to my lectures in New York and learned of this dynamic principle of psychic amplification. The young woman cut out pictures and placed them in a scrapbook. Each night, this couple concentrated on their dream home and mentally saw themselves living in it. Then, On weekends when they were free, they drove out to a section of Long Island where they wanted to live to see if they could find their dream home. One day they saw the exact type of home they wanted, but it was in such a rich neighborhood they did not know how they could afford even a down payment on it, and besides, the house was not for sale. However, something impelled them to drive back there each weekend, and they would park and walk in front of the house, admiring it and visualizing themselves living in a similar house. After the third visit there, while they were sitting in their car across the street from the house, a police car pulled up alongside them and asked them what they were doing. They explained their mission there, and the police told them the lady living in the house had observed their suspicious actions 3 weeks in a row and had called them to investigate. The policeman escorted this couple to the front door of the house and presented them to the lady who lived there. She identified them as being the couple who had been acting strangely for 3 weekends. It was then that the young couple understood what had happened, and they laughingly told the policeman and the woman in the house why they had been studying her home for 3 weeks. The policeman left and the woman invited the couple into the house for tea. She told them, "I am flattered that you find my home so attractive. Let me show you around." While they walked through the beautiful home, the woman explained that her husband had died just a few weeks before, and she no longer wanted to live in the house, but to travel around the world. She offered to sell them the house with all the furnishings, at a price they could afford to pay and with only a very small down payment. The simple program that costs you nothing. This couple had their dream home, and it was exactly the type they had projected in their imaginations. Concentration on attaining your $100,000 dream means that you should sit every day for at least 15 minutes and concentrate all the powers of your mind on your objective. Write on a sheet of paper, $100,000. Then under it, list all the things you would do if you had that sum of money. Put down the trips you want to take, the home you want to buy, the education you desire for your growing future family. Then sit and concentrate on this list daily. If the big sum does not come at once, do not be discouraged, but begin to write down smaller sums that you will be able to demonstrate, always keeping in mind the big overall sum that you desire in the future. Projection of your $100,000 dream means that you begin a process of mental and physical action, similar to the couple who demonstrated their dream home. Go out and make contacts in the field of success you have chosen. Accumulate information about the business you want to go in. Get travel literature of the places you want to visit. Project your creative ideas in words, acts, and deeds. 5. Use the law of the cosmic pendulum to swing you in the direction of materializing your $100,000 dream. There is a cosmic law in the universe known as the law of the pendulum. This is often called the law of cycles. There will be an upward swing of the pendulum, and it will carry you on to fame and fortune. Then, sometimes, the pendulum returns in the opposite direction and sweeps away everything you ever built. You can control the swings of this pendulum and keep it swinging in the direction of your $100,000 dream. You can use the power of your higher mind to keep that pendulum from swinging into the negative cycles that afflict many people and cause them to lose fame and fortune after achieving it. This law of the pendulum works through 3 forces: A. Determination, B. Resourcefulness, C. Ambition. Each day program your higher psychic centers with the quality of determination by repeating the following statements before you begin each day's activity. I am determined to be a success. I shall make this day one of the best days of my life. I project my $100,000 dream and am determined that I shall achieve it in the future. I do not let any discouragement affect my mind, for I know that I can overcome all negativity. How to use the power of resourcefulness. Then use resourcefulness as the next key to push the pendulum in the direction of success. There may not be any obvious opportunities for you to achieve immediate success, but if you will search within your own mind, you will find that you can mentally discover at least 10 different ideas for achieving your $100,000 dream. Write 10 letters to different companies asking for interviews. Check the various government agencies and see if there are not aids that they can make available to you for achieving your dream. A young man took this step to push the success pendulum in the direction of his $100,000 dream recently. He inquired of a government agency if there was any way he could obtain government assistance to start a business of his own. He was referred to the small business loan department that the government had set up in his city, and when he applied for a business loan, it was granted. He opened his business and is now making a big success in his chosen field. Have ambition to counteract the sluggish swings of the pendulum of success. Get up each day with the determination to make your success happen now. Have the ambition to study, at night school, or through correspondence courses at home, the special knowledge that will push your pendulum of success in the direction of fame and fortune. How a young man got a $15,000 a year job. I once advised a young man who had just graduated from college, where he had trained as a business administrator. He faced the project of getting a job, and he felt that it should be something befitting his educational background. He did not know what steps he should take to achieve his objective. I advised him to contact the heads of 5 of the biggest corporations who might need the services of a bright young man who had just left college. He received interviews with 3 of these and got one splendid offer to begin working at $15,000 a year. He is on his way to achieving his $100,000 dream in the near future, for with his ambition to succeed spurring him on, he will continue to push the pendulum in the direction of advancement on his job, improvement in his business abilities, and the determination to achieve his high goal. 6. Use time, the precious gold of life, to help you achieve your $100,000 dream more quickly. You have been given 24 precious golden hours to spend each day. 8 hours are for productive work, 8 hours for sleeping. You still have 8 precious golden hours to spend as you choose. At least 2 of these extra hours should be spent each day in self-improvement. You can read good self-help books, study something that will prepare you for a better position in the future, develop your personality, your voice, your manners, refine your mind, elevate your consciousness. 1 hour a day should be spent on meditation and spiritual introspection. Another hour can be spent on personal grooming, giving time and attention to your clothes, to writing letters, or other personal things that should be done. Chesterfield said of time, "Know the true value of time. Snatch, seize, and enjoy every moment of it. No idleness, no laziness, no procrastination. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today." 7. In pushing the cosmic pendulum in the direction of your $100,000 dream, utilize the knowledge that is available in our modern 20th century. Ignorance is the negative force that keeps the pendulum swinging in the doldrums of inaction, indolence, and neglect. Study a little about science. Know something of great music and art. Examine the classical literature and poetry of the greatest minds that have left their imprints on history. Know something about astronomy, geography, politics, physics, psychology, and philosophy. Be aware of the revelations of some of the world's great religions. When your mind is polished and cultured, you will reflect to the outer world this inner creative power, and the world will give you recognition and rich rewards. Like a diamond that is cut and polished with 52 facets, revealing its hidden splendor, so too your mind, when it is polished and perfected with these many facets of knowledge and truth, will radiate to the outer world the imprisoned splendor of your soul. All wise and great men have known of the importance of having accurate knowledge about life. Lord Bacon said, "Knowledge is power." Solomon said, "A wise man is strong. Yea, a man of knowledge increaseth strength." You can improve your chances for swinging the pendulum of success in the direction of wealth, happiness, and success, and achieve your $100,000 dream more easily by putting the great thoughts of great minds into your own consciousness and by emulating their patterns of conduct in your own life. You are now on your way to achieving your $100,000 dream. I have placed in your hands the means for achieving your $100,000 dream. You have now planted the seed in your mind that will blossom with the fruit of riches and abundance. Do not accept the limitations of age, education, or location, but realize that you can forge your success from whatever experiences you have had and whatever circumstances you are now in. Study this book many times. Apply its principles for achieving your $100,000 dream to your everyday life. You may not get the $100,000 dream in one single day or year, but you will begin to see results immediately. You will receive rewards, mental and physical equivalents of riches at once. Then, when you have built your faith and apply these principles every day, You will gradually give the mental momentum to the cosmic pendulum, which will carry you on to fame and fortune. Review of Chapter 17. 1. How to discover the secret power in back of all riches and make your success happen in the eternal now. 2. How a young man used this principle and made $1 million fortune by projecting his dream for success in the dimensions of the eternal now. 3. You can magnetize your mind centers with the desire for your $100,000 dream and begin to achieve instant demonstrations of money, houses, cars, land, jewels, and other things of value. 4. How to trigger the psycho-neuro-response centers of your brain that can drive you in the direction of money. 5. The desire cells within your brain that cause you to be driven in the direction of fame, riches, and success. 6. How a young lady used this method to demonstrate her $100,000 dream and became one of the most successful real estate operators on the West Coast. 7. The double your money and double your luck theory that the billionaire Howard Hughes told me built his entire fortune. 8. The dynamic law of gravitational ascent, which gives you the ability to pull against the gravity of failure and rise to any degree of success you wish to achieve. 9. A man with 4 children used this gravitational ascent method to go into his own business and soon had a beautiful new home and a fleet of trucks in his own home repair business. 10. The dynamic cosmic law of psychic amplification, which works through your imagination, concentration, and mental projection of your $100,000 dream, making it come true easily. 11. A young man and his wife amplified their dream through this method, and within a few weeks they bought a magnificent home that they had projected through this method. 12. The cosmic law of the pendulum of success, and how to cause it to swing in the direction of your $100,000 dream. 13. The 3 mental forces of determination, resourcefulness, and ambition that help swing the pendulum in the direction of riches. 14. A young man used this law of the pendulum to win a job with a big company for $15,000 a year. 15. Time the precious gold of life and how to use it to shape your future destiny and more quickly win your $100,000 dream. 16. Knowledge is power. How you can materialize your $100,000 dream more quickly when you are armed with this powerful tool that can shape your destiny. You listened. The $100,000 Dream and How to Make It Come True. Achieve fantastic new wealth with Psycho-Imagery by Norvell.
We ask for a couple little things in exchange. Support our authors by subscribing to our channel, our videos. Like and join us as we explore the magic of storytelling. Enjoy our audiobooks.